that he's looking out for the people in Kerala?
Well, while speaking to the media yesterday, Divya, he stated that he went on to say that a 60-year-old man like him, if there is a common man walking on the road, if he sees me going on the road with 10 to 20 vehicles, he will say what a luxurious life this chief minister is living in. He does not want that kind of an image of himself. He wants to be a people's man. And while speaking to the media, he said he will be very accessible to the media as well. And certainly, so yesterday, he even took a selfie with all the media members. So certainly a very refreshing change that is coming in terms of the accessibility of a chief minister. And he has also said that he will keep austerity as one of the primary goals, as a state fiscal situation needs to be considerably improved. There is a lot of debt to the terms of debt to GSDP ratios around 38%, which is a very alarming rate. And certainly that is where he wants to put his focus on, and he wants to cut costs at any other place. And not just him, he has told none of the ministers in his cabinet will have a new car, and they will have to use the cars which are already there from the previous government. So this is the first measure that is taken. Certainly, the public has likened it. There has been a lot of discussion in the public forum about it, and certainly he has put his message first about austerity first.
Right. Ashwin, of course, hitting the ground running literally, and 10 o'clock is when that swearing-in ceremony is going to be taking place. But what really worked for Satheesan is what we need to, focus on. What really worked for him was the groundswell support that he has, enjoyed during this election. He's really worked hard, and he stuck to his demand. His demand was that he gets the role of the chief minister, or else he will not want to be part of the cabinet. So it was the chief ministerial role or nothing at all, and that's the stand that Satheesan took while that decision was being made. Do remember Rahul Gandhi was backing KC Venugopal, but he refused to be a minister under anyone else. And then, of course, he did enjoy the support of the allies, and the allies stood strong. They were supporting him, while the Congress wanted to avoid that Karnataka situation, the Game of Thrones and the revolving situation that we are seeing, with so many suggestions being made that it could be DK Shivkumar who could be taking charge as the chief minister. But here in Kerala, they've played it safe, and Kerala Congress old-timers backed him despite Rahul Gandhi backing KC Venugopal. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side in regard to what's happening in Andhra Pradesh. Stay with us.
For the ones who chase the sun, for the quiet, for the fun, for the music, for
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, we keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Tuvendu Adhikari leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats. An election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in. Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchan, what's going on here?
Khela hobe.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force.
This holds, Pradeep Gupta will be dancing. Joining us now, live and exclusive on NDTV, the architect of this historic victory.
जनता को बधाई दे रहा हूं.
To all our viewers who've joined us in this long day, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा और मसाला.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
Excellence measured by those who built it. Presenting the jury of the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Sunil Bharti Mittal, Chairman of the jury. Founder and Chairman, Bharti Enterprises. Noel Nabal Tata, Chairman, Tata Trusts. UK Sinha, former Chairman, SEBI. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, Chairperson, Biocon Group. C.S. Sethi, Chairperson, SBI. Jayant Sinha, former Union Minister of Finance and Civil Aviation. Ramesh Damani, Value Investor and member of BSE. Cyril Shroff, Managing Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Honoring excellence. Coming soon.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This is. Let's get you the latest as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, and the Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu there announcing cash incentives for families having more children, saying the state must act to reverse its declining population growth. So the government there has announced that they are going to be giving money if you go ahead and have a third child. 30,000 rupees is what the government is offering, and if you go in for a fourth child, the government will give you 40,000 rupees. Now this move has been criticized, and that is, obviously the opposition questioning the practicality of such a policy. The Grand Old why such a policy was not talked about in national context. The TDP have defended this is of course the Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu's policy, stating that such a policy was a necessity to counter the falling fertility ratios in the state, and this policy was to aid future generations. Let's get you more details, and this is in regard to, in fact, getting you the very latest. When we talk about the Andhra Pradesh government that has made that announcement, in fact, they have announced that they are going to be offering money to the tune of 30,000 rupees, and that is if you have a third child, 40,000 rupees if you have a fourth child. So this is a population pitch. In July of last year, Andhra Pradesh came out and said that we need the population growth policy because there's a low fertility rate and the risks are aging crisis. And that is something that has been spoken about time and again. And this year in March, the government said must hold the population discussions every single month, and larger families will get support. On the 5th of March, Andhra Pradesh's fertility rate is falling, is what the government said. And then South India is facing that demographic risk. By the 6th of March this year, there was a shift from planning to population care. Second child incentives were, remaining to continue. And then by the 18th of March, joint families must be encouraged. Larger families need social support, is what the government came out with. And now, as May of 2026, they are giving larger incentives for the second child, but the third, in fact, even more so for the fourth. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, we keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Tuvendu Adhikari leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats, an election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in. Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchanda, what's going on here?
Khela hobe.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force.
This holds, Pradeep Gupta will be dancing. Joining us now, live and exclusive on NDTV, the architect of this historic victory.
जनता को बधाई दे रहा हूं.
To all our viewers who've joined us in this long day, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
Excellence measured by those who built it. Presenting the
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest when it comes to 7 days on and 31-year-old Twisha who died in Bhopal. Her body is still in the mortuary. The family is refusing to take the body without an assurance by the court. The family says there will be no conclusion till they get justice. And of course, it is a husband who continues to be on the run. Twisha's husband's anticipatory bail hearing is coming out today. In fact, the family has been protesting. We have Manpreet joining us. Manpreet, there was a protest. In fact, protest कर रहे थे उनकी family chief minister के घर के बाहर कल. उनकी demands क्या हैं? ज़रा बताइए. वो कह रहे हैं कि वो cremation नहीं करेंगे जब तक उनको justice नहीं मिलेगा. वो एम्स जाना चाहते हैं एक fresh postmortem के लिए.
बिल्कुल देखिए, आज ट्विशा की मौत को 7 दिन हो चुके हैं और अब तक उसकी जो डेड बॉडी है वो भोपाल एम्स की मॉर्चुरी में रखी हुई है। उसके परिजनों ने उसकी बॉडी लेने और अंतिम संस्कार करने से तब तक मना कर दिया है जब तक उन्हें न्याय नहीं मिलेगा। कल वो सीएम के हाउस पर भी पहुंचे थे। यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मोहन यादव से उन्होंने मिलने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन हालांकि उनकी मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई थी। उनका ये कहना है कि ट्विशा का सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम दिल्ली एम्स में वो करवाना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि जो पोस्टमार्टम भोपाल एम्स में हुआ है उस रिपोर्ट पर उन्हें भरोसा नहीं है। ट्विशा की पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में ये आया है कि उसने फांसी लगाई है, उससे उसकी मौत हुई है, लेकिन परिजनों का आरोप है कि ससुराल वालों ने उसे मौत के घाट उतारा है। उसकी सास और उसके पति पर उन्होंने आरोप यहाँ पर लगाए हैं और यही वजह है कि वो इसे आत्महत्या नहीं हत्या बता रहे हैं और भोपाल की बजाय अब वो दिल्ली एम्स में सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम करवाना चाहते हैं और इसी की परमिशन वो चाहते हैं। आज इस पूरे मामले पर सुनवाई है जिसमें ट्विशा का जो पति है समर सिंह, उसकी अग्रिम जमानत याचिका पर सुनवाई होगी। इसके साथ ही आज पुलिस भी कोर्ट में अपील कर सकती है कि 7 दिन ट्विशा की डेड बॉडी को मॉर्चुरी में रखे हुए हो चुके हैं। अब तक उसका अंतिम संस्कार नहीं हुआ है। एम्स प्रबंधन ने पुलिस को लेटर जारी किया है और अब पुलिस भी ट्विशा के परिवार को नोटिस जारी कर सकती है। लेकिन उससे पहले आज इस बात की संभावना है कि पुलिस कोर्ट में अपील कर सकती है कि ट्विशा के परिजन उसकी बॉडी लें और उसका अंतिम संस्कार करें। देखिए, पेच यहीं पर फंसा हुआ है। परिजनों की मांग है कि ये आत्महत्या नहीं, हत्या है। सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम करवाया जाए और उन्हें जब तक न्याय नहीं मिलेगा,
हमें सच जानना है, हमें सिंपैथी नहीं चाहिए। वी आर लिविंग इन हॉरर इज व्हाट द फैमिली is saying. Thank you so much, Manpreet, for getting us those details. Twisha Sharma, a 31-year-old Noida woman, was found dead 5 months after being married. While Twisha's family claims harassment, the in-laws say that the death was by suicide. Twisha's father says that the husband and the mother-in-law, a retired judge, are the main culprits in the case. In the latest, this was an Instagram post of Twisha. There was chat that has the chats that have surfaced where she had written to her friend on how she feels trapped in her marriage. The final 15 minutes before her death have become the biggest focus of the investigation. According to the family, she called her mother, and that was at 10 o'clock, 10:05 to be precise, at night, and spoke about the alleged harassment at her matrimonial home. By 10:20 at night, the family was informed that Twisha was not breathing. That was within 15 minutes of her speaking with her mother, that she was not breathing and raising concerns and questions about what really happened during those crucial 15 minutes. Let's get you the latest as far as the autopsy report is concerned. That's raising questions. The victim was alive during hanging. Multiple injuries were found on the body. There were several minor injuries before the death, and also the medical termination of her pregnancy that was performed just a week prior to her death. And it had just been 5 months literally since she was married. Now, of course, also NDTV spoke with the family members, speaking to Twisha's father as well as her cousin, describing their ordeal, saying they've been living in horror.
मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगी कि अभी तक पुलिस ने जो भी कार्यवाही करी है उससे परिवार कितना संतुष्ट है, और इस बात में कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जो दूसरा पक्ष है वो एक रसूखदार पक्ष है, उनका अपना एक इन्फ्लुएंशियल बैकग्राउंड है। क्या वो कहीं ना कहीं इस क्रिमिनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन की फेयरनेस को, एक जो ऑब्जेक्टिविटी होनी चाहिए, उसको इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहा है, उसको प्रभावित कर रहा है? आशीष जी।
Yes, madam, absolutely. The moment we realized that our daughter has passed, the moment we got the call that she is no more, the 3 words that were spoken to us, we immediately started from Delhi, from Ajmer. The family came here, and after coming here, all we are seeing, all we have witnessed is horror. When we saw the dead body of my sister, the injuries that she was carrying, the continuous denial in admitting the crime, the repeated and continuous approach of the police to not get the FIR registered, the continuous struggle that we had, the entire family running from pillar to post, sometimes sitting on one thana, sometimes on the other thana, the Women Commission, the Mahila Thana, the Human Rights Commission, the Office of the Commissioner of the Police. We were made to run from pillar to post, and it was only after 3 days, that too at 2:30 in the morning of the night of 15th, that the FIR was registered. That too in a very shoddy manner. Thereafter, we have been witnessing the grant of bail almost uncontested. The proceedings conducted under undue pressure in the chamber of the judiciary, the family heckled outside the chamber. What makes the courts getting changed not once, not twice, thrice, even the 4th time, from 9:30 to 5 till in the evening, the courts are getting changed? There must be some certain reason behind it.
नवनिधि जी, मैं आपके पास आना चाहूँगी। परिवार के लिए, आपके लिए एक बहुत दुख का समय है, पर मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगी कि इस दुर्घटना के पहले परिवार में किस तरह की परिस्थितियाँ थी? त्विशा ने आपको क्या कभी परिवार के आपसी रिश्तों के बारे में, समीकरणों के बारे में कुछ भी खुलकर बताया? नवनिधि जी।
एक बाप होने के नाते बेटी तभी अप्रोच करना चाहती है अपने फादर को जब चीज़ें बहुत एक्सट्रीम सिचुएशन में पहुंच जाती हैं
जी।
और इस बात का इंडिकेशन उसने कई बार मुझको दिया कि पापा अगर मेरी बात नहीं बनी तो मैं इनको छोड़ के चली आऊँगी, मैं जो है आगे इनके साथ नहीं रहना चाहती हूँ। मैंने बेटी को कई बार बोला कि बेटे गलत डिसीज़न हो जाता है कई बार, इसको आप जो है हम इसको मानेंगे कि हमसे बहुत बड़ी भूल हो गई और आप जब आपको ऐसा लगे तो आप चली आना। और उसने अपने टिकट्स भी करा रखे थे जो टिकट जानबूझ करके कैंसिल कराए गए। हमारे भी टिकट थे जाने के, हम उसको लेके जाने वाले थे, वो भी कैंसिल कराए गए। ये एक बहुत सुनियोजित षड्यंत्र के तहत हत्या हुई है और मैं इसमें आज हिचक कर नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं आपको खुल करके बताना चाहता हूँ। इनके बहुत क्लोज रिलेटिव हैं जो MP के लोकायुक्त हैं जिनका नाम है मिस्टर सत्येंद्र सिंह। और आज तक जो भी मुझे जो लाचारी सिस्टम की दिखने की आई है कि लोकायुक्त के खिलाफ तो कोई खड़ा ही नहीं होगा, जुडिशरी के खिलाफ कौन खड़ा होगा, लोकायुक्त के खिलाफ कौन खड़ा होगा, ये साफ दिखने में आ रहा है। मेरी बेटी का PM2 कराने के लिए मेरा राइट था, मुझे फोर्स किया जा रहा था पहले दिन से कि मैं बॉडी ले लूं और इसको क्रिमिनेट कर दूं ताकि इनके सारे साक्ष्य जो है ख़त्म हो जाए। अभी मैंने कल बॉडी PM2 के लिए अप्लाई किया, कमिश्नर साहब ने ओके किया, फिर बाद में मुझे पता चला कि कमिश्नर साहब के पास में कुछ प्रेशर आया हुआ है, वट एवर द रीज़न। उन्होंने बोला कि ये आपको जुडिशरी से आपको इसकी परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी। जब जुडिशरी से परमिशन का मतलब ये है कि कल कोर्ट के पास एक एंटीसिपेटरी बेल की जो दूसरा समर सिंह है उसकी एंटीसिपेटरी बेल लगी हुई है, मतलब डायरी एक जगह एंगेज रहेगी, दूसरी जगह मुझे करने के लिए कम से कम काफ़ी टाइम घुमा दिया जाएगा। अभी जब बॉडी जो है 3 से 5 डिग्री पर रखी गई थी जबकि इनको पता था कि ये PM2 के लिए जाने वाली है, तो आज मैंने सुबह जब एप्लीकेशन दी है और जब लोग गए हैं यहाँ से तब स्पेशल स्ट्रेस के बाद बॉडी को -4 में रखा गया है।
It was a cousin and the father of Twisha speaking to NDTV. We're going to keep tracking that story. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, we keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Tuvendu Adhikari leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats. An election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in. Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchan, what's going on here?
Khela ho be.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force.
This holds, Pradeep Gupta will be dancing. Joining us now, live and exclusive on NDTV, the architect of this historic victory.
जनता को बधाई दे रहा हूँ.
To all our viewers who've joined us in this long day, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
What seems settled for me is
We have news coming in, breaking news of a train that's caught fire. We're talking about a passenger train that has been on fire, coach. This is in Bihar. Well, the fast passenger train caught fire. The fire is due to suspected short circuit. The fire was brought under control by the fire brigade, and the incident happened at the platform number 6 of the Sasaram railway station in Bihar. Raman, my colleague, joining in order to get us details. We have visuals playing out on our screen. This is very, very tragic what's happened here. What really happened? Because, what we are made to believe at this point, sources coming out with, what really caused this fire could perhaps be a short circuit. So what we see, there's, that train that's been, of course, set on fire. This is a fire that erupted because, from what they are suspecting, could be a short circuit. And this was a train that was on the platform. This was platform number 6 at this railway station in Sasaram in Bihar. So we have a coach of the Sasaram Patna fast passenger train that caught fire, and the fire was due to suspected short circuit. It has been brought under control. The incident took place early this morning at platform number 6 of the railway station in Sasaram in Bihar. We have Raman joining us. Raman, what kind of details do you have? Because from what we can see is that the train was at the platform. Were there any people inside? Is everyone safe? Because we do know that the fire has now been brought under control.
Well, it's an incident which happened on the platform number 6 at the Sasaram railway station, and in that incident, the passenger train caught fire. A coach of Patna Sasaram fast passenger train caught fire, and this is a kind of a slightly huge kind of fire inside the coach, and fire due to suspected short circuit was occurred inside the coach. Fire was brought under control by the fire brigade. Incident happened at platform number 6. While this is the incident which is happening inside the coach, and the railway is taking control of the situation, and right now no one has got severe injured in that incident.
Right. Thank you so much for getting us those details. We have breaking news coming in out of Tamil Nadu, and it's a DMK targeting Kolathur after Stalin, MK Stalin, of course, the earlier chief minister, has lost out. The DMK MLA calls voters worthless is Anita Radhakrishnan, the DMK MLA who has spoken on the matter and said that only 4 more months as far as this government is concerned will survive. There is one person called Adav Arjuna. If you have the guts, you need to resign your MLA's position. I will also do it. Come and let's face off. And that is, of course, the warning that's being put out there to the ruling government of the DMK. And this is the outgoing government of the DMK warning the TVK government of Vijay.
இன்னும் 4 மாதம் தான் இந்த ஆட்சி இருக்கும் என்பதை நான் சொல்லிக்கொள்ள கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். இது போக ஆதவர்த்தனாங்கிறவன் ஒருத்தர் இருக்கான். ஆதவர்த்தனாங்கிறவன் என்ன நினைச்சா, நீ தைரியம் திராணி இருந்தா உன்னுடைய சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர் பதவியை ராஜினாமா பண்ணு, நானும் ராஜினாமா பண்றேன், பாரியா திருச்சி வந்திருக்க போட்டு பார்ப்போம், போட்டு பார்ப்போமா, நீ வளர்ந்துட்டான்னா என்ன செய்ய முடியும்? இது எந்த வகையிலும் எவரையும் வீழ்த்தி விடுவோம். அந்த வகையிலே திருச்சி தேர்தல் எங்களுடைய தளபதி போட்டியிட வேண்டும் என்ற தீர்மானத்தை இன்றைக்கு காலையில் நாங்கள் வச்சிருக்கோம். எங்களுடைய தன்ன தொகுதி எப்படி தெரியுமா, அப்படியே சிங்கப்பூர் மாதிரி மாற்றி வச்சிருந்தாரு. ஆனா கேடுகட்ட அந்த தொகுதி மக்கள் அந்த வகையிலே தளபதி தான் அடுத்த முதலமைச்சர். 4 மாசம் 6 மாசம் கழிச்சு.
Vijay, my colleague, joining us. Vijay, after the MK Stalin government had conceded defeat gracefully, so here we have an MLA from the DMK saying that MK Stalin will be back and it will only take 4 to 6 months for their leader to become the chief minister again.
Divya, that's right. Many DMK MLAs and DMK leaders are so disappointed with MK Stalin defeat at Kolathur constituency from where he contested. So now DMK MLA from Tiruchendur constituency, Anita Radhakrishnan, expressed his frustration, saying that blaming the Kolathur constituency people, saying that the people are worthless. They defeated MK Stalin, who actually made the constituency similar to Singapore. However, he said we have passed a resolution saying that our leader MK Stalin should contest again from Trichy East, from where Vijay contested and won, and he had resigned. Now they have passed resolution saying that only 6 months, 6 or 4 months only the present TVK government will survive, and very soon the elections will happen, and our leader MK Stalin will become chief minister. This is what Anita Radhakrishnan had expressed. But however, DMK had to take decision on that. Even MK Stalin himself, after the defeat, visited Kolathur constituency and expressed his gratitude to the voters, and even he posted on X platform saying that victory and defeat are part of democracy. We should accept the people's mandate.
Right. Thank you so much, Vijay, for getting us details. And of course, the DMK MLA taking pot shots at the Vijay-led government. Now we're slipping into a very short break. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for watching.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
The results with the BJP winning more than 200 seats clearly answer those questions. Our teams on the ground, in the studios, in the newsroom, we keep tracking every twist. We try to stay away from the noise, try to use the election analytics to bring the coverage together for you. 90% voting is not common. That's 140 elections with less than 70%. Tuvendu Adhikari leading at this moment. 5 states, 824 assembly seats. An election that felt more like a war.
Again going to shift focus to West Bengal, bring in our colleagues from the ground as well.
We've got some breaking news just coming in. Kanchan Gupta to wear this morning. Green was not one of them. Kanchanda, what's going on here?
Khela hobe.
Vijay is finishing off every existing political force.
This holds, Pradeep Gupta will be dancing. Joining us now, live and exclusive on NDTV, the architect of this historic victory.
जनता को बधाई दे रहा हूं.
To all our viewers who've joined us in this long day, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
Launch control 0 to 100.
It's 8 a.m. on a Monday morning and you are watching The Breakfast Show on NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you this morning with news from across the country and around the world. Let's begin with the top headlines. From uranium transfer to frozen assets, The United States sets 5 conditions in response to Iran's proposal as the stalemate in the Strait of Hormuz deepens and the deadlock over talks continues. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been conferred Sweden's highest honour, the Royal Order of the Polar Star. The award recognizes exceptional public service and contributions to Swedish interests. This, in fact, marks the Prime Minister's 31st international honour. The architect of the Congress has come back after 2 unprecedented back-to-back terms by the left-led LDF. BD Satheesan will take oath today in Keralam with 20 members of his cabinet. CNG prices are hiked again in the National Capital Region. This is the second increase in 2 days and it pushes Delhi rates past 80 rupees per kg. Opposition parties have lashed out at the government after the price hike, calling it a Modi government-made crisis. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu announces financial incentives of 30,000 rupees for the birth of a third child and 40,000 rupees for a fourth as part of efforts to reverse the state's declining population trend. But this has now sparked a row in the state.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
All right, we begin with news coming in this morning. Before the Congress in Keralam actually officially takes oath, led by VD Satheesan, we have the Congress actually projecting a message of unity. Mr. Ramesh Tenithala has hailed ties with the Muslim League, categorically saying we have a secular alliance. He is confirming that all the talks are final as far as cabinet formation is concerned and that 20 people will be taking an oath today. Mr. Tenithala has categorically said our alliance will perform better in Keralam. We've got a reaction from him lined up for you this morning. Listen in.
See, the alliance with the Muslim League is not for today, not started from today. For last 4 decades, there is an alliance with the Muslim League. So that alliance is intact. And this is a secular alliance. We will continue to do with the alliance. And also this alliance will give a better performance and better governance to the people of Kerala.
Well, many say that Mr. Ramesh Tenithala is actually defending the Congress party's relationship with the Muslim League, saying the UDF remains a secular alliance and insisting that this coalition will perform even better politically going forward. Ashwin with us for further clarity and what to expect today. Ashwin, we know the action will begin post 10 a.m. Take us through the plan of action for the day and the agenda.
Well, today all the important guests have already reached Thiruvananthapuram. We can hear, we have Rahul Gandhi who has come, Priyanka Gandhi has come, and Mallikarjun Kharge is also expected to be here. He has, what we know is that he has already reached Thiruvananthapuram. Apart from that, the Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah as well as DK Shivakumar along with Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister is also going to be attending the swearing-in ceremony, which is expected to begin at 10 a.m. Now, what we also know is that the ministers will also be taking the oath along with the Chief Minister, 20 of them. Out of that, 5 are from the Muslim League, and the remaining allies, which includes the RSP, the CMP, as well as Joseph Group and Jacob Group. Both of them will get 1 seat each as a minister. So VD Satheesan is all set to take charge today, and it is expected that the guarantee schemes which Rahul Gandhi has announced will be the first thing that this government, once the formation of the government is done, will be signing on, which includes collateral-free loans to entrepreneurs, women getting, college-going women getting 1,000 rupees every month, and also free bus rides for all the women in the state in public transport.
Well, Ashwin, do stay on with us. We have a lot to unpack with you. It does remain to be seen, considering Ramesh Tenithala's remarks, how carefully the UDF now balances minority outreach while also preventing opponents from communalizing political discourse. Ashwin, do stay on with us. We have a lot more to unpack. Well, it's the big day in Keralam as Congress's VD Satheesan is set to take oath as Chief Minister of God's own country alongside 20 cabinet ministers. Mr. Satheesan and senior leader Ramesh Chennithala, they are set to be sworn in as ministers today. A big day in Keralam. In fact, they will be sworn in alongside a 20-member cabinet which includes the UDF allies from IUML, KCJ and RSP. This marks the first oath for a Congress-led UDF government in Keralam in over 6 decades. Major UDF ally IUML has secured 5 cabinet berths in the new government, underlining both its electoral importance and also negotiating strength within this alliance. Politically, as you can tell, this is hugely symbolic for the Congress, especially the transition. This high-profile oath event will be attended by senior Congress leaders, including Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi, the Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, also Member of Parliament Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, to signal the importance of this Keralam victory for the party nationally.
केरला में आज स्वेरिंग इन सेरेमनी है। सतीशन वोट ले रहे हैं, उनके साथ सभी कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर्स भी वोट लेंगे और ईडीएफ के जो भी मिनिस्टर्स हैं वो भी वोट लेंगे और एक बहुत बड़ा जलसा आज हम मनाने जा रहे हैं। तो ये अनप्रेसिडेंटेड विक्ट्री है। इतनी ज़्यादा संख्या में वहाँ पर आज तक नहीं हुआ, तो ये पहली बार इतनी संख्या में आए हैं। सबको खुशी है, इसलिए सब हम मिलके जा रहे हैं।
Ashwin continues to be with us. Ashwin, break down for us, what does this new cabinet look like and has it been politically balanced carefully?
Well, of the 20 ministers which are there, 14 of the ministers are first-time ministers. So that is a freshness that is there. At the same time, they will have to prove their efficiency. And also remember, Parameshwar, the Chief Minister is the first time he is even having an executive power.
Absolutely.
It's the first time a Chief Minister of Kerala is going to be having executive power. So certainly that is also another important thing. Now, another important thing is of Muslim League, which has now got 5 ministers. Now these 5 ministers, the portfolios which will be shared, which is likely to be, industries, PWD, and probably even education, which the NSS has definitely raised a reservation about. Whether we don't know whether Muslim League will handle it, but certainly it is an important portfolio which normally is given to the Muslim League. Remember, the ties between Indian Union Muslim League and the Congress Party predates to 1970s. That since then this alliance has been formed and it has been formidable. They have never moved out. It was only the alliance first that was there in the Congress Party, and then only for a short while in the 1960s. The Muslim League supported the EMS government then, and then which led to eventually, while the Muslim League was part of the left government, led to the formation of Malappuram district itself. After that, they came out and they have been part of the Congress Party since 1977. So this is a part. This is an important ally for the Indian National Congress, and certainly they will be given a due stance over there because of the 27 seats they had contested. They have won in 22 seats, and this is the second best performer in the UDF race. So certainly they will have an important portfolio, and that will be one of the most important tool that will be used by the BJP, especially to target the Congress Party. And of course, we have 3 BJP MLAs also in the floor of the assembly this time, which is the first time that's going to happen. So they will also be looking very closely at what are the policy decisions that this government will be taking. If there is any particular kind of appeasement policy with this government is going to be there. So there's going to be a check and balance. At the same time, it's a pretty new team that VD Satheesan has got. One important thing also has to be said, that most of the men who are there, ministers, are definitely those who have been siding KC Venugopal.
Right.
Even Ramesh Chennithala, who is there as a minister candidate, he had asked for Anwar Sadat, his right-hand man, to be given the ministerial seat, which was denied. So none of Ramesh Chennitala's men are there, none of only 2 people, of VD Satheesan, who are close to VD Satheesan, are part of the cabinet. Rest all or KC Venugopal men. So the power play continues. At the same time, the responsibilities on VD Satheesan to prove himself.
Indeed. Ashwin, do stay on with us as I break down the details further for our viewers. Well, you know, VD Satheesan reached this point because the political pressure around his name became too large for the Congress leadership to ignore. By the end of the election campaign, VD Satheesan had become the public face of the UDF's fight against the left government. Workers, they rallied around him. Young Congress leaders gravitated towards him. Even many neutral political observers, we're told, increasingly saw him as the natural claimant to the top post if the UDF won. Then came the most important tactical move. Satheesan actually held his line. Sources say he made clear early that he wanted the chief minister's post and he was unwilling to settle for a secondary role in the government. He made that quite clear, and that changed the negotiation entirely. Because once a leader publicly and politically signals chief minister or nothing, compromise actually becomes harder for the party leadership to impose quietly. And crucially, VD Satheesan did not blink even when alternative names gained traction inside Congress circles. His refusal to serve as minister under KC Venugopal, as we had earlier reported, created enormous pressure, we're told, on the High Command, because any attempt to sideline him carried political risk immediately after victory. And obviously, the allies mattered too. Key UDF partners, particularly sections within the IUML and other alliance players, they were seen backing Satheesan strongly, and that support gave his claim greater coalition legitimacy as well, and prevented this contest from remaining just an internal Congress factional issue. Also, you must note, there was the Karnataka factor that played a role. Inside Congress circles, there was visible anxiety about avoiding another prolonged post-election power struggle like in Karnataka, where leadership questions and factional balancing became politically messy and also publicly damaging, some would argue. The party wanted closure and fast. And finally, VD Satheesan secured backing from sections of the Kerala Congress old guard as momentum shifted decisively in his favour after the results. We're also told Sonia Gandhi played a role behind the scenes. Once that happened, resistance inside the system weakened rapidly. And well, as experts often say in politics, leaders often become inevitable before they become official. And that's exactly what happened with VD Satheesan. We have fresh visuals coming in this morning of VD Satheesan just before him and his cabinet finally take oath today, formally post 10 a.m. Ashwin, tracking the latest on what we should expect during the course of the day today. Ashwin, first of all, break down the plan of action for the day for VD Satheesan and his crew. And also, does this outcome strengthen state-level leadership within the Congress? Or is the chatter on the ground that it simply reflects one exceptional political moment?
Well, today what we can expect is that it's going to be the stadium, Central Stadium is expected to have a capacity of 50,000. You know, there are seating arrangements only have been made for almost 15,000 people, and lots of people, Congress supporters, are all trickling in. There's going to be a huge crowd for sure. This is going to be a big event. Initially there were tents that were initially set up, but then it was decided that more tents need to be set up on the periphery. Therefore, it is going to be a big event for sure, which will be witnessed by all the top Congress leaders of the state. And not just that, it will also have Karnataka Chief Minister, Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister, of course Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, Kharge, and it is something which it's a bugle for 2029 is what we're hearing from the Congress camp. Because now this is a position of victory which Congress wants to move ahead towards 2029. So therefore, the posturing for it is also important. And that is what the Congress camp believes. And certainly, this comes at a time when they were also expecting Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay to also be part of it. But what it has been confirmed that he is not going to be attending it. But apart from that, we can expect a large crowd to witness this event. The 13th Chief Minister of Kerala being sworn in as VD Satheesan.
Right, as always, Ashwin, thank you so much for joining us with the latest. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. Well, on that note, let's turn our attention to other crucial stories we're tracking. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu announced financial incentives of 30,000 rupees for the birth of a third child and 40,000 rupees for a fourth child as part of efforts to reverse the state's declining population trend. But that has now sparked a row in the state. The Congress has hit out at the Andhra Pradesh government's move and criticized this decision, questioning practicality of such policy. In fact, the Congress party has called this move foolish and hit out asking why such a policy was not talked about in the national context. The TDP, meanwhile, have defended the Chief Minister's policy, stating that such a policy was a necessity to counter the falling fertility ratios in the state and that this policy was to aid future generations. All right, on that note, let's also turn our attention to now how it's been 30 days and there's one name everywhere, Twisha Krishnan. Whether it's viral social media moments, whether it's the massive buzz around Karuppu, Twisha has dominated headlines, many would say, and fan conversations alike. Even amid cancelled screenings and online frenzy, the hype only grew stronger. 2 decades into cinema, Twisha continues to prove why she remains one of South India's biggest stars. Take a look.
30 days and one name everywhere. From social media storms to standing ovations, the actor has turned every appearance into a headline moment. It began with Trisha's emotional post, "Love is always louder." 4 words that sent the internet into an overdrive. Fans rallied behind her, trolls went into a meltdown mode, and suddenly, Trisha was no longer just trending. She was owning the narrative. Then came the nostalgia wave. Old clips resurfaced, iconic songs returned to reels. And fans reminded everyone why Trisha remains one of South cinema's most enduring stars. 2 decades in the industry, yet the fandom only seems to grow louder. But beyond the glamour, this month spoke volumes of Trisha's resilience. Even before its release, Trisha's film Karuppu had already become one of the biggest talking points in Tamil cinema. From delayed screenings to massive online frenzy, the film found itself at the center of non-stop buzz. Despite Tamil Nadu government granting special permission for 9 AM shows, theatres across the state were forced to cancel screening amid reported financial hurdles. As confusion mounted, anxious fans flooded ticketing platforms and social media, desperately searching for updates. Even amid uncertainty, the hype refused to slow down. Advance booking reportedly crossed ₹7 crore, exhibitors openly backed the team, and fan anticipation only intensified. Just silent confidence and a fan base that refused to look away. From silver screen queen to social media phenomenon. With endless viral posts and unending buzz, social media for 1 month has had only one main character, Twisha Krishnan. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Well, meanwhile, you must know the pressure from the West Asia crisis is now beginning to hit Indian consumers more directly. CNG prices were hiked again in the national capital region. This is, in fact, the second increase in 2 days, and it pushes Delhi rates past 80 rupees per kg. Opposition parties have lashed out at the government after the price hike, calling it a Modi government-made crisis. CNG prices have gone up by 1 rupee per kilogram, and this was the second CNG price hike in Delhi NCR, as I mentioned, since the 15th of May. The Congress has blamed the government for failing to tackle the impact of the Gulf conflict, saying common people are suffering while Prime Minister Narendra Modi is abroad. But the BJP has hit back, accusing Rahul Gandhi of irresponsible remarks and claiming India has seen only a minimal fuel price hike despite global disruptions caused by this war. We've lined up crucial political reactions for you this morning. You need to listen to these.
डीजल और पेट्रोल के दाम इतने बढ़ा रहे हैं, मोदी जी अगर यही इलेक्शन के पहले करते तो मालूम होता था। उन्होंने ये बातें सब छुपा के रख के इन्फ्लेशन अगर इसका इफेक्ट अगर लोगों पे पड़ा तो इलेक्शन में, चुनाव में इसको बहुत बड़ा उनको धक्का होगा। इसीलिए उन्होंने ये किया कि इलेक्शन के इमीडिएटली बाद में पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस सबके दाम बढ़ाए। तो इससे ये दर्शाता है कि फोरसाइटेडनेस हमारे बीजेपी को, सरकार को, मोदी साहब को नहीं है।
तेलंगाना सरकार 36-37% वैट कलेक्ट करते हैं हर लोगों के ऊपर। क्यों आप लोग अगर जनता के ऊपर प्रेम है तो क्यों नहीं करते? हम किए ना। मोदी सरकार, बीजेपी सरकार, हम वैट कम किया है अलग अलग स्टेट्स में, आप क्यों नहीं किया है? कांग्रेस पार्टी, राहुल गांधी गलत प्रचार करते हैं। राहुल गांधी गैर जिम्मेदारी के साथ ये रेट बढ़ाना नहीं बढ़ाना आज भारत का इश्यू नहीं है। सारी दुनिया से आज पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स खरीद के लाते हैं। लगभग 40 देशों से भारत सरकार पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स खरीद रहे हैं, 40 देशों से।
देखिए, पेट्रोल और डीजल और सीएनजी और गैस के जो दाम हैं पूरे दुनिया में बहुत बढ़े हुए हैं। कहीं 40%, कहीं 44%, कहीं 20%। सिर्फ भारत है जहां इसको सिर्फ 3% के आसपास ही बढ़ा है। पूरे दुनिया में सऊदी अरब में नहीं बढ़ा है। उसके बाद पहला देश भारत है जहां पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस, सीएनजी के दाम में सबसे कम रेशियो में बढ़ोतरी हुई है। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दुरागमी जो नीति है उसका नतीजा है।
No, it all shows the failure of Modi government, and there is a war going on. Everybody knows who should be held responsible for that war. It is US, Israel, and Prime Minister went to Israel and made a speech expressing complete support of India to Israel. After he left Israel, US, Israel aligned and they launched war in Iran. That has led to economic devastation all over the world, and it has led to energy crisis all over the world.
See, this government is going berserk on this fuel hike for the past few years, and especially after the elections. What is more important is, especially in CNG, CNG was brought in keeping in mind the pollution hazards. Now if CNG prices are hiked and brought almost on par with petrol and diesel, so why will people buy and use CNG?
Well, as I mentioned, this is now the second increase in just 2 days, pushing CNG prices in Delhi beyond the 80 per kilogram mark, and also intensifying concerns over transport costs, also household budgets and inflationary pressure. My colleague Ishika tracking all the finer developments and the impact on the ground as well. She joins us live this morning. Ishika, is there palpable anger on the ground among consumers as the pressure from this West Asia crisis is now beginning to hit Indian consumers more directly?
Well, Parmeshwar, we have been talking, to the people here, to the residents here, and we have seen a kind of mixed reaction over the price hike, be it of the CNG or be it petrol or diesel. And as you rightly mentioned, we have seen how, in fact, the CNG prices have risen for the second time in 2 days, which means that if you take the cab aggregator services, that is going to be costlier. But certainly over this, the politics now has intensified with the opposition parties like the Congress party slamming the government and in fact saying that this shows that this is the failure of the central government, and in fact has also termed it as a Modi-made crisis, saying that why was the government not able to see this earlier, and also in fact questioning the timing of this, alleging that this was allegedly postponed during the election and was implemented right after the election results. While what we have heard from the government so far, the government has maintained that this has been done to balance the prices so that the impact can be minimal on the Indian consumers, and this is a minimal hike when you compare it to the global price hike. So certainly the politics over this continues to intensify, while it is certainly the people here on the ground who continue to be on the suffering end. Over to you.
As always, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. All right, let's switch tracks now. Twisha Sharma, a 33-year-old Noida woman, was found dead 5 months after her marriage. While Twisha's family claims harassment, the in-laws say the death was by suicide. Twisha's father, meanwhile, says Twisha's husband and mother-in-law, a retired judge, are the main culprits in this case. And in the latest, we're now told, Twisha Sharma's last Instagram chat has also surfaced, where she had written to her friend on how she feels trapped in her marriage. The final 15 minutes before Twisha's death have now become the biggest focus of this investigation because, according to the family, you must note, Twisha called her mother at 10:05 p.m. and spoke about alleged harassment at her matrimonial home. At 10:20 p.m., which is 15 minutes after, the family was informed that Twisha was not breathing, raising serious questions about what really happened during those crucial 15 minutes. Just yesterday, Twisha's father and cousin spoke to NDTV, I beg your pardon, describing their ordeal. They are currently distraught. Here's what they told us.
मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगी कि अभी तक पुलिस ने जो भी कार्यवाही करी है उससे परिवार कितना संतुष्ट है, और इस बात में कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जो दूसरा पक्ष है वो एक रसूखदार पक्ष है, उनका अपना एक इन्फ्लुएंशियल बैकग्राउंड है। क्या वो कहीं ना कहीं इस क्रिमिनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन की फेयरनेस को, एक जो ऑब्जेक्टिविटी होनी चाहिए, उसको इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहा है, उसको प्रभावित कर रहा है? आशीष जी।
Yes, madam, absolutely. The moment we realized that our daughter has passed, the moment we got the call that she is no more, the 3 words that were spoken to us, we immediately started from Delhi, from Ajmer. The family came here, and after coming here, all we have witnessed is horror when we saw the dead body of my sister, the injuries that she was carrying, the continuous denial in admitting the crime, the repeated and continuous approach of the police to not get the FIR registered, the continuous struggle that we had, the entire family running from pillar to post, sometimes sitting on one thana, sometimes on the other thana, the Women Commission, the Mahila Thana, the Human Rights Commission, the Office of the Commissioner of the Police. We were made to run from pillar to post, and it was only after 3 days, that too at 2:30 in the morning of the night of 15th, that the FIR was registered. That too in a very shoddy manner. Thereafter, we have been witnessing the grant of bail almost uncontested. The proceedings conducted under undue pressure in the chamber of the judiciary. The family heckled outside the chamber. What makes the courts getting changed not once, not twice, thrice, even the 4th time, from 9:30 to 5 till in the evening, the courts are getting changed. There must be some certain reason behind it.
नवनिधि जी, मैं आपके पास आना चाहूँगी। परिवार के लिए, आपके लिए एक बहुत दुख का समय है, पर मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगी कि इस दुर्घटना के पहले परिवार में किस तरह की परिस्थितियाँ थी? त्विशा ने आपको क्या कभी परिवार के आपसी रिश्तों के बारे में, समीकरणों के बारे में कुछ भी खुलकर बताया? नवनिधि जी।
एक बाप होने के नाते बेटी तभी अप्रोच करना चाहती है अपने फादर को जब चीज़ें बहुत एक्सट्रीम सिचुएशन में पहुंच जाती हैं
जी।
और इस बात का इंडिकेशन उसने कई बार मुझको दिया कि पापा अगर मेरी बात नहीं बनी तो मैं इनको छोड़ के चली आऊँगी, मैं जो है आगे इनके साथ नहीं रहना चाहती हूँ। मैंने बेटी को कई बार बोला कि बेटे गलत डिसीज़न हो जाता है कई बार, इसको आप जो है हम इसको मानेंगे कि हमसे बहुत बड़ी भूल हुई और आप जब आपको ऐसा लगे तो आप चली आना। और उसने अपने टिकट्स भी करा रखे थे, जो टिकट जानबूझ करके कैंसिल कराए गए। हमारे भी टिकट थे जाने के, हम उसको लेके जाने वाले थे, वो भी कैंसिल कराए गए। ये एक बहुत सुनियोजित षड्यंत्र के तहत हत्या हुई है और मैं इसमें आज हिचक कर नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं आपको खुल करके बताना चाहता हूँ। इनके बहुत क्लोज रिलेटिव हैं जो MP के लोकायुक्त हैं, जिनका नाम है मिस्टर सत्येंद्र सिंह, और आज तक जो भी मुझे जो लाचारी सिस्टम की दिखने की आई है कि लोकायुक्त के खिलाफ तो कोई खड़ा ही नहीं होगा, जुडिशरी के खिलाफ कौन खड़ा होगा, लोकायुक्त के खिलाफ कौन खड़ा होगा, ये साफ दिखने में आ रहा है। मेरी बेटी का PM2 कराने के लिए मेरा राइट था, मुझे फोर्स किया जा रहा था पहले दिन से कि मैं बॉडी ले लूँ और इसको क्रिमिनेट कर दूँ ताकि इनके सारे साक्ष्य जो है ख़त्म हो जाए। अभी मैंने कल बॉडी PM2 के लिए अप्लाई किया, कमिश्नर साहब ने ओके किया, फिर बाद में मुझे पता चला कि कमिश्नर साहब के पास में कुछ प्रेशर आया हुआ है, वट एवर द रीज़न। उन्होंने बोला कि ये आपको जुडिशरी से आपको इसकी परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी। जब जुडिशरी से परमिशन का मतलब ये है कि कल कोर्ट के पास एक एंटीसिपेटरी बेल की, जो दूसरा समर सिंह है उसकी एंटीसिपेटरी बेल लगी हुई है, मतलब डायरी एक जगह एंगेज रहेगी, दूसरी जगह मुझे करने के लिए कम से कम काफ़ी टाइम घुमा दिया जाएगा। अभी जब बॉडी जो है 3 से 5 डिग्री पर रखी गई थी, जबकि इनको पता था कि ये PM2 के लिए जाने वाली है, तो आज मैंने सुबह जब एप्लीकेशन दी है और जब लोग गए हैं यहाँ से, तब स्पेशल स्ट्रेस के बाद बॉडी को -4 में रखा गया।
Meanwhile, my colleague Divyankar has filed a ground report from the parents' house in Noida. Here's what he found.
भोपाल में रिटायर्ड जज गिरबाला सिंह की बहू ट्विशा शर्मा के सुसाइड के मामले में नए जो खुलासे हैं वो हो रहे हैं और NDTV की टीम की मौजूदगी ट्विशा शर्मा के जो ग्रेटर नोएडा वाला घर है उसके ठीक बाहर है और मेरे ठीक पीछे जो ये सोसाइटी आप देख पाएंगे 16th एवेन्यू गौर सिटी 2, इसी सोसाइटी में जो K ब्लॉक है वहाँ पर ट्विशा शर्मा अपने माता पिता के साथ रहती थी और जो जानकारी मिली है उसके मुताबिक ट्विशा ने जो 11-12 मई की रात में भोपाल के कटारा हिल्स इलाके में 31 साल की ट्विशा शर्मा ने फांसी लगाकर आत्महत्या कर ली थी और जिसके बाद मायके पक्ष ने उसकी सास रिटायर्ड जज गिरबाला सिंह और जो पति ट्विशा के हैं समर सिंह पर दहेज के लिए प्रताड़ित करने के आरोप लगाए हैं और जो शॉर्ट पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट अभी तक सामने आई है उसमें हैंगिंग बताई गई है वजह है जिसके चलते ट्विशा की मौत हुई है और कई जगहों पर शरीर में चोट भी जो है वो भी मिली है और ससुराल पक्ष ने अंतिम संस्कार के लिए शव मांगा तो मायके पक्ष यानी ट्विशा के जो परिवार वाले हैं माता पिता हैं उन्होंने इससे इनकार कर दिया है। और आपको बता दें कि ट्विशा मूल रूप से जो नोएडा है यहीं पर बीते 15 सालों से अपने माता पिता के साथ रह रही थी और 1 साल पहले जो शादी है उनकी भोपाल में हुई थी। रिटायर्ड जज के परिवार की वो बहू थी, लेकिन किन परिस्थितियों में उनकी मौत हुई ये लगातार सवालों के घेरे में है। इसी को लेकर ट्विशा शर्मा के जो पिता हैं वो ससुराल वालों पर लगातार आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि उनकी तरफ से लगातार ट्विशा को प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा था और जिसके चलते ट्विशा ने जो सुसाइड जैसा कदम है वो उठाया।
Well, you know, the investigation into the death of Twisha Sharma is now focusing intensely on the final 15 minutes before she was declared dead. According to her family, Twisha called her mother at 10:05 p.m. on the 12th of May and spoke about alleged harassment at her matrimonial home. Her brother says the call disconnected abruptly after Twisha's husband entered the room, and what happened next is now central to this case. The family says they repeatedly tried contacting Twisha, her husband and other family members, but they received no response initially. But at around 10:15 p.m., the in-laws allegedly answered the call. The family says they urged them to immediately check on Twisha. Then at approximately 10:20 p.m., the family was informed that Twisha was not breathing. She was later taken to a hospital and declared dead on arrival. Police have registered a case against the husband and mother-in-law under charges including dowry harassment and abetment to suicide. Investigators, meanwhile, are now examining call records, digital evidence, also forensic findings, to establish whether the timeline and statements actually align consistently. And of course, beyond the investigation itself, this case is once again raising disturbing questions around alleged harassment within marriages, delayed intervention, and whether warning signs communicated privately are being recognized too late. My colleague Harpreet is tracking the latest for us. She joins us live at the moment. Harpreet, we're given to understand investigators are now closely examining the final 15-minute timeline before Twisha Sharma's death.
अब बिल्कुल देखिए, ट्विशा के परिजनों का भी यही कहना है कि बहुत जल्दबाजी में ये पोस्टमार्टम किया गया है और इस पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट पर उन्हें भरोसा नहीं है। ये पोस्टमार्टम भोपाल एम्स में किया गया है। मौत की वजह बताई गई है कि उसके गले में फंदा लगा था और उसने खुद फंदा लगाकर आत्महत्या की है। परिजन पिछले 7 दिन से यही मांग कर रहे हैं कि ट्विशा का एक और पोस्टमार्टम यानी सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम दिल्ली एम्स में करवाया जाए, जिसमें उनको सही रिपोर्ट की उम्मीद है। उनका कहना है कि जो ससुराल वाले हैं वो कह रहे हैं, पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है वो कह रही है कि ट्विशा ने आत्महत्या की है, उसने फंदा लगाकर खुद को मौत के घाट उतार दिया। लेकिन ट्विशा के परिजनों का कहना है कि ये थ्योरी गलत है। ट्विशा को मारा गया है, उसकी बॉडी में पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में मल्टीपल इंजरीज भी मिली हैं, यानी कि पहले उसे मारा पीटा गया और बाद में जब उसकी मौत हो गई तो फांसी के फंदे पर चढ़ाकर इसे आत्महत्या बता दिया गया। इस पूरे मामले में सबसे दर्दनाक पहलू ये है कि ट्विशा की मौत 12 मई को हुई थी और आज तक उसका शव भोपाल एम्स के मोर्चुरी में रखा हुआ है। परिजनों ने अभी तक शव नहीं लिया है। उनका कहना है जब तक न्याय नहीं मिलेगा, पोस्टमार्टम दिल्ली एम्स में करवाने की अनुमति नहीं मिलेगी, तब तक वो ट्विशा का शव भोपाल एम्स मोर्चुरी से नहीं लेंगे। 7 दिन बीत चुके हैं और भोपाल एम्स के डॉक्टर्स ने भी पुलिस को कहा है कि बॉडी डिकम्पोज होना शुरू हो सकती है। ऐसे में परिजनों को कहा जाए कि वो ट्विशा का शव लें और उसका अंतिम संस्कार करें। फिलहाल आज ट्विशा के पति की अग्रिम याचिका जो जमानत की लगी है उस पर सुनवाई होनी है और ये उम्मीद भी की जा रही है कि पुलिस भी कोर्ट में अपील कर सकती है कि ट्विशा के परिजन उसकी डेड बॉडी भोपाल एम्स से लें और उसका अंतिम संस्कार करें। तो फिलहाल आज देखना होगा कि क्या ये अनुमति पुलिस की तरफ से परिजनों को दी जाएगी, इसके साथ ही क्या उसके पति को आज जमानत मिलेगी या नहीं, या फिर सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम की अनुमति ट्विशा के परिजनों को मिलेगी। जी।
Well, as Harpreet is reporting from Bhopal, Twisha's family is raising questions about the post-mortem that's already been conducted, requesting for a fresh one to be conducted at AIIMS, Delhi. Harpreet, meanwhile, we are given to understand the family has alleged pressure surrounding termination of a pregnancy and also the transfer of financial assets.
बिल्कुल देखिए, परिजनों का यही कहना है कि वो बिल्कुल भी तब तक अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करेंगे जब तक कि सेकंड पीएम की उन्हें रिपोर्ट नहीं मिल जाती, अनुमति नहीं मिल जाती। जब अनुमति मिलेगी, अगर सेकंड पीएम होगा तो उसकी जो रिपोर्ट होगी उसके बाद वो अंतिम संस्कार करेंगे। लेकिन वो किसी भी बात को, ना पुलिस ना ही शासन की बात को मानने के लिए, कल उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री के ओएसडी से भी मुलाकात की थी, लेकिन परिजन किसी भी हाल में मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। वो कह रहे हैं कि जब तक सेकंड पीएम की अनुमति नहीं मिलेगी वो ट्विशा का अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करेंगे। उसकी डेड बॉडी अभी भी भोपाल एम्स की मोर्चुरी में रखी हुई है। पेच यहीं पर फंस रहा है। उम्मीद है कि आज पुलिस कोर्ट में अपील कर सकती है, जिसके बाद कोर्ट निर्देश ट्विशा के परिवार को दे सकता है कि वो डेड बॉडी ले जाएं। लेकिन देखने वाली बात है कि आज कोर्ट की तरफ से क्या निर्देश मिलेंगे।
Harpreet, as always, thank you so much for breaking down the latest details for us. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. Well, as this investigation into Twisha Sharma's death intensifies, investigators are now trying to answer a series of critical unanswered questions. The first one revolves around timing. What exactly happened between 10:05 p.m. when Twisha last spoke to her mother and 10:20 p.m. when the family says they were informed she was not breathing? Police are now examining call records, statements, and also forensic evidence to reconstruct those final minutes. Then comes the post-mortem findings. The report mentions death due to antemortem hanging actually, but it also notes multiple antemortem injuries on the body. Investigators will now try to determine how those injuries were sustained and whether they are connected to the circumstances surrounding Twisha's death. Another major question is the medical response timeline. As we've already mentioned, the family has alleged there was a delay in taking Twisha to hospital despite the facility actually reportedly being nearby. So police are expected to verify hospital records and movement timelines too. You must note, investigators are also examining why repeated calls made by the family after Twisha's final conversation allegedly went unanswered for several minutes. And finally, investigators may look at whether Twisha had previously shared concerns about the alleged harassment she mentioned with friends, with relatives, or through any online communication, especially after reports of an alleged Instagram conversation have surfaced publicly. So at this stage, police have registered a case of dowry harassment and abetment to suicide, and this investigation remains ongoing. All right, on that note, let's turn our attention now to the Prime Minister's action-packed agenda. He arrived in Sweden after receiving a ceremonial fighter jet escort. He held talks that focused on trade, on artificial intelligence, on defense, and green transition cooperation. In fact, he was awarded Sweden's highest honor in recognition of his exceptional contributions to bilateral ties and visionary leadership. And addressing a joint press briefing, Prime Minister Modi announced that India had elevated ties with Sweden to a strategic partnership, adding that cooperation between the two democracies was important in a turbulent global political landscape. We've got crucial reactions lined up for you. Listen in, followed by my colleague Mohammed Ghazali's report.
कुछ समय पहले मुझे स्वीडन के रॉयल ऑर्डर ऑफ द पोलर स्टार के सर्वोच्च सम्मान से सम्मानित किया गया। ये सिर्फ मेरा सम्मान नहीं है, यह 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का सम्मान है। यह स्वीडन के हमारे उन सभी साथियों का भी सम्मान है जिन्होंने भारत स्वीडन संबंधों को समृद्ध किया, एक मजबूत आधार दिया। भारत और स्वीडन के संबंध लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों, रूल ऑफ लॉ और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक डेवलपमेंट की मजबूत नींव पर आधारित है। हम दोनों इनोवेशन को विकास का माध्यम मानते हैं, सस्टेनेबिलिटी को अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझते हैं और डेमोक्रेसी को अपनी ताकत मानते हैं। आज की बैठक में हमने इन समानताओं के आधार पर आगे बढ़ने पर चर्चा की। हर क्षेत्र में हमारे बढ़ते सहयोग को देखते हुए हमने हमारे संबंधों को स्ट्रैटेजिक पार्टनरशिप के सूत्र में बांधने का निर्णय लिया। इस पार्टनरशिप के अंतर्गत हम ग्रीन ट्रांजिशन, रक्षा, इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज तथा पीपल टू पीपल टाइज जैसे मुख्य स्तंभों पर आगे बढ़ेंगे। आज की तनावपूर्ण वैश्विक स्थिति में भारत और स्वीडन जैसी डेमोक्रेसीज के बीच करीबी सहयोग विशेष महत्व रखता है। विभिन्न तनावों और समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए भारत ने सदैव डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी पर बल दिया है। भारत और स्वीडन सहमत है कि आतंकवाद पूरी मानवता के लिए गंभीर चुनौती है। पिछले वर्ष पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले के बाद हमें स्वीडन से मिले समर्थन के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री क्रिस्टरसन का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हम आतंकवाद और उसके समर्थकों के विरुद्ध लड़ाई जारी रखेंगे। इंडिया EU FTA से इंडस्ट्रीज, इन्वेस्टर्स और इनोवेटर्स के लिए नए अवसर खुलेंगे। उर्सुला जी के शब्दों में कहूं तो यह मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स है। सिक्योरिटी एंड डिफेंस पार्टनरशिप और मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट से हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक और पीपल सेंट्रिक पार्टनरशिप को नई गहराई मिली है। इंडिया EU ट्रेड एंड टेक्नोलॉजी काउंसिल ने हमारी साझेदारी को सशक्त बनाया है।
The European Union, Sweden and India all recognize the immense potential that lies in deepening our partnership, not least when the world is as complicated and unpredictable as it obviously is today. Prime Minister Modi, your visit marks another milestone in this history of India-Sweden relations. Today we have launched a strategic partnership and a joint action plan for our shared objectives. We upgrade and we modernize existing areas of cooperation, and we expand this cooperation to new areas shaping the future. Innovation, emerging technologies, AI, space, and geospatial technology.
Since you hosted me in New Delhi for our groundbreaking EU-India summit, we succeeded indeed in concluding our landmark trade agreement. We call it the mother of all deals. And just look at some of the figures. A shared market of over 2 billion people, that is close to 1/4 of global GDP. Over 90% of tariff cuts. Enormous opportunity to grow trade and investment. From here in Gothenburg, Scandinavia's largest trading port, to Mundra port in your home state in Gujarat, and in doing so, creating jobs and prosperity for our people.
India and Sweden sent out a strong message in the joint statement when Prime Minister spoke about Pahalgam terror attack, saying that how India received Swedish support from the Swedish Prime Minister during the Pahalgam attack, and Prime Minister Modi, while issuing a joint statement alongside Swedish Prime Minister as well as Ursula von der Leyen, the EU Commission President, Prime Minister said that how he is grateful to the Swedish Prime Minister for extending his support during the Pahalgam terror attack. Prime Minister also spoke about that how both the countries condemn terror and know the impact of terrorism on the entire globe. Besides that, before the joint statement was issued, Prime Minister spoke to Swedish Prime Minister. They spoke about a gamut of issues, whether it was clean energy, whether it was innovation, industries. Prime Minister also spoke about that how the India-EU FTA deal, which was announced earlier this year, will open the doors of opportunities for investors across the European region. And it was the statement was backed by Ursula von der Leyen when she said that this entire India-EU FTA deal will happen or will sooner become the mother of all deals. So all the leaders on the stage, be it the Swedish Prime Minister, Indian Prime Minister, the EU President, they all in unison said that perhaps the India-EU FTA deal is going to not just benefit India but the larger European region. And Swedish Prime Minister also backed it by saying that perhaps it will create more than 30,000 jobs in the country as this deal will benefit the entire region. Besides that, Prime Minister is now headed to Norway, where he will be attending the India-Nordic Summit. So two countries in Netherlands first, and now finishing his trip to Sweden. Prime Minister has also given a straight message that whether it's West Asia or Europe, they are all equal partners as part of India's diplomacy.
Meanwhile, US-Iran peace efforts remain deadlocked, with both sides digging in over ceasefire conditions. Donald Trump has posted a Middle East map with arrows pointing at Iran, meanwhile, in his latest. Also, as per US media sources, Donald Trump held a meeting with national security officials to discuss the next phase of the war, and he's not happy with Iran's diplomacy, it seems. The US has laid out key demands now, allowing Iran to keep one nuclear site operational, no compensation for war damages, and a complete halt to hostilities across all fronts. And Iran has rejected the terms as unacceptable and is demanding an end to fighting across the region, including Lebanon, crucially, a halt to the US naval blockade, and compensation for wartime damages. Let's just delve a little deeper for a moment here. We are seeing a new round of very sharp and threatening language coming in from the US president, who said on his Truth Social that the clock is ticking for Iran and that it must move fast or face consequences. These type of statements are being received in Tehran with a very clear message of defiance rather than concessions, as you can imagine. The main reason talks between the US and Iran remain deadlocked is that Donald Trump appears intent on denying Iran any face-saving exit, many experts are arguing. The United States had reportedly placed 5 major conditions before Iran during these ongoing negotiations. The Iranian spokesman for the armed forces has spoken to journalists and said any round of confrontations would only lead to what he described as a new round of crushing and severe blows to America. Washington basically has refused to pay any compensation to Iran for losses caused by earlier sanctions and policy decisions, according to a report by Iran's state media. In addition to this, the US has reportedly demanded that Iran hand over 400 kilograms of enriched uranium to America as part of the negotiations. In fact, another condition mentioned in this report is that only one set of Iran's nuclear facilities should remain operational. The US is also said to have rejected releasing even 25% of Iran's frozen overseas assets. Basically, on the American side, there is a very strong desire to make sure that any deal, even if it entails significant American concessions, is perceived by the world as the Iranians caving to the US side, particularly caving to Trump himself. Trita Parsi, in fact, highlights that both sides naturally want to claim victory, but argued that Trump's current approach makes a breakthrough difficult in the current circumstances. Pradeep Datta joining us with further clarity on the current circumstances. Pradeep, so as the US sets these 5 conditions in the ongoing Iran talks, Tehran categorically saying it will not bow to US pressure, and in fact, a top Iranian official now warning the US to end the siege before the Sea of Oman becomes their graveyard?
Parmeshwar, this is not first time when there has been a stern warning from President Donald Trump. We have seen that this war with Iran has become a kind of a political liability, and somehow he wants to come out of this situation. Ever since he had returned from China, we have seen that he had several rounds of meetings, and on Saturday also he had a meeting with the national security officials in which J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States of America, and also Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, were present. And now they're going to have a second round of meeting today. And maybe during that, they are going to decide about what will be their future course of action. Most probably, they are thinking of the military action once again. A reason being that why the Trump is really getting frustrated is that his popularity back home is also declining. And when he started the war, he said the only option he had left was that he wanted that Iran should not become the new state. But so far as Iran has not given up on their nuclear ambition, they have the 2 sticking points still remain. One is the Strait of Hormuz continues to remain closed, and second, Iran is not ready to hand over enriched uranium to the United States of America. So in such a situation, things are getting really very difficult, and Donald Trump is getting frustrated with the diplomatic approach of Iran. So deadlock over the deal continues, and that's one of the reasons now they have identified some of the target, the military installations we are going to hit upon once Donald Trump is going to put a stamp on that proposal that has already been put before him by the national security officials. Let's see how the things are really going to pan out in the coming hours. So coming 24 to 48 hours are really going to be very crucial. Let's see what really happens next.
You know, in fact, in the latest update, Al Jazeera is actually just reporting a couple of minutes ago that Iran is insisting Strait of Hormuz is now under IRGC military control, and that they're saying that military ships and vessels will not be allowed to transit through the strait at all.
See, if you look at this, is only the change of vocabulary. In fact, it's already both the sides are only playing with the words. If you look at the 5-point proposal from the American side or the 5-point proposal from the Iranian side, in fact, the day one when the war started, these proposals remained almost similar, because what Iran had been saying that they want their hostility to end forever. There should be no attack on the Lebanon side also. And the Hormuz, Iran is totally mentioning that they will have to take permission from IRGC, that means Islamic Revolutionary Guards. They will have to take permission from them. So they will not be allowing any kind of a military ship from that area. The reason being that United States of America had been trying its level best so that they can clear mines and make that area free and fair, free for all the ships to move from that side. So Iran is saying that unless and until they are not going to lift the naval blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed. The situation remains the same what actually it was just 2 weeks back. So there has been the deadlock over the situation. Now it should be seen what really is going to happen. Otherwise, all I can say is this is a jugglery of words and the vocabulary that both from time to time, and the rhetoric is also
it's restricted to just words and vocabulary, because over the past 2 to 3 days, actually, we witnessed a slight increase in the number of ships and vessels that transited through the Strait of Hormuz. About 30 to 40 ships, most of them belonging to Chinese companies. But, you know, over the past 24 hours, we haven't received any reports about any passage of ships and vessels through the critical strait. Daniel Block, foreign affairs expert, has addressed this negotiations deadlock. Here's what he told NDTV.
Yeah, I think a lot of this comes down to the fact that Iran believes it's winning the war. As far as Iran sees it, its strategy is working. It has the upper hand. Trump is frustrated. And I think it's worth diving into the reasons why that is and why it's ready, it seems, to return to fighting. One is that, and you mentioned this earlier, Trump is under a fair amount of domestic pressure. Part of that is because the war is unpopular here. Part of that is because the knock-on effects of the war are unpopular. So the United States is experiencing rising energy prices, like the rest of the world, rising inflation in general. So I think Iran looks at the position the United States is in and says, okay, the United States has been unable to destroy our regime. Sure, it's been able to kill various senior figures, including the former supreme leader, but it hasn't been able to destroy the Islamic Republic. This war is dragging down his approval ratings. He clearly wants it to be over. He's clearly frustrated. And they're thinking, you know what? Our strategy is working. We can wait the United States out. We can deal a blow to the United States. We've demonstrated that we can close the Strait of Hormuz. We've shown that we have this strategic leverage in this way. So they see no reason, I think, to bend to Trump's points right now. It's so hard to say. I think both sides might be overestimating their strength in various ways. I think Iran might be underestimating what Trump would ultimately be willing to do and the amount of damage, the amount of just raw firepower the United States has at its disposal and can bring to bear on Iran. At the same time, I think, Iran's analysis that this has not been good for Trump is absolutely correct.
Well, on that note, we're slipping into a very quick break. But as always, the news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. Do stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Full of these people. Kolkata tram. Highest number of voters. Tamil Nadu votes decisive.
अफरा-तफरी का माहौल है, हुदूर पथराव किया गया है।
I've always liked NDTV. It's the most reliable news channel more than anything.
TV के headquarters here.
Lot of thanks for NDTV. Congratulations to NDTV.
Thank the team for their incredible coverage of the Tamil Nadu election so far.
Fast moving but still relaxed, informative but still unbiased.
So I really love the channel. I saw Shiv sir and I was really excited to meet him and tell hi. So I'm really happy I met you, sir. Thank you so much.
Happy meeting NDTV team here.
Thanks for NDTV.
Padmija Joshi, Sriyashi Dev.
This is Shreya Ghosh.
Rafneet Chaudhary.
Manogya Loiwal.
Deepak Bopanath. This is Victor.
Tanushka Datta.
Sam Daniel.
Keralam Swami. Ritu Rajpurohit.
Shiv Arun.
To all our viewers who've joined us, thank you very much for spending your time, for trusting NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Bharosa on Modi ji, an extraordinary management and assurance of courage given by Amit Shah ji to all the people. We are with you.
Illegal migrant, ये बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिया के लिए ये दोनों पार्टी प्रतिबद्ध है, देश की जनता के लिए नहीं। इसलिए देश के जनता ने उसको नाकार।
भय से भरोसा is the transition which is happening now. भय से मुक्ति is the victory being depicted.
अब आपकी सरकार ओडिशा और बंगाल दोनों में है, तो रसगुल्ला किसका है? ओडिशा का या बंगाल का?
ओडिशा का है। महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ की रसगुल्ला है, रसगुल्ला दोनों की है।
I think it will be good to bring back the confidence of industry.
The people of Kerala understood the real politics of CPM and left the Democratic Front.
And that kind of victory is truly astonishing. And I do believe it marks a return of the Congress with the kind of mandate to bring about radical transformation.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज। The front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
so many attacks,
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. And Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network. Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
It's 9 a.m. on a Monday morning and you are watching The Breakfast Show on NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Keralam is preparing for a major political transition today as Satheesan gets set to take oath as Chief Minister, marking the Congress-led UDF's return to power after a decade of left rule under Pinarayi Vijayan. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up, as I said. Let's begin with the top headlines. The architect of the Congress has come back after two unprecedented back-to-back terms by the left-led LDF. Satheesan will take oath today in Keralam with 20 members of his cabinet. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu announced financial incentives of 30,000 rupees for the birth of a third child and 40,000 rupees for a fourth as part of efforts to reverse the state's declining population trend. And this has now sparked a row in the state, with the Congress lashing out at Mr. Naidu. CNG prices are hiked again in the National Capital Region. This is the second increase in 2 days and it pushes Delhi rates past 80 rupees per kg. Opposition parties are lashing out at the government after this price hike, calling it a Modi government-made crisis. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been conferred Sweden's highest honor. This award recognizes exceptional public service and contributions to Swedish interests and also marks the Prime Minister's 31st international honor. From uranium transfer to frozen assets, the US sets 5 conditions in response to Iran's proposal as the stalemate in the Strait of Hormuz deepens and the deadlock over talks continues.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
All right, it's a big day for Keralam. My colleague Veera Raghav joins us with the latest from Ground Zero to take us through the action-packed agenda and what lies ahead. On that note, it's over to you, Veera.
Well, thanks very much, Parmeshwar. Yes, lots and lots of action right here in Thiruvananthapuram on a hot and sultry morning. With me, Ashwin Nandakumar, and thousands of other people out here at the gates near the Central Stadium, where the oath-taking ceremony will take place in about what? An hour from now. Hopefully, all the stars of the Congress party, an extremely important moment as far as Kerala is concerned, and as far as the Congress is concerned, a historic mandate there. There you see, everywhere you've got the photos of Satheesan, the man of the moment at the moment. And, you know, he will be taking oath at 10 a.m. There are lots and lots of people who've come from around the place here, like this group. They've turned up from Pathanamthitta. You guys don't have a pass to get inside.
No, we do have a pass, but it's so packed that we can't get in. And it's huge. It's very packed. It's
Who's the bigger star, Vijay or Satheesan?
For us, it's always both.
Both are big stars.
Yeah.
All right, but do you hope to get inside? What are the police telling you here?
So police are telling us no way. It's very packed. We can't get in.
Okay.
But we are trying our best to get in because we came all the way from Rani, and so we got to get in, right? It's been 3-4 hours since we reached here.
Sultry day. What's the big moment for it as far as the Congress is concerned? What's the big moment today? Why is it so important for you all to come all the way to see this swearing?
It's VD Satheesan sir for us. We want to see him. We want to see him in person. We want to congratulate him in person. So that's the biggest moment for us.
He's our leader.
Yeah.
VD Satheesan VD Satheesan is their leader. Ashwin Nandakumar, obviously a sultry, hot morning here, but lots and lots of action. The Congress is looking forward to this event. It's a major show of a sort of a celebration of the victory they had in the assembly election.
Absolutely a hiatus after 10 years. VD Satheesan becoming the 13th chief minister. Very important moment for the Congress party, which has been receiving a lot of backlash lately, if you look at the country. But now, this is a moment where the Congress party thinks they're going to traject to 2029. And this is the moment they want to
started allowing people inside, if you can see. There's a lot of people who are finally getting inside. I think they've decided that the passes are not needed. They can just let people inside. Go ahead, Shashwin.
Yes. So certainly, you see, when the Congress party over here is coming to power, and you can see the crowd that is coming. What VD Satheesan has put out is a Nehruvian face of Congress, and that is what he has been standing by. And he has Congress party victory. He has called it a UDF victory. Team UDF. Even yesterday, he's saying Team UDF. So it seems like UDF is one party by itself, and that's where this show of strength, it's a consolidated strength of all the followers, of all the allies of the Congress coming together as one single force, and that's where VD Satheesan has been quite successful.
All right, that's interesting that you say, but the conversation today is not just about VD Satheesan, because along with him 20 cabinet ministers. Remember, 140 assembly strength of the legislative assembly, 15% of that strength is what you can have as a cabinet as per law. And so Kerala has 21 ministers is the maximum you can have as far as a cabinet is concerned. The entire list is out. I mean, 5 for the IUML. I was just putting out the list. 5 for the IUML, 4 for the other allies. That takes 9. The remaining 12, including Satheesan, is for the Congress.
And that's for the first time, in fact. Congress never had 12 ministers that coming in. So
because their numbers were always much lower, and the allies would take their pound of flesh.
Absolutely. Except for the Muslim League this time, Congress has put its foot down, and 12 ministers of the Congress party. And remember, Veera, of the 20 ministers, 14 ministers are coming for the first time as ministers. So certainly that will be a big, they're trying a new test. They're trying a new formula. And VD Satheesan also has never had any executive power till now.
That's right. That's an extremely important aspect. I'm sweating it out here in Thiruvananthapuram. He's going to sweat it out possibly as Chief Minister, holding all the different caps together. But it's going to be a fascinating time ahead as far as Kerala is concerned. Very, very crucial. One will watch out for, because remember, for the Congress party, it's an extremely important moment. Of course, we've got this let's take the first bit of breaking news that's coming in, which we've been talking about. Let's just take this bit of breaking news that's come in. That's the stage set for the Satheesan oath taking. All the action will start unfolding here. It's already started unfolding here. It'll start unfolding here from 10 a.m. The UDF era begins in Keralam. The Keralam, fresh leadership takes over after a decade. Remember, last decade has been the rule of Pinarayi Vijayan. Will it be a different era that's come into Kerala? We'll see how that plays out. That's the first bit of breaking news. We'll have our guests and others joining in as well. Let's toss into some of those reactions that came in earlier in the day. Much of this, right, is is tell me, as far as Kerala is concerned and as far as the UDF is concerned, sorry, there seems to be some communication gap with the PCR. The lines are not clear. I think it's primarily because the kind of crowds that's down there. Now they've started allowing people to go in. What's the seating capacity of the stadium? About 12,000 people?
Yeah, 12,000 seating capacity. Totally it can hold only 50,000. But it's certainly swelling up. The numbers are swelling up because what we are seeing, like in the morning at 6 a.m., I could see hordes of buses coming all the way from even north of Kerala to come and witness this. Because this is a historic moment, not just for the Congress party, but also for the IUML, because 22 seats they have won. That's also very quite historic. So IUML has a good cadre base. Their followers is also coming to take part in this events, and certainly the numbers are certainly. So just show around our video journalists. There
are lots of people still going in. Maybe we should start going inside.
Yeah, probably we could walk in and see outside the central stadium. But what's like so essentially, this is a show of strength of the Congress party. Here yesterday, when VD Satheesan was talking to media, he was saying that this is going to be a different government, a government that is made on austerity. And austerity is one of the prime projection that they're going to put. He's not going to keep any new car for himself. Neither will any of the ministers will hold any new car. So they'll be using the same old car. In fact, what we're hearing is Chief Minister will be using Vasavan's car is what we're hearing, the previous minister. Okay. So all this are the...
Let's go through the rest of the cabinet, Ashwin. Most important names would be what? Kuniali Kutty from the IUML, then there is Ramesh Chennithala, then of course K. Muralidharan, veteran Congress leader. These would be the big faces on the cabinet as far as, apart from the allies, the other big allies who constitute the UDF.
Yes, absolutely. In all likelihood, what we are getting from our sources, K. Muralidharan will hold the health portfolio and Ramesh Chennithala, of course, will be holding the home portfolio as well. And so that is what Ramesh Chennithala has been promised. And apart from that, the Indian Union Muslim League. The Indian Union Muslim League will be holding the portfolio, key portfolios, most likely PWD portfolio. There is some kind of a issue raised by the NSS stating that IUML should not be given the education portfolio. So all this will pan out in the hours to come. Very interesting, nevertheless. It is 20 members taking oath at the same time. Never happened before.
No song and dance like we have in Tamil Nadu here. I see it's a lot of Kerala civil kind of coming in the morning and getting into the swearing-in ceremony.
Absolutely, very, very disciplined. Discipline is something that is very characteristic of Kerala.
We can get on to that side. Yeah.
So probably we can expect some song and dance over there. But normally Kerala sit and watch, and they watch very carefully, intently, and that is the reason we have always had a revolving.
So let's hope for more substance than sensationalism at the swearing-in ceremony. We also have with us guests joining in. R.K. Radhakrishnan, I believe, senior journalist who's travelled around Kerala and covered Kerala as well in these elections, joins us live. I believe we'll have Madhavan Narayan also join us in just a bit from now. R.K. Radhakrishnan, tell us in terms of the UDF and in terms of VD Satheesan, what's the road ahead going to be like? Because there was a power struggle to get the Chief Minister's post. It's very clear who were in contention. But in terms of the power balance and the road ahead for VD Satheesan as a personality itself, he's led the Congress to victory in many ways. Some would argue has been the face of the Congress campaign. But the road ahead is going to be something of a very different nature, one where he needs to build consensus with all the leaders around.
Yeah, absolutely, Veera, and good morning, viewers. What we are going to see now is going to be a period of no honeymoon for VD Satheesan. He is going to be boxed in by the ministers who will be part of his cabinet. As you know, and I think you also mentioned yesterday that most of these people have been picked by K.C. Venugopal. That's the pressure from within. The pressure from the people of Kerala, because, there's this huge acrimony before deciding the Chief Minister candidate. The kind of, the talk that was in the public forum, VD Satheesan's intransigence, so to speak, that he will never ever accept anything barring the post of the Chief Minister, all of that. So he has to hit the ground running from now. From 10 o'clock he takes oath, from 11 a.m. I think 11 a.m. he has a press meet. So maybe by noon today, he will have to 100% start work on all the promises, starting with this coastal, connect plan and everything else. He has kept the portfolio for himself. So we will see what he has in line. And of course, as you mentioned, he doesn't have the experience. He doesn't have the administrative experience. But I don't think that will stand in the way. He has managed a party, he has managed an election. So I don't think that's going to be a huge deal.
Interesting that you say that that's not going to be a big deal. It's salt and sultry. Sorry, I was just taking a sip of water, hoping you to speak a little bit more. But you concluded. But I think it's an important point that you make there. And I believe we have the next bit of breaking news, which I think is again very important. The other big face of Kerala Congress, Ramesh Chennithala, the campaign committee in charge during these elections, has said that he will be the new Home Minister of Kerala. Ramesh Chennithala, senior Congress leader, says the LDF has been rejected by the people of Kerala. Hence our duty to perform well. Our commitment is to give better administration to the people of Keralam. I will be taking up the home portfolio. I shall ensure better law and order in Keralam. That's another very interesting and important comment that's come this morning. Ramesh Chennithala reiterating that, his position and his stature. Look, he was the contender. He was a contender for the chief minister's post. But I would believe, Ashwin, that his chance was in 2021 when he was leader of opposition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's just play Ramesh Chennithala's soundbite for our viewers before we chat on this. Let's just play that soundbite.
The 10 years rule of LDF has been rejected by the people of Kerala. So it is our bounden duty to give a good governance to the people of Kerala. So the new government is going to sworn in today. Our commitment is to the people of Kerala. Our motto is to give them better administration and better life for the people of Kerala. I am going to take up the home portfolio. The home portfolio is very important portfolio, and the duty of the Home Minister is to maintain law and order situation in the state. I feel that we will try to give better administration and better law and order situation in the state of Kerala.
You heard Ramesh Chennithala say the duty of the Home Minister is to provide the state with law and order. That's reiteration in a sense. I mean, a minister declaring even before the swearing that I'm going to be the Home Minister. Yeah. It's a known fact, but stating that categorically is also a statement from Ramesh Chennithala that he is also a power center.
Absolutely, and Ramesh Chennithala was previously a Home Minister also. He's somebody who has experience in this field.
V.D. Satheesan, more of the finance and the economy brain, and Ramesh Chennithala, the Home Minister. One who's...
When Ramesh Chennithala has been actually pacified to be the Home Minister, he is somebody who had become an MLA at the age of 27. Has been with the Congress party for 50 years. And therefore, his seniority, nobody can beat him. Nobody can beat in the state with his seniority. And he comes with a huge administrative experience. He knows every single officer, bureaucrat over here. He knows the way of their functioning. So he will pick up the right team, and he's expected to do a fantastic job out of it because of his sheer experience and his connection. And Ramesh Chennithala, as we all know, he likes to listen to every point of view, and that particular quality, and he's very disciplined man, very disciplined with the Congress party, and he has always...
he was one of the youngest MLAs at one point of time. 28, I think he became. 27. He became an MLA from and now, of course, from the Haripad Assembly constituency in Alapura district. One of the South Kerala faces of the Congress party. Unfortunately, 2021 for him was a COVID election. Pinarayi Vijayan outdid him. But many would say he's past his prime, in a sense that while he's this eternal loyalist, somebody who the party who's played many different roles. He's been with Indira Gandhi, he's seen the Sonia Gandhi era, he's seen the Rajiv Gandhi era. Sort of a person who comes with enormous amount of experience, but is also someone past his prime. How do you see the chemistry between V.D. Satheesan and Ramesh Chennithala playing out? I believe we have our guest Madhavan Narayan as well joining us. I'll throw this question to R.K. Radhakrishnan and Madhavan Narayan, but how do you see this chemistry playing out? Because Satheesan has made it a point to reach out to every other power center to show that he's a consensus builder.
Yes, and absolutely. Ramesh Chennithala is the consensus builder. And V.D. Satheesan will have to use him at multiple points. That is irrefutable. When Ramesh Chennithala comes in, every Congress leader will listen. And that's where that's where it becomes very important. That's the photograph of AP Anil Kumar, who is known to be a KC Venugopal loyalist, who has been the right-hand man of KC Venugopal in the state. Now his supporters are now coming in, and he's one of the ministerial candidates.
That's right, one of the ministers, AP Anil Kumar, who's there. That's right. Okay. There.
Anil Kumar
What message?
Anil Kumar
Anil Kumar. Is this what do we do? We see this as a power flex, a statement of power of a minister with so many people coming in with a banner on it?
You know, Anil Kumar has been the main campaigner for KC Venugopal, the contender. He is somebody who is known to be the right-hand man of KC Venugopal.
That's right.
So when he, in this entire 20-member cabinet that has been formed, you know, except for 2 people, everybody is a supporter of KC Venugopal. And that's where the power play begins. Because KC Venugopal knows who has to be there in each position. And therefore, it is going to be an interesting, you know, as you said, a nuance and balancing that VD Satheesan will have to do, not just outside of the party, but within the party ranks itself.
It's very, very interesting there. R.K. Radhakrishnan and Madhavan Narayan, we just had a huge bunch of people carrying posters, banners, chanting the name of Anil Kumar. You know, this KC Venugopal, obviously KC Venugopal is a towering figure as far as Kerala and Congress is concerned, as National Organization Secretary, as someone seen as the loyalist. He is somebody with an enormous amount of stature as well. The fact that Minister's post, R.K. Radhakrishnan, very briefly, and then Madhavan Narayan. What do you make the sense of it? I mean, do you see a constant power play in the cabinet, or do you believe that it's settled for good?
No, I obviously see a lot of jabs here and there. Ramesh Chennithala will take pot shots at obviously Satheesan. Satheesan will try to respond in whichever way that he can. So we will see all this thing going up back and forth. Then there will be a KC Venugopal faction which will try to unseat Satheesan. So I won't say it's a settled thing that Satheesan is chief minister for the 5 years. Satheesan will have to surmount challenges as he comes. The first obviously will be that, I mean, he made a good start with this austerity move, obviously. But, you know, that's just will take you only so far. What can you do more on a weekly basis to keep the imagination of the people engaged in what you're doing? That's the first problem that he will have. And the next thing, obviously, is how he'll deal with KC Venugopal and Ramesh Chennithala. They're not, they're not on the same side, by the way. It's a three-cornered fight right now within the Congress. Then there is IUML.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Let me get Madhavan Narayan's thoughts in. Namaskaram, Madhavan Narayanan. Enda Sugandhanno, what do you have to say to all this that you're viewing from Thiruvananthapuram? A fascinating big day,
I think,
as far as the Congress is concerned, a huge, stupendous victory. But what about the power tussles inside?
Yeah, the big question to ask is whether KC Venugopal is the DK Shivakumar of Kerala. You know, challenging the existing chief minister from day one and creating an alternate power center. It's also a comment on Congress which no longer simply abides by the High Command decision and kind of shows its muscles from various factions.
Right.
But having having said that, I also want to point out we have a Westminster system of the first among equals in a cabinet, and therefore if that is used cleverly, then every minister can function autonomously with a nice, pleasant figurehead like VD Satheesan, reminding us of Narasimha Rao of the 90s and the Deve Gowda of the late 90s in the Indian Parliament, where a consensus leader presides over a first among equals cabinet in which the High Command occasionally plays the peacemaker or sometimes the pacemaker. So I think that is my reading of the situation.
Well, he is the High Command. You see, one of the things Madhavan Narayan people have said is that KC Venugopal is really seen as the High Command as far as as far as the Congress is concerned. Let's just go through the list of cabinet ministers. I'm sorry to have cut you short. I think I lost your audio for a bit there. But go ahead, Madhavan Narayan, complete your thought. Sorry.
I think it's very important to understand that it's possible for Satheesan to be, because he's seen now as a ever-smiling person in contrast to the defeated Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. He's also a consensus man, a popular man, a pleasant man with a lot of soft power. So I think soft power is going to help Satheesan a lot.
Okay.
And he may just be the nice go-between between the real people and the real cadres on the one hand and the high command on the other. So I think he has got the personality to navigate through a pleasant emotional quotient. So yeah, that is a good thing going in Satheesan. But I do think Venugopal and company will play like the Shivakumar camp in Karnataka. And it's a comment on the high command that the high command is no longer as powerful as it used to be.
All right, as you make that point, let me cut you short because I seem to have lost Ashwin Nanda Kumar to the crowds here. He seems to have gone walking up to find, to perhaps pick up our passes to enter. But let's just go through the cabinet. And it's an interesting cabinet, right? Remember, given the kind of mandate, it's a historic mandate as far as the UDF is concerned. 102 members. And R.K. Radhakrishnan, just weigh in on this. The cabinet has 9 members from the allies. The Congress has been able to contain most of the other allies, giving 5 minister posts to the IUML, then of course keeping 12 for itself. You have the chief minister who's likely, who will be also the finance minister. You have Ramesh Chennithala, who said that he's the home minister. You have other loyalists like we just saw, like Anil Kumar of KC Venugopal as well. And then of course Muralidharan, of course Kuniyali Kutti of the IUML. What's your sense of this cabinet itself? I mean, it's after 10 years that the UDF comes back to power. Juxtapose this and compare this with what we saw, let's say, between 2011 and 2016.
Veera, very good question.
In the Human Chandi government.
The major change is that in 2011, very clearly, IUML initially got only 4 posts in the cabinet, and the 5th person was later on included. But this time around, IUML's importance has been recognized from the very beginning, and 5 ministries have been allotted to them. And then you look at the percentage of, or rather the weightage given to different castes. I think every single caste, every single group has been represented. The Edavas, of course, have not been represented as well as they would have liked to, because given their population, their representation is much lesser. The Nayars are, as usual, overrepresented. That is probably a problem every single ministry in Kerala, I guess. And then, of course, comes the ST. There is no representation because I think they didn't have a strong candidate to become a minister from the ST community. Both Latin Catholics and, of course, what is called the forward caste Christians, they both have been represented exactly in proportion of their religion or their representation, I mean, the population in the state and whatnot. So there has been a lot of thought which has gone into this also. With all of this, what we see is that there is this overwhelming, manner in which KC Venugopal has pushed his people in. But then the point happens to be that KC Venugopal has also the majority of the MLA support. That also we cannot discount. The difference between 2011 and now, 2026, happens to be that 2011, Umman Chandi was already finance minister earlier. He has done an exemplary job. He was known as the man who was honest, at the same time who could deliver. So that is the essential difference between Umman Chandi and his predecessor, A.K. Antony. A.K. Antony was extremely honest, but he never delivered on anything, even as defense minister of this country. But it is an extremely difficult task to actually fill in those shoes and actually stand up. And in comparison, I'm not very sure how Satheesan will fare, though I always wish him very well.
Right, important point that you make there. I also want to draw Ashwin is back with us. He's got our passes. So we've got the media passes to enter. It came in last minute. Ashwin, we were just running through the names before I go to Madhavan Narayan very briefly. The interesting names in this cabinet, R.K. Radhakrishnan was sharing his thoughts, trying to compare it with the 2011 to 2016 UDF cabinet. You've got big names like Sunny Joseph, K. Muralidharan, all from the Congress. You've got Ramesh Chanitala. And of course, what's interesting is that Sunny, one of the very interesting aspects, and I'll come to you on this, Madhavan Narayan, is that in Kerala, you need to get in fact, most states, you need to get your pronunciation right. Because Sunny Joseph is from Peravur in Kannur district, and V.D. Satheesan is from Paravur in Ernakulam district, right? So much of this is interesting, it's just perhaps part of knowing where an MLA is from. But tell me, what are the interesting aspects that you pick up from this cabinet? Any interesting insights?
See, insight is that there are rich people with good experience. In fact, somebody like K. Muralidharan he has seen the administration. He has got good experience. Ramesh Chanitala, of course, no doubt, he has got an experience. Then Sunny Joseph, these are all big stalwarts. They definitely they have played an important part earlier. But this time, the generational shift is there. You see, that's a most important point. Yesterday, V.D. Satheesan, after speaking to media, he took his phone out and he took a selfie with the media.
That's right.
And
that's coming from my state, in terms of the Vijay selfie culture, possibly. Everyone
this is a new set of praja, or what do you call the people that they have to address. And yesterday in the meeting also, one journalist also asked whether there is a restriction on coloring of renovation of cars, four-wheelers and all that. To which Satheesan smiled and said, it will be done. It will be done. So he will allow youngsters to have the car modified, provided it does not cause any, change in the engine itself. Any outer modification, he's okay with it. So all these things really matter. And certainly he has to do a balancing act, because supporters are not in this there.
He has to do a balancing act. You see, I just saw the Kollam mayor going, a lot of UDF local body leaders who were thrown up in the last local body elections will be here at the swearing-in ceremony. Madhavan Narayan, as we keep chatting, what are your thoughts on the cabinet? Key names that you're looking out for? Forget the power struggle, and let's just try and understand the composition of the cabinet, perhaps the difference, the change from, let's say, 2011 to 2016, and what it sort of gives you in terms of optics?
I think, first of all, let me make a confession that I am not an authority on the individual leaders at the grassroots level of Kerala, who are very diverse. But I think R.K. Radhakrishnan explained the cabinet composition very well. So I would like you to focus on two things. One is, of course, Ashwin mentioned it. Ashwin is also an authority on the local leaders. There is a Gen Z factor, in which, like Vijay in Tamil Nadu, Satheesan is an Instagram hero. Hello?
Okay. Go ahead, Madhavan Narayan, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Madhavan Narayan. I'm on the field, so I may not be able to hear you. There is a lot of, there might be disturbance. Just finish your point quickly.
Yeah, Satheesan is an Instagram hero appealing to the younger generation. That may go in his favor, but he has to also consider the fact that the SNDP and the Nair Service Society, which represent the Irava and Nair community, represent a new Kerala in which much water has flown down the Bharatapura river since the Women Chandi cabinet. So he has to cope with the new reality of soft Hindutva coming in.
That's right. It's a very important point that you say, that there is a huge future, this one as well. Remember, one of the points of attack of the BJP is Satheesan's backing of IUML for V.D. Satheesan, saying that the IUML's choice for Chief Minister was V.D. Satheesan. That's a sign of sense that one believes is sort of building up this narrative which works for the BJP. What happens next in the next 5 years will be very, very important. We're getting pictures of Karnataka's D.K. Shivkumar Malli Vikramarika Bhatti of the Congress from Hyderabad. You have Revant Reddy. All of them have landed here. They're all standing with VD Satheesan. We'll send you those images in just a bit. But let's just listen to Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu of Himachal Pradesh, who spoke earlier. And we'll also listen to what Ramesh Channithala had said a little earlier. Listening to those reactions before we get back into this conversation.
केरला में आज स्वेरिंग इन सेरेमनी है। सतीशन वोट ले रहे हैं, उनके साथ सभी कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर्स भी वोट लेंगे और ईडीएफ के जो भी मिनिस्टर्स है वो भी वोट लेंगे और एक बहुत बड़ा जलसा आज हम मनाने जा रहे हैं। तो ये अनप्रेसिडेंटेड विक्ट्री है। इतनी ज़्यादा संख्या में वहाँ पर आज तक नहीं हुआ, तो ये पहली बार इतनी संख्या में आए हैं। सबको खुशी है, इसलिए सब हम मिलके जा रहे हैं।
बहुत अच्छा है बात है। केरला में हम 10 साल बाद वापस जीते हैं, बहुत खुशी की बात है। निश्चित रूप से जब नई सरकार आती है, नई योजनाएं आती है, नई सोच विकसित होती है।
The 10 years rule of LDF has been rejected by the people of Kerala. So it is our bounden duty to give a good governance to the people of Kerala. So the new government is going to sworn in today. Our commitment is to the people of Kerala. Our motto is to give them better administration and better life for the people of Kerala. I am going to take up the home portfolio. The home portfolio is very important portfolio, and the duty of the Home Minister is to maintain law and order situation in the state. I feel that we will try to give better administration and better law and order situation in the state of Kerala.
Right, I believe we're also getting those first pictures of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi meeting with VD Satheesan. It's an extremely, extremely important time for the High Command as well. And in terms of the road ahead as far as the High Command is concerned, because VD Satheesan's choice was something where, R.K. Radhakrishnan, correct me if I'm wrong, very, very briefly, R.K. Radhakrishnan, VD Satheesan's choice was one of those where it was groundswell in Thiruvananthapuram that had to be that was the deciding factor and not New Delhi. I mean, it has happened in the Congress repeatedly in the past, as some leaders point out, whether it is Revant Reddy or whether it is Siddaramaiah. It's the question of the regional satraps, the High Command can't push the regional satraps aside. This is also an important moment as far as the High Command, because Kerala is an extremely, extremely important state for the first family.
Absolutely, Veera, very rightly said. I don't think this has ever happened in the history of Congress, wherein popular support, not MLA support, popular support has actually changed the course or the mind of the High Command. That has never happened before. VD Satheesan, both parties organized protests and counter-protests and whatnot, and High Command wanted to shut all of it down. And you'd remember, Veera, initially some 4 people went to Delhi, which included VD Satheesan, KC Venugopal, all of them, and then another 2-3 people were called, and yet another some 2-3 people were called, and finally we saw that Muralidharan, K. Muralidharan and a couple of others were the ones who decisively said, no, the protests are not being organized by VD Satheesan, or it is the groundswell is not something that is being stage managed, and that is when I think the High Command came around.
Right. Right, that's an important point. I think there's a lot of questions to also talk about the road ahead in terms of the guarantees that we will speak about in just a bit. Because remember, they are seen as Rahul Gandhi guarantees at some level after the Pudu Yuga Yatra that was announced at the end of the day. I will go to Madhavan Narayan and Ashwin Nandakumar again after the break. But for the moment, let's just slip into a very, very short break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज excellence.
As this West Asia crisis now begins colliding directly with investors and currency stability and India's energy vulnerability. The Sensex plunged over 850 points in early trade, while the Nifty slipped below the 23,400 mark, tracking weak global cues and also a sharp spike in crude oil prices. Brent crude oil price has spiked to $111 on absence of initiatives to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the deadlock between the US and Iran continues. Also, a weak rupee has led to negative sentiment around the stock market. As I mentioned, Sensex has crashed 865 points to 74,372, and the Nifty slipped 257 points to 23,379 in early deals today. In fact, the Indian rupee fell to a record low of 96.17 against the dollar in early deals today. Himanshu Shekhar, tracking the latest for us, joins us live with further clarity. Himanshu, not good news to kickstart the week as Indian markets are opening the week under serious pressure as this West Asia crisis only deepens.
That's right, and there are two primary reasons. One, the cost of energy products has gone up because the uncertainty at Strait of Hormuz with regard to the movement of cargo ships remains uncertain, and that is why we have seen that now even in India the retail prices have been spiked, and there are fears that since the diesel is up, it will have an impact on inflation because the transportation cost will go up. Even the CNG prices have been raised. So series of petroleum products, the prices have increased, and this has increased the input cost for the industry. And second, of course, is the fact that even the production in many of the Gulf countries is still down, still below the pre-war level, and that essentially means that less amount of energy products are being produced, less amount of energy products are being supplied because of supply chain disruptions, and all this has had a debilitating impact on the global economy, and that is the sentiment that we now see in the stock markets in India also now. That's right.
Right. In fact, Himanshu, the rupee touching a record low, Brent crude touching that $111 mark, which is psychologically significant. We have CNG prices being hiked daily as far as the National Capital Region is concerned. How long till these impacts have a detrimental effect on our wallets?
But a lot depends on what happens at Strait of Hormuz, because that is through 20% of the global crude oil supply actually passes through. And as far as India is concerned, around 40% of the crude oil that India imports used to pass through Strait of Hormuz before the war erupted on 28th February. Around 50% of the LNG that India imports used to come from Strait of Hormuz. 90% of the LPG that India imports used to come from Strait of Hormuz. So as long as Strait of Hormuz remains a circle of uncertainty, the impact, of course, will only become more and more apparent as the days progresses.
As always, Himanshu, thank you so much for breaking down the details for us. Not great news coming in for the country. Not a great day on the Dal Street either, with no breakthrough yet on reopening the crucial shipping route, the Strait of Hormuz. $111 a barrel is where Brent crude stands at, reviving fears of prolonged supply disruption across markets. And at the same time, the Indian rupee has weakened to a record low of 96.17 against the dollar in early trade. On that note, let's switch tracks now and get you the latest from Ground Zero. Let's go across to my colleagues Veera Raghav and Ashwin Nandakumar, who are tracking the big day in Keralam as Congress's VD Satheesan is set to take oath as Chief Minister of God's own country alongside 20 cabinet ministers. On that note, it's over to Veera. Well, these are live visuals we're bringing you from Keralam as the oath ceremony kicks off. Senior leader sworn in as ministers alongside UDF allies from IUML, KCJ and RSP. Look at the crowds that have gathered there though at Oath Avenue in Thiruvananthapuram. This marks the first oath for a Congress-led UDF government in Keralam over 6 decades. And my colleague Veera Raghav, along with Ashwin Nandakumar, will take you through the political significance of this very moment and much more. Let's go across to Veera Raghav for the latest.
Right, Parmeshwar, we just hear, I'm sure you will be getting those live pictures. VD Satheesan has entered the stadium. K. Muralidharan has entered the stadium. I'm sure all the other dignitaries have also entered the stadium. So the swearing in as scheduled will start at 10 a.m. You'll have the governor who swore in C. Joseph Vijay in Chennai just a few days ago. Correct. Our governor who swore in C. Joseph Vijay, Mr. Arlekar will be here, Governor Arlekar will be here to swear in VD Satheesan. You know, you just saw Ramesh, you saw K. Muralidharan go inside, VD Satheesan go inside. Ashwin, we were talking about the guarantees and the schemes that's there. Remember VD Satheesan, and I'll put this to Madhavan Narayan and R.K. Radhakrishnan if they're still there, is as we see those pictures.
All right. Veera Raghav and Ashwin Nandakumar on the ground, getting us all the live updates of the high-profile invitees who are now entering the oath ceremony venue in Thiruvananthapuram. You can see live visuals of VD Satheesan there as well. This event will be attended by senior Congress leaders too. Top Congress leaders, including Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. As I mentioned, it is a big day in Keralam as Congress's VD Satheesan is set to take oath as Chief Minister of God's own country alongside 20 cabinet ministers. You know, you must note, VD Satheesan did not become Chief Minister through backroom arithmetic alone. He has reached this point today because the political pressure around his name actually became too large for the Congress leadership to ignore. By the end of the election campaign, as you had noticed, VD Satheesan had become the public face of the UDF's fight against the left government. Basically, workers were rallying around him, younger Congress leaders were gravitating towards him. Even many neutral political observers increasingly saw him as the natural claimant to the top post if the UDF won. And then we saw the most important tactical move as well, because VD Satheesan had held his line, because sources had informed us that in the process, in those 10 days when Keralam had not got anyone named for the Chief Minister's post, Mr. Satheesan was unwilling to settle for a secondary role in the government. And that seemed to have changed this entire negotiation directly and entirely, because once a leader publicly and politically signals, I'm ready to either take over as Chief Minister or nothing, then compromise becomes harder for the party leadership to impose quietly. Crucially, Mr. Satheesan did not blink even when alternative names gained traction inside Congress circles like KC Venugopal's. As we can see through the visuals coming in, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is now entering the event venue in Thiruvananthapuram alongside VD Satheesan. Rahul Gandhi there meeting DK Shiv Kumar as well. Meanwhile, you know, VD Satheesan's refusal to serve as minister under any other leader, it created enormous pressure on the High Command because any attempt to sideline him carried political risk immediately after victory. The allies mattered too because key UDF partners, particularly sections within the IUML, other alliance partners, they were actually seen backing Mr. Satheesan strongly, and that support gave his claim greater coalition legitimacy and prevented this contest from remaining just an internal Congress factional issue. Then, of course, speaking of DK Shiv Kumar, we cannot ignore the Karnataka factor because inside Congress circles, there was visible anxiety about avoiding another prolonged post-election power struggle like Karnataka, where leadership questions and also factional balancing became politically messy and quite publicly damaging, many would say. We have VD Satheesan now in a few moments taking over as the Chief Minister of Keralam formally. Madhava Narayanan and Dr. R.K. Radhakrishnan continue to be with us. Mr. Narayanan, what strikes you the most as far as the political significance of this moment is concerned?
I think the important point to remember is, I hope you can hear me. There was a
I can.
The important point to remember is that Kerala is going through a fundamental transformation. This is not the Kerala of the trade unions, the rubber board and the coir board. This is the Kerala of engineering colleges, the Vinyam port and the techno park. There's a new generation coming over and they want brighter people. On the other hand, for Congress, which has now come back to power, the key question is how do you balance between the four Ps? The parliamentary system, the party, the power, the personality, and the popularity of the leaders. So there has to be a certain juggling. That is why Satheesan has become important, because the parliamentary system requires people who are not just strong, but who also can carry other people with them. I think Satheesan scores very strongly there, and the party high command can no longer confuse loyalty with popular power. So, which is why K.C. Venugopal, while being strong in the party, is being seen as weak in the state, which has got a new generation to be negotiated. I think Congress has to somehow get its own sense of party discipline in order. Diversities and interest groups are part of political system, and particularly a national party like the Congress. But this old-fashioned culture of merely being loyal to one family is no longer as big an asset as it used to be. And that is a big takeaway. And if you look at the history of Andhra and Bengal, where Congress has lost its hold, I think the writing is on the wall that you ignore grassroots popularity and key issues at your own peril. You cannot rest on your laurels like old zamindars do. I think that is a big message. But Kerala continues to be a fluid state.
I sincerely apologize, I'm interrupting you. We have
Rahul ji and the leadership of Kharge ji, all of us have come here to wish them. I hope this will be a great moment and we'll take it forward for the betterment of Kerala and this country.
Whenever the Congress will arrive in the northern state of SVNS,
I will come back.
All right, you've heard from DK Shiv Kumar as well, as this oath-taking ceremony kicks off in a few moments from now. In about 11 minutes from now, this entire event begins. Dr. R.K. Radhakrishnan, I want to understand from you as well. As we know, many argue that Mr. V.D. Satheesan has built his image through constant confrontation with the left government, lots of grassroots work there. What changes in tone and style are we expecting now that he enters office in this top post?
No, it's very clear that that phase of his life is completely over. He has to necessarily switch and become the chief minister. I mean, a chief minister is not a person who protests, as simple as that. So, he can, of course, take an issue, the center. But then the point is that Kerala's economy is in such a dire state that it really requires the support and the help of the union government to go forward. The first question that will confront the new chief minister is that what is he going to do about the PM Shri schools? In fact, you would remember that the CPM government or the LDF government had signed this, PM Shri schools, and the CPI, which is a constituent of the LDF, had opposed it. So where does that leave Satheesan? You have IUML in the matrix. You have the Christian majorities, KCM, Kerala Congress with Satheesan's in cabinet and all of that. So how is Satheesan going to try and get over this minefield? Kerala needs the money. There is no way that Kerala can say no to PM Shri funds or Navodaya funds, any of the money that comes with a tag which basically says the 3 language and whatnot. So that is the first challenge. Of course, we saw that there was some opposition to port projects, but that was quickly papered over. And the next thing that Satheesan wants to do, again, he will require massive help from the union government, is the development of ports. He's talking about waterways and connecting waterways and, of course, coastal tourism, coastal shipping and all of that. That requires, the state does not have the wherewithal, nor does it have the technology or the techniques to implement it. Massive investments again. He will be his patience and, of course, his skills to get money or technical know-how from Government of India will be tested. Of course, you can see this picture here, and obviously he will have the support. This is something that it's kind of rare in that there's never been a chance when.
Mr. Radhakrishnan, well, we'll of course revert to you in just a moment. Veera Raghav is back with us to decode how much of today's optics are also aimed at sending a message nationally about the Congress party and coalition viability. On that note, let's revert to Veera Raghav and Ashwin Nandakumar, who join us from the ground in Keralam.
That's right, Parmeshwar. As you can see, more VIPs entering. I think this is the governor's convoy, is it? It's not. Okay, we are waiting for, so you can see those live pictures that's coming into you from inside the stadium. We went and had a peek at it, but we had to step out because there was absolutely no signal inside. So we've stepped out, Ashwin and I, just outside at this gate here of the stadium where we have to enter. Ashwin, we were just talking about the potential of future promises when we got cut off because of, audio issues and, of course, network issues. V.D. Satheesan will be finance minister, and I asked him during our conclave if Mr. Satheesan is confident that he will have the funds and the budgets to fulfill the schemes. There have been multiple experiments. Telangana has been a different experiment. Karnataka has been a different experiment. Every state's promising that. How much is it going to be a focus today on V.D. Satheesan, or how much do you see the focus going to be on the promises of the Congress? Because in Karnataka in 2023, it was the Congress promises that became the mainstay on swearing-in day. What do you see today, today being the focus about? I mean, is it about the victory and the personalities, or is it about the road ahead?
During the interview, I remember V.D. Satheesan clearly telling you that he does not believe in freebies. But at the same time, this is an interesting thing is that Rahul Gandhi's announcement, the guarantees, that is going to be taking a highlight today. It is going to be one of the biggest highlights. The reasons are this, because all women who are traveling in public transport will be given free transportation. That's one. Number two, 5 lakh collateral-free guarantee for taking loans. That is number two. Then every college-going girl will get 1,000 rupees every month. Now, all these needs money. What the Congress essentially believes is that this will bring in liquidity in the market, and that money will keep flowing in the market. And therefore, that is the prime consideration, that this will increase the economic, economy of the state. But saying that to find funds is something that is of prerogative in a state where there is less revenue collection. and where there is less revenue collection, this has to be improved. Where that is the biggest challenge for Satheesan, him handling the finance portfolio. He has to increase revenue collection.
You know, today is about one big face, which is this. Enda. BD Satheesan support. Full support.
केरल का ये जनपक्ष नेता
अच्छा ओके सो
जनपक्ष मधेदर
this t-shirt
मधेदर जनपक्ष नेता Mr. VD Satheesan.
All right, okay, there is another face that's very important, and that face is the one there. If you can show that face there, what is written there?
It's written Bye Bye Pinarayi, and it's been sponsored by Kerala Secretariat Association, which is a Congress association in the Secretariat.
So the message today is Bye Bye Pinarayi. Hello, BD Satheesan.
Yes.
Time for new era in Kerala. Is the Congress's message today?
Absolutely.
More VIPs coming in here. Perhaps the governor.
Yeah. The governor is the will have to. Yes, I think it is the governor that is coming in right now. The cavalcade of the governor is coming right now, is what we are getting. But it's an electrifying atmosphere, isn't it? We just had a peek over there inside. There are at least 50,000 people who have gathered in large numbers from across all the districts of Kerala.
Priyanka Gandhi, KC Venugopal in that vehicle that just went past. So you just had Priyanka Gandhi and KC Venugopal. Kharge was also there. Mallikarjun Kharge, Priyanka Gandhi and KC Venugopal just going there. Rahul Gandhi as well. So that's the Congress's top leadership there, descending on Thiruvananthapuram to send out a message, a reiteration of the victory they've had. Revant Reddy and of course all the other Congress leaders, from Siddaramaiah to DK Shivkumar to Revant Reddy to Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu, every senior Congress leader, much like what we saw in 2023 in Karnataka, congregating here at Thiruvananthapuram.
Absolutely, it's a show of strength, and this is where they believe they're going to showcase what's the road to 2029 for the Congress is going to be. It's from one victory to the other. That's what they want to project, and certainly the guarantees and the coming together of all the big leaders, especially the chief ministers. Revant Reddy had taken on, Pinarayi Vijayan during his campaigning. He said, "Po Moneva," to which Pinarayi Vijayan himself also took out a very harshly sounded word he used to describe the Chief Minister of Telangana. So certainly this has been a fight not just for the Congress leaders, but all these Congress leaders from other states who have come to campaign.
That's DK Shivkumar. That's Revant Reddy and DK Shivkumar all huddled into one car.
Yeah, absolutely. So Revant Reddy,
you have the power players of the Congress all huddled into one car here. I saw Priyanka Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and KC Venugopal cramped to the back seat. So all of them all making their troop into the swearing and in for the swearing and ceremony. Sorry, we just need to move from here a little bit. I need to pull my camera person unless he gets, you need to be a little careful when the ambulances pass. So anyway, so go ahead, Ashwin, you were just speaking.
So exactly, this is a show of strength which the Congress is coming back to power after a period of 10 years, which is never expected. This has always been a revolving chair, and to bring down somebody like Pinarayi Vijayan, it needed a leadership, a completely new experiment that was done by the Congress party. Remember, VD Satheesan is somebody who has not been cabinet minister before. Yes, 20 years ago, he's somebody who was won 6 times from Paravur. Still, he was not part of the cabinet even during Umman Chandi ministry. So to bring him as an opposition leader was a big experiment that really worked for the Congress party because he brought in a fresh lease of energy. He's somebody who gives complete new updates, on the time updates to the media also, whatever he's doing. He keeps a very transparent image about himself, and that is where public kept getting the pulse of what this man is up to on a real-time basis. Even when he became CMO, his CMO office regularly sends all the updates, all the visuals, everything that he is doing. So this transparency is what brought him a much more bigger people's mandate, and that has made him an excellent choice. Okay. And perhaps that groundswell is a reason for this kind of support, and therefore the High Command cannot unsee it.
We'll have more guests join us. We'll have Anand Kochakudi as well as KJ Shaji, who are people in Kerala who have followed very closely. Vasudha is also joining us live. Vasudha, take away your thoughts as we stand in this sultering heat here in Thiruvananthapuram. Wish you were here to have this conversation with us like we've been having on Kerala for a long time. Go ahead, Vasudha. What's your sense? Take over.
Well, Veera, I also think that this is an important day for the National Congress as well, because it's an important day for the Gandhis, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi specifically, because today marks the day UDF comes to power in Keralam after 10 long years of being in the opposition. It's not been easy for the UDF, but this time it's a comfortable majority. And like Veera, you were also pointing out that there are challenges ahead of VD Satheesan, be it, forming that consensus or, his own experience as somebody who's not been a minister, but he's directly become the chief minister. Veera, you've had the maximum interaction with him. We've interviewed him twice. Help us understand, what are your thoughts on somebody like VD Satheesan taking over as the chief minister of Keralam? Is he going to get his governance right?
You know, Vasudha, at the moment, I think, look, great leaders of opposition will have to transform themselves to be great chief ministers. And as Ashwin Nandakumar was pointing out earlier, VD Satheesan's not someone who's had that kind of a managerial role so far. His highest position so far has been that of leader of opposition, right? He's not been a minister in the cabinet. He was denied in 2011-16. He's what, a 6-time MLA, somebody who lost in Paravur for in 96, and then decided that he's going to stay on there and make sure that he's going to win that seat. You know, in sense that he's the kind of a fighter, and the sense you get from VD Satheesan, extremely charismatic, but there will have to be a transformation.
Absolutely.
Right. I believe we have Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge on stage. We just saw them whiz past here. So they're on that big stage there. That's the power stage at the moment. You've got, what, DK Shivkumar, and if the pictures of that stage is being beamed out live, you have Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, DK Shivkumar, Siddaramaiah, you've got...
That's right, Veera, you have Mallikarjun Kharge sitting, and right behind him is Ramesh Channithalada. And you have KC Venugopal waving, he's smiling at everyone, and right next to him is Pinarayi Vijayan, the former Chief Minister of Keralam. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi sitting together. You have Mr. Satheesan as well, senior leaders of the Congress party. Remember, Veera, that the former PCC presidents also played an important role in helping the party make that decision. But I wanted to talk to you about North Kerala and South Kerala.
What happened?
Because remember that of the 63 MLAs, legislators that the Congress party has, a large portion of them, at least 40 of them, come from northern part of Kerala. And Mr. VD Satheesan, as the Chief Minister, also hails from Kannur. That's DK Shivakumar waving at the audience. He's the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar both in attendance. That's Mr. Tangal there of the IUML. And this is DK Shivakumar greeting the Gandhis there. And you also have Mallikarjun Kharge and KC Venugopal. It's an important day and also a challenging day for KC Venugopal, National Organization Secretary. He was also one of the top contenders for the post, but he lost out to VD Satheesan because of several other considerations. You also have AM Samsheer, former Speaker of the Keralam Assembly. Remember, AM Samsheer is also an LDF leader. Those visuals there of those Muslim League leaders as well. Mr. Tangal is sitting right there. And remember, IUML has 5 legislators and 5 ministers in this cabinet. You have Revant Reddy from Telangana. This is also the Congress party's show of strength, Veera and Ashwin. Because, Veera, back to you. There is the whole, top ministers of Telangana have also come in, including Mr. Batti Vikramaka to Revant Reddy. Just the sheer show of strength that the Congress has projected in this ceremony.
Well, if our lines are true, Vasudha, I was just mentioning to you that it's an extremely important moment. Look, the closest similarity that I have to this is 2023. When Karnataka gave an enormous mandate in 2023, and that sort of built the Congress for 2024. Of course, a very different nature and a very different state as far as the Congress party is concerned. Kerala, Vasudha, you were mentioning about all the all the people on stage. The IUML, an extremely important aspect. And we were talking a little earlier, Vasudha, about the challenges in terms of fulfilling the promises in terms of the financials as far as the state is concerned. But all that's perhaps for another day. But as you say, I think one of the most important aspects for the Congress is a reiteration of its power in two things, most importantly, as far as this swearing-in is concerned. A reiteration of its power in a state that's perhaps it's the biggest last bastion. Karnataka, of course, also a Congress bastion at the moment, but Kerala really something where the High Command has drawn back to as its final stronghold. And the other aspect of this, very important for me, as a takeaway, Vasudha, given the fact that this is a high command state and a state which doesn't often have enormous personalities, it has had some very strong political personalities from Karunakaran to Pinarayi Vijayan to A.K. Antony. But the sense that V.D. Satheesan was appointed not because of the say of MLAs, but because of the enormous public sentiment, is the Congress High Command yielding largely to the sentiment in Thiruvananthapuram and ensuring, most importantly, that it does not want to take half decisions which will result in instability or chaos that goes along. And I think that's the most important aspect, Ashwin. What do you say?
Absolutely. And V.D. Satheesan is never in history. If you look at his history, he was supposed to contest as NSUI president. That was taken away. He was not given that opportunity. He was told that he would become the Youth Congress president. That also, at the last moment, that was taken away. Then even becoming the minister in Oommen Chandy's cabinet, that was also taken away. So every time this man will always be close to a power, but it would have taken away. But an exception is made this time by the High Command, and certainly that is where he has to prove his worth. And certainly he has been working quite hard for the last 5 years. He has been totally updating what he's doing. He's trying to keeping a transparent manner of his functioning. Everywhere he goes, he puts it out. He lets the media know about it. Second thing about him is that he tries to engage with the media also, and that's this refreshing in a time where for 10 years, where media was always kept distanced by Pinarayi Vijayan. There's a man.
Hold your thoughts for a bit, Vasudha.
There's a man who is allowing media to come near him, and be with him. He's ready to take a selfie with them, very comfortable, and that's very refreshing. And that's probably where one reminds us of Oommen Chandy time, when anybody could call Oommen Chandy. He had a direct number.
Interesting parallel that you're bringing in. Oommen Chandy, of course, was the big consensus builder. He was not the aggressive personality. He was the big consensus builder who led the UDF government. KJ Shaji, senior journalist who covers wildlife very closely as well, joins us this morning. Shaji, welcome to our show from Vasudha and me. One of the interesting aspects about V.D. Satheesan, the man of the moment, if I may call him that, in Kerala, is that he is an enormous wildlife enthusiast. He proudly told me that he has scaled every peak on the Western Ghats, in the Western Ghats. He scaled every peak, and his favorite place is Kabini. What's your sense, both for the Congress and for V.D. Satheesan on the road ahead? It's going to be another new peak for him to scale.
As you rightly pointed out, I am very much happy that Satheesan is becoming the chief minister, because it is good for the wildlife also. And about 10 years ago, he created a small group of legislators, around 5 people belonging to the Congress.
Right.
He called his group as green MLAs. And they contributed significantly to the environmental thought, environmental conservation in the state. And as Ravira rightly pointed out, he was a man of determination and a good fighter. And his home constituency, Paravur, was earlier a left citadel, and first time he lost that constituency, but his return to the constituency, he addressed the everyday issues of the people there. And you remember...
Mr. Saji, but the challenges before Mr. Satheesan are also huge, but it's all smiles there. If you look at the stage today, it looks like the Congress wants to project its happiness and also a sense of strength, because it seems to have taken two right decisions after elections, both in Tamil Nadu going with TVK and deciding on V.D. Satheesan as somebody who represented the ground force of the UDF in the elections. For the Congress party, what does this mean? Because you have K.C. Venugopal there, you also have Ramesh Shenitala there, you have Mr. Khadge there. The optics of it is different, sir. Do you see this sort of becoming, a consensus battle in the coming days, or do you see differences cropping up now and then?
I will tell you one thing very clearly. Organizationally, KC Venugopal is a senior man and he is having considerable influence among the MLAs in Kerala. And another level, Ramesh Chetitala is a very, very senior leader to Satheesan. Satheesan never claimed he is the leader of the UDF, he is the leader of the Congress, but he always described himself as a team leader. He already proven his ability as a good team leader, and his leadership qualities brought Congress into such a historic victory in the state. And that is why the main reason, the coordination capabilities of Satheesan, his leadership capabilities, they helped the Congress to reach the power which was lost 20 years ago. His leadership positions, his stance, his ideology, his commitment, and they will significantly rise.
Mr. Saji, like you say, a lot of factors are going to play an important role in this. Veera, in the visuals, I'm not sure if you're able to see them. Rahul Gandhi is having a chat with VD Satheesan, and right behind him, you see Congress leaders, Ramesh Chetitala, you also have Mallikarjun Kharge, you have VM Sudhiran, senior Congress leader from Kerala, former health minister as well. Priyanka Gandhi has arrived. These are also, there's also Pinarayi Vijayan, former chief minister of, that is Rajendra Arlikar. The governor has also arrived now. Remember that he just had an oath-taking ceremony in Chennai for TVK and Vijay. He is meeting Revanth Reddy now, the chief minister of Telangana. All the deputy chief ministers have also come in, which means Vikramaka Bhatti and DK Shivakumar of Karnataka have also come to make sure that the Congress is present in full strength. Mr. Shaji, when it comes to the northern part of Kerala and the southern part of Kerala, in northern part of Kerala, there are about 40 MLAs, legislators of the Congress party, which also includes districts of, Kasargod and Malappuram and, of course, Kannur and Kozhikode, which is where maximum wins also happened. And then in southern part of Kerala, there are fewer wins for the Congress party. And ML, Muslim League, plays an important role when it comes to northern part of Kerala. How emphatic is going to be Muslim League, IUML's influence and dominance in policy matters, governance when it comes to this government? Because last time they had the same kind of ministers, 5 ministers, but their influence was also seen as overstated.
I will tell you one thing. The IUML, right from the beginning, they were very cautious. They never tried to create an impression that they created Satheesan or they are not controlling the government from behind. And always they showed the maturity and the care for facilitating a smooth kind of administration. Because the political situation has changed. A government which is rooted deeply in Hindutva.
Okay, Mr. Rajiv, DK Shivakumar is speaking. Let's listen into what he said.
We are going to deliver whatever we have promised. We are going to deliver. I wish them all the best. The entire our Telangana Chief Minister, Karnataka Chief Minister, our Himachal Chief Minister, Rahul ji, under the leadership of Kharge ji, all of us have come here to wish them. I hope this will be a great moment and we'll take it forward for the betterment of Kerala and this country.
Another state for a Congress party, sir, southern state. How do you see the Congress will revive in a northern state as well as?
I will come back to you on that later.
So that's the stage right now. VD Satheesan, the CM designate, he's all set to take oath. Standing next to Rahul Gandhi, LOP and Congress leader. That's also Priyanka Gandhi. You have VM Sudhiran. You have, that's a former health minister, Congress leader. That's Mr. Tangal of the IUML. Senior leaders of the Congress party also present. Deepa Das Munshi, the Congress in charge for the state of Keralam, also present. That's Rajendra Arlikar, the governor of Keralam. And these are all the top attendees who have been present. You also have John Chacko, one of the independent MPs who won on a Congress ticket, on a Congress symbol there, on a UDF symbol there. All of them present. This is also the Congress party's show of strength today, even as VD Satheesan is all set to take that oath. It's very interesting to see VD Satheesan, a man who has never been the minister, and this time he made it very clear that it's either the CM's post for him or nothing else. He was also the face of the LDF campaign. He started the Congress Party's Pudayugam Yatra just 3 months before the election campaign. He was the face of the LDF campaign, the most articulate face of the UDF, and he also showed a lot of aggression against the LDF, and he made it very clear after the UDF won a comfortable majority, getting about 105 seats, that he will only accept the chief ministerial post. He fought with top contenders, including Ramesh Channithala, who's standing right behind Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, and right next to him is Sunny Joseph, the PCC president of Keralam. You have chief ministers from different states, all Congress states, and Pinarayi Vijayan, who's also made it a point to attend the swearing-in ceremony. The contrast played out in Tamil Nadu just a week ago when Mr. Stalin, MK Stalin, the former chief minister, did not attend the swearing-in ceremony. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, BJP MLA, also BJP state president from Nemam, he won from Nemam. Rajendra Arlekar, the governor, who's all set to preside over the proceedings of the oath-taking ceremony today. Mr. Shaji, let me come across to you, and I'll repeat my question to you, sir. What does this mean for the Congress party nationally? Because, you know, 10 years of being in the opposition in a small state like Kerala, especially one that is represented by the first family, this is a huge honor and also a prestige battle for the Gandhis, isn't it?
Definitely. I still believe the outcome of Kerala, the forming of the government in Kerala, its impact will resonate across the country because Satheesan is a good ruler, capable of bringing in very good transformative kind of changes in Kerala, and that would be definitely reflected across the country. And one example I will tell you, press meet, and this press meet he clearly told the media that the chief minister is not above criticism, and you have to rigorously criticize, point out the mistakes, and correct me in whatever possible ways. So that is a kind of statement having greater significance in the present India. No other chief minister can say so. And that is what making this and distinct. And one thing is sure, today after the cabinet meeting, the one thing we are sure that the chief minister will make the first decision to hide the pending salary demand of the ASHA workers in Kerala. You know,
right. Mr. Shaji, very important points that have been made by you. Ashwin is also joining us. Ashwin, I want you to tell me what's all written on that stage. A lot of Malayalam there, because this is important for the Congress party, but it's also important for the UDF there. How is the party feeling about this? Has there been any sort of muscle flexing, shadow boxing still going on there?
Well, the entire atmosphere inside is quite electric. Because it is electric, the range is also very less. And that's why we have just come out. We are just outside. We are just outside the stadium. That's the stadium over there. And large number of people are still gathered here outside, still trying to...
ഞാൻ വടശ്ശേരി ദാമോദര മേനോൻ സതീശൻ എന്ന ഞാൻ നിയമം വഴി സ്ഥാപിതമായ ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ ഭരണഘടനയോട് നിർവ്യാജമായ വിശ്വസ്തതയും കൂറും പുലർത്തുമെന്നും ഞാൻ ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ പരമാധികാരവും അഖണ്ഡതയും നിലനിർത്തുമെന്നും ഞാൻ കേരള സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസ്തയോടും മനസാക്ഷിയെ മുൻനിർത്തിയും നിർവഹിക്കുമെന്നും ഭരണഘടനയും നിയമവും അനുസരിച്ച് ഭീതിയോ പക്ഷപാതമോ പ്രീതിയോ വിദ്വേഷമോ കൂടാതെ എല്ലാ തരത്തിലുള്ള ജനങ്ങൾക്കും നീതി ചെയ്യുമെന്നും ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ നാമത്തിൽ സത്യം ചെയ്യും. ഞാൻ വടശ്ശേരി ദാമോദര മേനോൻ സതീശൻ എന്ന ഞാൻ കേരള സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിൽ എൻ്റെ പരിഗണനയിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതോ എൻ്റെ അറിവിൽ വരുന്നതോ ആയ ഏതെങ്കിലും വിഷയം അങ്ങനെയുള്ള മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യങ്ങളുടെ മുറപ്രകാരമുള്ള നിർവഹണത്തിന് ആവശ്യമാകുന്നതൊഴികെ ഞാൻ ഏതെങ്കിലും ആളുകൾക്കോ നേരിട്ടോ നേരിട്ടല്ലാതെയോ അറിയിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുകയോ വെളിപ്പെടുത്തി കൊടുക്കുകയോ ചെയ്യുകയില്ലെന്ന് ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ നാമത്തിൽ സത്യം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
I now invite Shri P.K. Kunjalikutti, Minister Designate, to take the oath of office and oath of secrecy. Tell somebody, tell him his name is called out, no? Tell somebody to go and tell that their names are being called out. P.K. Kunjalikutti. P.K. Kunjalikutti. Stop it, no. I now invite Shri P.K. Kunjalikutti, Minister Designate, to take the oath of office and oath of secrecy.
ഞാൻ P.K. കുഞ്ഞാലിക്കുട്ടി എന്ന ഞാൻ നിയമം വഴി സ്ഥാപിതമായ ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ ഭരണഘടനയോട് നിർവ്യാജമായ വിശ്വസ്തയും കൂറും പുലർത്തുമെന്നും ഞാൻ ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ പരമാധികാരവും അഖണ്ഡതയും നിലനിർത്തുമെന്നും ഞാൻ കേരള സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ ഒരു മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസ്തയോടും മനസാക്ഷിയെ മുൻനിർത്തിയും നിർവഹിക്കുമെന്നും ഭരണഘടനയെയും നിയമവും അനുസരിച്ച് ഭീതിയോ പക്ഷപാതമോ പ്രീതിയോ വിദ്വേഷമോ കൂടാതെ എല്ലാ തരത്തിലുള്ള ജനങ്ങൾക്കും നീതി ചെയ്യുമെന്നും ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ നാമത്തിൽ സൃഷ്ടാവിൻ്റെ നാമത്തിൽ സത്യം ചെയ്തു. ഞാൻ P.K. കുഞ്ഞാലിക്കുട്ടി എന്ന ഞാൻ കേരള സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ ഒരു മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിൽ എൻ്റെ പരിഗണനയിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതോ എൻ്റെ അറിവിൽ വരുന്നതോ ആയ ഏതെങ്കിലും വിഷയം അങ്ങനെയുള്ള മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യങ്ങളുടെ മുറപ്രകാരമുള്ള നിർവഹണത്തിന് ആവശ്യമാകുന്നതൊഴികെ ഞാൻ ഏതെങ്കിലും ആളുകൾക്കോ നേരിട്ടോ നേരിട്ടല്ലാതെയോ അറിയിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുകയോ വെളിപ്പെടുത്തുകയോ ചെയ്യുകയില്ലെന്ന് ദൈവനാമത്തിൽ സത്യം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
Let him sit down, no? Let him take a seat. I now invite Sri Ramesh Chennithala, Minister Designate, to take the oath of office and secrecy. Make the Sunny Joseph.
ഞാൻ രമേശ് ചെന്നിത്തല എന്ന ഞാൻ നിയമം വഴി സ്ഥാപിതമായ ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ ഭരണഘടനയോട് നിർവ്യാജമായ വിശ്വസ്തതയും കൂറും പുലർത്തുമെന്നും ഞാൻ ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ പരമാധികാരവും അഖണ്ഡതയും നിലനിർത്തുമെന്നും ഞാൻ കേരള സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ ഒരു മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസ്തയോടും മനസ്സാക്ഷിയെ മുൻനിർത്തിയും നിർവഹിക്കുമെന്നും ഭരണഘടനയും നിയമവും അനുസരിച്ച് ഭീതിയോ പക്ഷപാതമോ പ്രീതിയോ വിദ്വേഷമോ കൂടാതെ എല്ലാ തരത്തിലുമുള്ള ജനങ്ങൾക്കും നീതി ചെയ്യുമെന്നും ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ നാമത്തിൽ സത്യം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഞാൻ രമേശ് ചെന്നിത്തല എന്ന ഞാൻ കേരള സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ ഒരു മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിൽ എൻ്റെ പരിഗണനയിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതോ എൻ്റെ അറിവിൽ വരുന്നതോ ആയ ഏതെങ്കിലും വിഷയം അങ്ങനെയുള്ള മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യങ്ങളുടെ മുറപ്രകാരമുള്ള നിർവഹണത്തിന് ആവശ്യമാകുന്നതൊഴികെ ഞാൻ ഏതെങ്കിലും ആളുകൾക്കോ നേരിട്ടോ നേരിട്ടല്ലാതെയോ അറിയിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുകയോ വെളിപ്പെടുത്തുകയോ ചെയ്യുകയില്ല എന്ന് ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ നാമത്തിൽ സത്യം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
You told, no? Next. I now invite Sri Sunny Joseph, Minister Designate, to take the oath of office and oath of secrecy.
ഞാൻ സണ്ണി ജോസഫ് എന്ന ഞാൻ നിയമം വഴി സ്ഥാപിതമായ ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ ഭരണഘടനയോട് നിർവാജ്യമായ വിശ്വസ്തതയും കൂറും പുലർത്തുമെന്നും ഞാൻ ഭാരതത്തിൻ്റെ പരമാധികാരവും അഖണ്ഡതയും നിലനിർത്തുമെന്നും ഞാൻ കേരള സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ ഒരു മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസ്തയോടും മനസാക്ഷിയെ മുൻനിർത്തിയും നിർവഹിക്കുമെന്നും ഭരണഘടനയും നിയമവും അനുസരിച്ച് ഭീതിയോ പക്ഷപാതമോ പ്രീതിയോ വിദ്വേഷമോ കൂടാതെ എല്ലാ തരത്തിലുമുള്ള ജനങ്ങൾക്കും നീതി ചെയ്യുമെന്നും ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ നാമത്തിൽ സത്യം ചെയ്യുന്നു. സണ്ണി ജോസഫ് എന്ന ഞാൻ കേരള സംസ്ഥാനത്തെ ഒരു മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിൽ എൻ്റെ പരിഗണനയിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതോ എൻ്റെ അറിവിൽ വരുന്നതോ ആയ ഏതെങ്കിലും വിഷയം അങ്ങനെയുള്ള മന്ത്രി എന്ന നിലയിലുള്ള എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യങ്ങളുടെ മുറപ്രകാരമുള്ള നിർവഹണത്തിന് ആവശ്യമാകുന്നതൊഴികെ ഞാൻ ഏതെങ്കിലും ആളുകൾക്കോ നേരിട്ടോ നേരിട്ടല്ലാതെയോ അറിയിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുകയോ വെളിപ്പെടുത്തി കൊടുക്കുകയോ ചെയ്യുകയില്ല എന്ന് ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ നാമത്തിൽ സത്യം ചെയ്യുന്നു.
Of that, PCC President of Keralam, also somebody who won from Peravoor in Kannur, defeating somebody seen as extremely powerful LDF leader, Shailaja Teacher, former Health Minister of Keralam. And on the left-hand side to your screen, you see VD Satheesan. This was before the oath taking. You also see Binoy. You also see Mr. Baghel and a couple of other Congress leaders, including Revanth Reddy, Mallikarjun Kharge, and the deputies DK Shivakumar and also Malu Bharti and several other people. This is VD Satheesan there giving a hug to Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi both have made it for the swearing-in ceremony. Congress present in full form there. This is also the Congress's way of saying that Keralam is extremely important for its affairs and for its national projection. This is a small state, but it has also given good dividends to the first family. Remember, in 2019, when Rahul Gandhi lost his election from Amethi, it was his Wayanad seat in Keralam that helped him retain his MP position. VD Satheesan there greeting opposition leaders as well, including Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Binoy Viswam of the left. You have RSP member N.K. Premachandran, also RSP is part of the government now. In fact, you'll also see one minister from RSP getting sworn in later. We have K.S. Saji joining us. Mr. Saji, first thoughts on Ramesh Chennithala as the Home Minister and also Mr. Kunyali Kutti being sworn in. Is the Muslim League going to be any different this time, sir, given that Muslim League has supported VD Satheesan, but it's also cautious that its support should not be weaponized, isn't it?
Definitely, as I rightly pointed out earlier, the national situation is giving some compulsions to Indian Union Muslim League, and the situation 10 years ago is not the same. There must be some caution, some kind of responsibility on the part of the Indian Union Muslim League. In the case of Kunyali Kutti, he proven his caliber as an industry minister of Kerala for long, because he was part of the Academy ministry, he was part of the Women ministry, and his experience and his capability, that will definitely contribute to the performance of this government. And also in the case of Ramesh Chennithala,
Mr. Saji, let's talk about this man taking oath there, K. Muralidharan, son of Karunakaran, somebody who won from Vattivur Kava. I went to cover his constituency. It seemed quite apparent and evident that he would be winning this seat, although a lot of people said that, he'll win from here and then next time he'll contest from some other place. But he has played an important role this time, isn't it, as also a former PCC president. Somebody like Mr. K. Muralidharan, how would you see him becoming a minister in Satheesan's cabinet? Is he going to be, is there a camp that Mr. Satheesan has, or is he largely seen as somebody who does not belong to any camp?
As you rightly pointed out, K. Muralidharan is a real fighter, and in the case of Vattivur Kav, it is such a dubious legacy. In the recent years, the most of the people showed a preference for the BJP, and BJP considered it as a strong emerging place for them. But only because of the personality and image and the convictions of Muralidharan, who earlier represented Vattivur Kav, he returned to Vattivur Kav and he won the confidence of the people, and he is a proven fighter.
Yes.
The political history of Muralidharan, as you said, he is the son of Chief Minister K. Karunakaran, the most powerful Congress Chief Minister of Kerala. And over the years, there were intense power struggles within the Congress because of Muralidharan.
Absolutely.
Because Muralidharan was a faction leader, he directly intervened and he created many dramatic or ugly turns of political history in Kerala.
And Mr. Saji, in his own family, we did see that split, right? Because his sister Padmaja went and joined the BJP. In Vattivurkavu, he was facing a difficult battle because the BJP had fielded former IPS officer Sri Lekha, and then he also had someone like, the mayor bro of, who has been a Trivandrum mayor from the LDF. So it was not an easy battle for him, but he is part of the cabinet now, and also 5 ministers from Muslim League. The other allies also include Kerala Congress factions of Jacob and Joseph. You also have the RSP joining, but there are going to be 22 ministers. Mr. Saji, the BJP's constant dig is that the 22 MLAs, legislators of the IUML, are more powerful than the 63 legislators of the Congress party. Is that criticism, is that dig even justified?
I am not agreeing with the BJP perception because IUML fundamentally it is not a communal outfit. It is a minority community party. It has Hindu representatives in different bodies, in district panchayat, in many local Gram panchayats in Malappuram. And though Malappuram is a Muslim majority district, it has clear harmony. It never saw any kind of terrorist activities, any kind of riots or clashes between communities. So the Christians, Hindus and Muslims are living amicably in Malappuram, and IUML is playing a very good role as a good facilitator.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of caution that IUML is also exercised. Ashwin, over to you. What is happening there? Tell us, what is the mood like?
It's a jam-packed stadium, and at least 50 to 60,000 people have come over here. Even outside the stadium, it's completely, it's jam-packed, and you can see the sea around. People, though the swearing-in ceremony is right now going on, even now there are people who are stuck over there. Many of them not able to get inside. Many of them who are outside also trying it hard to be around. Many people, at least 2-3 times, some people fainted also. They were also taken out. So this is the mood on the ground. In fact, it's a very jubilant mood because the Congress is coming back to power after a hiatus of 10 years, and therefore it's an important phase for the Congress party to revive back in a state like Kerala, where traditionally it has been a stronghold.
Absolutely.
And IUML, a partnership which has been with the Congress since 1977, has been one of the most strongest partnership ever, probably you can say in the history of South India, because no two other parties have been together for so long. And that is where IUML, despite so many offers that was given even by the CPM.
One of the good things that happened, Ashwin, today is also the presence of Pinarayi Vijayan, former Chief Minister of Kerala. You also see Binoy Viswam of the CPI and also AM Samcheer of the LDF. Veera, over to you. What's happening there? What are your big takeaways? The oath has been taken of the Chief Minister. What do you think is going to happen next? And in terms of the big takeaways from the oath taking, in terms of its optics and politics, what do you think?
Veera. Well, Veera's phone is...
okay.
Yes, so essentially what... Vasudha, what I can just tell you is that VD Satheesan will have to move through these very strong leaders who have backings from the RSP, the CMP, all are supporters of VD Satheesan. In the cabinet, there are many people who are, majority of the people have been supporters of KC Venugopal, and therefore this decisions has to be done with consensus, and that is what he had also hinted. While VD Satheesan was speaking, when CM VD Satheesan was speaking to us yesterday, he said he feels sad that some of the people who really deserve to be in the cabinet, he unfortunately could not take them. But this is how the Congress High Command is. The decision is final, and therefore it's a very important important time. Veera,
you know those pictures of KC Venugopal and VD Satheesan together on that stage? If we can play those pictures, I think that's going to be the defining picture of Kerala. I mean, whether it's going to be a picture that's going to define how two senior Congress leaders have decided to work together? Or is it going to be like the picture that we've seen in Karnataka of DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah constantly propping up? It will be interesting to see how this plays out. As we've just pointed out, you've got no dearth of experience in the cabinet. You've got people like Muralidharan, you've got Ramesh Chennithala, you've got the weight of the Congress High Command behind V.D. Satheesan. And he's obviously the face of this election as far as the UDF is concerned. So, but extremely important and interesting times, Ashwin, to navigate. You were talking about the challenges financially as far as the state is concerned in terms of fulfilling promises. Now, after this oath ceremony, I believe they will go to the governor's house. There will be a customary tea party that will be there. The new era officially begins as far as the Congress is concerned in Kerala after 10 years. What this means to the state of Keralam, we will know in the coming days.
Yes, we'll definitely know that in the coming days. It's a Congress revival from the southern tip of India.
Well, thank you, Ashwin. Also, tell us a little bit about, the oaths that has already been taken, not just by V.D. Satheesan, but also Ramesh Chennithala. You know Ramesh Chennithala quite well. Has he been upset with everything that has happened? Has there been any sense of reassurance that's been given to him? He's the Home Minister now of the state. Deepa Das Munshi also said that she will speak to him. Has there been any assurance, any outreach by Congress leadership to Ramesh Chennithala, because he's also the senior most leader in the party?
The senior most member of the party, Ramesh Chennithala, is also known for his discipline in the party, not creating any kind of poster wars, not complaining anything in public, but doing everything internally. So the question which you have asked about whether he will have a greater role to play is something that everybody is keenly looking forward to, isn't it?
Who? Ramesh Chennithala. Well, obviously Ramesh Chennithala is, look, he is going to be the man. He's senior. When you met him for breakfast, he said, all these people were people I brought into the Congress party, whether it's K.C. Venugopal, whether it is V.D. Satheesan. So he's sort of this grand old man of the Congress party. He sees himself as the veteran leader, the loyalist, who's seen times with the Congress, tough and good times with the Congress. So in a sense, I'm sure that he will be somebody who's going to be the link between the High Command and the and Thiruvananthapuram. But it's also a sense of the other sobering effect on V.D. Satheesan. We'll have to see how all this plays out as a team, Ashwin. I mean, you know them better than perhaps those of us from Delhi or other places.
Well, I see him always as a consensus man. He's never angry at anybody. Even his worst enemy, who is perceived to be worst enemy, he will have a cordial relationship with them. He'll bring them onto a table. This is a kind of an energy which Ramesh Chennithala always has put in. And certainly the discipline is there. He believed that being extremely disciplined would obviously make him the consensus candidate to be the CM. But unfortunately, that has not happened. But there has been multiple leaders who have went and met with him, including K.C. Venugopal, met him at his residence. And there has been some kind of an assurance. What is it? Only time will tell. But one thing is sure, that Ramesh Chennithala will be happy is what even K.C. Venugopal said. Even K. Sudhakaran, another veteran MP from Kannur, he also said that eventually Ramesh Chennithala will be happy. What it points it out, nobody would know. But surely it will be an interesting power play in the times to come.
Also tell us something, the presence of Pinarayi Vijayan, former Chief Minister of Kerala, at this swearing-in ceremony is very interesting, because Veera and I both witnessed a very different reality in Chennai last week, because none of the opposition leaders, except of course Tamilisai Soundarajan, came for that oath-taking ceremony of Joseph Vijay as the Chief Minister. But today, it's not just Pinarayi Vijayan, you have A.M. Samsheer, former Speaker, you have Binoy Viswam, you have several opposition leaders sitting there. Has Kerala always projected this model of politics that's very bitter before elections, but after outcomes, everything becomes cordial? Is that how Kerala has projected itself all the time?
Veera, you covered the entire country. The whole opposition is here. Is this unique characteristic of Kerala, or is it?
No, it's not about the whole opposition being here. It's about the entire. This is largely a Congress event, and also the fact that the UDF is an alliance in a sense, and Kerala represents the sense of perhaps coalition politics for many years, and having stable coalitions that's down there. So I think in terms of whether it's the left or the right, or the UDF. It's the question of an alliance. It's largely a social coalition. The interesting aspect about VD Satheesan is the fact that he looks at Team UDF as a social coalition. Now, you may have different parties. He sees this as something like an ahinda, in a sense, from an intellectual point of view. It is obviously an electoral and a political alliance. Each party has its own pulls and pressures. The fact is that it would be unfair to compare this with anything else. The road ahead for the nation may be a little early to speak of it.
You know, Pinarayi Vijayan is also sharing the stage there. So many, the CPI, Binoy Vishwam is also sitting there. Is this site a normal site, or is it only that you get to see in Kerala?
No, obviously, but the left and the Congress together is a sight you see anywhere else. In fact, you see that out in Tamil Nadu along with C. Joseph Vijay. So the left and the Congress together is a sight you see everywhere. Unfortunately, your opposition is left on the side. I would be surprised if it was the BJP leaders who were sharing the stage here. That would have been really a different aspect. I'm not sure if any were there on stage in terms of that leadership. But the left and the Congress together, well, I guess the left has nowhere else to go at the moment. And it'll be interesting to see what happens to the left itself and what happens to Pinarayi Vijayan. But the optics that VD Satheesan sent out, by not just meeting his own party leaders and the power centers in his party, but also meeting via, Pinarayi Vijayan, sending out a message of grace, and perhaps very true of Kerala politics. Kerala politics has not been bitter in terms of personalities. They've had great exchanges that's down there. It'll be fascinating to see how all this plays out in the coming years.
Yes, and we've all seen that warm picture of VD Satheesan meeting Pinarayi Vijayan and greeting them, both of them holding their hands together and raising it up. Those visuals were definitely quite warm, and certainly was this is a unique, unique turn of.
Important point, Mr. Saji. You know, Pinarayi Vijayan's presence in the oath-taking ceremony of VD Satheesan, is it also because the pivot was by Mr. Satheesan, because he went and met Pinarayi Vijayan immediately after taking oath? Do you think that this is a new sense of politics? And also on the screen there's a senior ally of, this is John Chacko, he's an MLA from Thiruvananthapuram. I remember covering his campaign. Tell us a little bit about this, person, sir. He's very interesting because I felt, he was in the CPM earlier, then he, of course, joined, he had his own party and everything. And I felt that there was a lot of surge in support of Mr. Chacko. What kind of people formed the cabinet of VD Satheesan? Give us a glimpse, of the people, of the interesting people who are part of VD Satheesan's cabinet this time.
It's CP George, not Chacko.
Yeah, CP George, yes.
CP George, CP George, his history, he was one of the very popular leaders of SFI in the past. SFI was the student wing of the CPM, and he was an intellectual. He was very down, and he is having a mass following across the state, though he is running a small splinter group of the CPA. He moved out of the CPM along with the mighty leader M.V. Raghavan, and he is from the Communist Marxist Party. And incidentally, yesterday he was telling he is the Lord Communist now in any ministry in India.
Right. Not the CPM, but the CMP, and and also somebody who left the Communist Party to start his own party. And I did see a lot of Facebook posts supporting him, especially from influencers, artists. We'll fix that video with you, Mr. Shaji, in just a bit. Back to you, Ashwin. Tell us what exactly, is the plan for Mr. Satheesan after the oath-taking ceremony, because the Tamil Nadu model shows that, Joseph Vijay as the Chief Minister started work immediately. He went to the Secretariat on a Sunday because the oath-taking was on Sunday. But Mr. Satheesan has been at it ever since, he was made the CM designate. What does he intend to do today?
After this event, there's going to be the governor's tea party that will be there. And after that, after the tea party, there's a first cabinet formation and many decisions will be made. Whenever the Congress party comes into power, the Rahul Gandhi's, guarantees, is it implemented immediately? Like, what is your experience? Can we expect the same?
Multiple different experiments as far as that is concerned. Karnataka was a statement in 2023 when they announced all those guarantees, on the swearing-in day. It was declared that they will be fulfilling all those guarantees categorically. Telangana has been a different experiment where the promise was made, but they still find it struggling with the finances to fulfill those promises. Just now, you had C. Joseph Vijay take charge, who has also promised many things, but he fulfilled three of the promises. So one is the optics of being right on the track as far as promises is concerned. And V.D. Satheesan, from my sense of the person that he is someone who's astute as far as financial knowledge is concerned. He knows the state's financial situation, and he told me very specifically, it's not as if we promised out of the blue. We studied the finances, we've only promised what's viable. So I think you will definitely see a sense of optics of going forward as far as the promises are concerned. Whether all five of them will be fulfilled or not immediately, I don't know. Perhaps in the first state budget or perhaps in an interim budget that comes up. But clearly you will have an optics of commitment to those promises. An announcement from today that the promises will be delivered to the people of Kerala because of the kind of mandate that the state has delivered on the UDF.
Absolutely. So we could expect that this announcement could happen, that he would play into the optics, isn't it?
Right. Ashwin, also, if you can explain to us, who are the allies who are part of this? I know this is a little complicated question, but then there's Kerala Congress Joseph, there's Kerala Congress Jacob, there's RSP, and there's, of course, the Muslim League, which is, of course, the most dominant ally. Can you tell us the character of this cabinet, who all gets what, and who will, possibly get the most promising role to play in terms of policy making?
Yeah. In fact, one thing is clear, that Ramesh Chennitthala will handle home portfolio. That is very, very clear. Apart from that, K. Muralidharan is demanded health, though initially he was offered electricity, power. He has denied, he said he will not take it up, but it is from sources that we are picking up that he may become the health minister. Now, the Indian Union Muslim League, which has 5 ministers, is going to take a big chunk of the ministership, which will definitely include the industry minister, and probably here in Kerala there is a higher education minister also, and there's an education minister also. So one of it could probably go to the IUML. That is a big likelihood. In terms of not just the Muslim, there is also representation. CP John is a Marthomite. So there has to be representation. His community has to be there. So he being a minister could be minority affairs. That could be an interesting part of it. We have multiple, 2 Irava ministers are there from the Irava community, Brindu Krishna and Liju. Both of them are from, one is from Kollam and Alappuzha. So certainly we can expect a portfolio that will be given to the Irava community, and the Irava community has also stated that they would need a sizable representation. In fact, one of the low representation is, in fact, quite shockingly, is Latin Catholic representation. They have also raised a query about it. So this, Veera, I want to ask you, we always project Kerala as a very secular state, but this caste and denominations is an important part, isn't it?
Well, it's an important part of any state. Look, but you can't also dismiss it off as saying that it is, unlike other states where politics is played on certain grounds. And I think everywhere there is the question of the minority factor. You have the IUML, you have you speak of the Christian vote, you speak of the Yerava vote, you speak of the Nair vote. And I think regional representation is perhaps the harsh reality, irrespective of what you say in terms of democratic principles. Unless you have somebody like a Joseph Vijay who sweeps from all castes in that sense. But even there, I'm sure those are social realities which will get reflected in your cabinet. What's the interesting question today, as the swearing is over, and I'm just going to have some fun. The real question is why Vijay did not turn up for the swearing in, because there was, since yesterday, the only buzz was whether Vijay was going to come to attend the swearing in. As Congress ally, there was talk that he could possibly be this one. I was told one of the senses is that the Congress didn't want this event to be about a star event. It wanted it itself to be the star. It's the Rahul Gandhis, V.D. Satheesan, K.C. Venugopals, and the Ramesh Chennithalas who are the stars of the Congress today. Priyanka Gandhi are the stars of the Congress today as far as Kerala is concerned. They didn't want a Tamil Nadu star to come back because I believe he does have a huge traction. In fact, the cab driver I was driving, who drove me back from the airport late last night, asked me this question. He said, "Is Vijay coming, sir?" I said, "Why, are you a fan?" He said, "No, sir, my wife is a fan and wanted to know whether he's coming." So I don't know. Maybe time to provide. Vasudha has very, very strong sources there. What's the sense, Vasudha, in terms of why Vijay didn't turn up for the swearing in. Was it a conscious call, or was he perhaps very busy because he's still not decided on portfolios and ministerships for the Congress as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned?
Well, Vida and Ashwin, what I think is Vijay wants to make it very clear that his party's separate positioning is going to be important. He also made this conscious call to be not being seen in an event which was largely seen as a Congress event, which you rightly pointed out. I think he also wants to project the fact that he's busy with Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is the only priority for him, and what people tell me is that he's spending hours and hours in the secretariat learning the ropes of governance. His own portfolios, cabinet portfolios, have to be sort of designated because there are only few ministers who have been given responsibilities now. So he wants to make it very clear that his priority is Tamil Nadu right now, governance right now, and not politics or being part of a larger political ecosystem. But that's about Tamil Nadu. Ashwin, when it comes to the cabinet characteristic you told me, but when it's
saying it's a decision not to attend and not a Congress decision to refrain from having him here, because the Congress was in two minds, I was told. What's your sense? It's a TVK decision not to have him here at the swearing-in, because he is arguably the biggest star for the Congress at the moment because of the fact that he's delivering the Congress a 59-year-old dream of having a ministership in Tamil Nadu.
I think, Veera, it has been a mutual decision. I think TVK and Congress have spoken to each other, decided to skip this event, because I think the Congress also does not want the limelight to be shared by Vijay. In fact, to be completely taken away, hijacked by the TVK and Vijay. And of course, it also wants to send out a message that this is about Congress chief ministers. And Vijay, on the other hand, also wants to make it very clear that he's not looking for a larger political ecosystem. He's only looking for the stability of his government, with his priority being administration and governance. Ashwin and Veera, very interesting visuals there of several chief ministers taking oath. When it comes to the Congress's role, UDF's Congress's contribution to this cabinet, do you think that the Congress will be far more dominant? Will it be able to speak its mind compared to what we saw between 2011 and 2016, when Oommen Chandy was the chief minister and had barely won 4 or 5 more seats than the LDF then?
Veera, 20 people cabinet and 12 of them are from the Congress. So do you think the Congress is going to dominate the cabinet?
Well, look, the mandate is, as you were mentioning, it's historic. The difference between 2011 2016 is that the Congress is traditionally, in the last 3 decades, as far as Kerala is concerned, has won victories which are not as decisive as this. It's the left which won decisive victories, like Pinarayi Vijayan's 90-seat victory, etc., was decisive victories of the left. The UDF, in a sense, this is a decisive victory, and I think apart from the IUML, and I think the equation with the IUML is also very, very strong, and I think it's a very important aspect as well. What will be interesting is not just the nature of the cabinet, that obviously is revealed right now. In the days to come will be about how the different camps and the different power lobbies work together. Because there cannot be a sense of any kind of friction inside the cabinet. It will be interesting to watch. Kerala, Malayalis are extremely, extremely intensely political. We'll have to see how that plays out in terms of the equations with the power lobbies that's there. Morning you had Rajiv Chandrasekhar as well on stage. So that shows the essence of Kerala, a sense where, all sides come together, where after an election's over, fine, it's, we congratulate you. And that's the kind of consensus one hopes will happen within the Congress as well over a period of time. There will be some crucial questions that needs to be made very clear. Are there going to be murmurs of power challenges within? Because let's not forget that K.C. Venugopal is a towering personality as far as the Congress is concerned, as the National Organization Secretary. And then, of course, what's going to happen to the Congress President's post, after when it comes up again for change? Will status quo continue? Will there be a change? So many questions will be there on how the High Command, Thiruvananthapuram, New Delhi, work together as far as this is concerned. But at the moment, the Congress sending out a categorical, certain message of clear direction as far as Kerala is concerned. The High Command turning around and saying it's backing VD Satheesan. So Let's see how this plays out.
Absolutely. That decision in 24 hours certainly proves that Congress has a higher stake in it. And within 24 hours, all the allies agreeing to what has been given to them is certainly a refreshing and big change that we see.
Before I go to Anand Kochukudi, a senior analyst who's joining us now. Veera, I wanted to remind you also, when we met V.D. Satheesan, this was before elections, he had made it very clear that the party had made a call with regard to Tamil Nadu and the DMK, and he felt that that was the right call to make. Do you think that V.D. Satheesan would have also not probably preferred Vijay to come for the swearing in today? Is that also a possibility?
I couldn't hear you, Vasudha. Could you please repeat what you said?
Ashwin, when Veera and I had met V.D. Satheesan before elections during the campaign, V.D. Satheesan had made it very clear that the party, his Congress party, had made this decision to stick to DMK, which he felt was the right call to make at that point of time. Do you think that V.D. Satheesan would have also preferred this event to be entirely about Congress and UDF? Would he have preferred Vijay to not come? Okay, let's also bring in...
Veera, V.D. Satheesan...
Let's also bring in Anand Kochukudi here now. Anand Kochukudi, who's also a senior analyst, joins us. Anand, what is... when you look at the entire cabinet today, what are your first thoughts?
Well, the cabinet is fairly balanced. We have Ramesh Chenitla as a counterpoint, as a power center, apart from the Chief Minister V.D. Satheesan, who will also be the Finance Minister. We also have a senior leader in P.K. Kunyalikutty, who was expected to get Deputy Chief Ministership. He took oath after the Chief Minister. He was supposed to get Deputy Chief Ministership, and the IUML was expected to be restricted to 4 ministries in exchange for that position. But somewhere the IUML managed to get its 5th ministry. What I feel is very bad in the optics is that 3 districts where the Congress swept, Idukki 5-0, Kottayam 9-0, and Pathanamthitta 4-1. The one seat, Konni, was lost by 1,000 votes. In these 3 districts, there is no minister. This is Central Kerala. This is the Christian rubber belt where, people voted in large numbers for the Congress and the UDF.
Right.
So it's a bit skewed in favor of Malabar and the northern districts. And
okay. Anand Kochukudi, Veera Raghav is there with some guests. Veera Raghav, over to you.
Well, I have Mr. Somesh, MLA from Sumesh. Advocate A. Sumesh, MLA from Chittoor constituency in Palakkad district. What's your sense? People kept talking about K.C. Venugopal or V.D. Satheesan. Now it is V.D. Satheesan as Chief Minister. Will it be stable government for 5 years?
It's all the controversy made by the media and the social media. There is no controversy after the decision. The High Command decision is final. There will be a stable government for next 10 years. Not 5 years, next 10 years.
So it's bye-bye Pinrai, hello V.D. Satheesan.
Bye-bye CPM, and it's for UDF for next 10 years.
But tell me, as a congressman, being a Congress, Congress party member also has its own emotion attached to most of you all. After 10 years coming to power in Kerala, what does it really mean when you saw the oath-taking ceremony today? What does it mean for the Congress workers here in Kerala?
Actually, during the election, we have seen a tsunami happening against Pinarayi Vijayan. Okay, apart from the might of the Congress party, it was a tsunami wave against the Pinarayi Vijayan. Now the real development is going to happen. After 10 years, Kerala will witness the real development. Nothing has happened over the past 10 years. The real development is going to happen now. Whatever that was implemented by Ummanchandi sir and the prior chief ministers, that was only there in Kerala. For the past 10 years, nothing happened. No flagship projects, nothing. Now Kerala will now witness actual development.
So you're saying, I want to ask Sumesh also a very important question. The Irava community, especially Vellapalli Nateshan, is little unhappy with the way V.D. Satheesan works. You are going to be leading this consensus. Will you be going to ensure that that consensus is made? These leaders are also brought on board.
No, actually the ministry is having a social balancing. Some social leaders might have different of opinion, but the Congress party and the UDF did a good job. Social balancing in the ministry also.
So thanks very much, sir. Thank you for speaking to us. Those are the Congress MLAs in Kerala. They're very, very sober when they make their comments. They're very clear what they want to say. Back to you, Vasudha.
Right. Thank you, Veera. Back to Anand Kochukudi. Anand, one of the optics today is very heartwarming is the presence of Pinarayi Vijayan, the former Chief Minister, in the oath-taking ceremony. Has Kerala always been like this? Have opposition leaders often made it a point to attend the government's, swearing-in functions, or is today an exception?
No, Kerala has always been like this. It's very different from Tamil Nadu in that respect. We know the history between Karunanidhi and Jayalalitha. But, Pinarayi Vijayan was a bit different from the rest. He was, in the last 10 years, the relationship between the opposition and the government had soured beyond a point on certain occasions that the opposition had boycotted many government functions, including the ones attended by the Prime Minister, inaugurated by the Prime Minister or the Governor. So things had gone south, but after the election, Satheesan has made it a point to be gracious. He has been very congenial, very, nice to everybody, to even make sure that Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who is also an MLA, to attend. He's the state BJP president, to attend the function. So he wanted participation from all around. I think the government and Satheesan was advised by certain people that if Vijay had come, then the entire focus, center of attention would have been Vijay, of course, because of his star value. Not certainly because he is the chief minister, that's an added thing. But so I guess the government wanted, Satheesan and others wanted the focus to be on them rather than Vijay. And the other chief ministers are, of course, there. The Pinarayi Vijayan's attendance, Pinarayi Vijayan himself has been quite gracious, and, he has gone back 10 years in the sense, before 2016, he was, his attitude towards the opposition when he was chief minister wasn't very, there was not so much acrimony. But in the last 10 years, especially during his second term, the acrimony had reached a point where things seemed, very broken. So, yeah, things have been better. Everybody is attending, and Satheesan has been, he hasn't gone, I think the position of chief minister hasn't gone into his head, and he is being very amicable with everybody.
Let's also play those visuals of that handshake between KC Venugopal and VD Satheesan today. It's a cold handshake, and of course then he goes on to meet Pinarayi Vijayan very warmly. That's Ramesh Chennithala, the Home Minister, hugging Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, and that is VD Satheesan shaking hands with KC Venugopal, moving swiftly to Pinarayi Vijayan, longer handshake there, and of course then goes on to meet other people there. Anand Kochukudi, how do we read this? VD Satheesan, of course, meets KC Venugopal, smiles. A very swift handshake goes on to Pinarayi Vijayan, a longer handshake, and then goes on to other people, including Mr. Suku and several others. What is the relationship going to be between these two gentlemen? Because a lot of MLAs also are in some ways loyal to KC Venugopal. Is that going to be a challenge for VD Satheesan as the Chief Minister?
I don't read too much into the handshake per se, but yesterday they were they were seen, they were photographed, in a very different atmosphere. VD Satheesan had gone to the residence of Venugopal in Thiruvananthapuram, and they had, spoken for 45 minutes, confabulated for 45 minutes without anybody else's presence. And what I think Venugopal has done is to make sure that he got more than 9 ministers, he got 9 cabinet portfolios, which is something that Satheesan wouldn't have wanted. Satheesan wanted Shanimol Usman to be a minister. He wanted other, camp members from his, VT Balram, for instance. Chandi Umman is the one who missed out. Chandi Umman is, of course, the son of Umman Chandi. And so there are many who missed out from VD Satheesan and Ramesh Chennithala's camp, but Venugopal got his way with the ministers because he had the maximum number of loyalists and MLAs supporting him. But once Satheesan becomes chief minister, it's possible that the the number of MLAs supporting Venugopal may decrease, because Satheesan can, as a chief minister, if he can take everybody along, and if he can, if once somebody becomes chief minister, their aura grows and they reach a certain level until somebody becomes
Important point, and we see that playing out in Tamil Nadu as well. Anand, just stay with us. Let me get in KM Shaji as well. Mr. Shaji, Anand Kochukodi made this very important point that in his view, there are 3 districts like Idukki and Pathanamthitta which doesn't have representation in the ministry right now, in the cabinet right now. And then there is, a little more, maybe a little disproportionate representation of the northern Kerala MLAs, legislators. Is this the Congress party also trying to say that northern part of Kerala, which has not really voted for it in huge numbers in the past, including districts like Kozhikode, is this one way of the Congress, making that message very clear that it's a party that's here to stay and increase its footprint and not get back to playing those close games with the LDF?
I agree with Anand Kochukodi. There are compulsions, many compulsions before the Congress. But in the case of Congress, in its history, it performed relatively well in the case of forming the cabinet. It has not much delayed. There were compulsions, there were pressures, and there is an issue of representation for districts like Idukki. But in general, there is a hope. There is a blend of good leaders, good parliamentarians, people who already proved their caliber. So in the coming days, Satheesan, at one level, he is a man, a knowledgeable person, and he has, though he is not a ruler or never an administrator so far, he was a good MLA who studied, who made a lot of hard work in learning things. So, another level, he is a man of diplomacy and he is a team leader. So his leadership qualities will somehow address all these issues. And I sincerely hope in the coming days, he can ensure a better teamwork, a collective work. Always a team, all the time, suggestion was telling it would be team UDF. And undoubtedly, there would be some serious efforts on his part to make the ministry a Congress ministry, a team UDF ministry. So the minor differences would be over. And there are many corporations, many boards, and many other responsibilities outside the cabinet. So in the coming days, Congress and the UDF will give more prominence to such vacancies to the districts and areas are represented in the cabinet.
Point. Anand Kochukodi, this is something I wanted to ask you. When I was looking at the visuals, I did see the leadership of the Congress party, including the Gandhis, having this longest chat with VM Sudhiran. What is the role that the former PCC presidents have played, in this whole decision? Because, be it K. Muralidharan or Mr. Sudhakaran, have they been instrumental in making the party decide on VD Satheesan?
The 7 former PCC chiefs and the 3 working presidents who met Rahul Gandhi, out of 10, 7 of them favored K.C. Venugopal. The 3 who favored VD Satheesan are VM Sudhiran, K. Muralidharan, and of course, Anthony didn't come to Delhi, but Anthony also favored VD Satheesan. So only these 3 favored Satheesan. Until Rahul Gandhi met VM Sudhiran that evening, only Muralidharan had been supportive of Satheesan. VM Sudhiran couldn't meet Rahul Gandhi earlier because he had got delayed. So VM Sudhiran, I think, was the one who made it a point to tell Rahul Gandhi that all the protests that happened, most of them was organic. Maybe some of them was engineered, but most of them was organic, and there was a public outcry, public sentiment in favor of VD Satheesan. And if K.C. Venugopal was installed at that point, then there would have been a lot of protests. So I think VM Sudhiran played a big part. VD Satheesan, the chief minister, he acknowledged that by going to the residence of VM Sudhiran and acknowledging that he had played a role. And then A.K. Anthony, of course, nobody can rule him out in such an exercise. K. Muralidharan stayed strong with VD Satheesan. They were not on good terms during the Palakkad by-elections. They were not on speaking terms. But in the last one year, they have patched up, and K. Muralidharan has stood very has completely stood by V.D. Satheesan. So these, loyalties keep changing, but V.M. Sudhiran, I'm expecting him to be given some position in the, as an administrative reforms committee chairman or something. He might be, brought back into, the government in some way or the other by V.D. Satheesan.
Anand Kochukudi, and thanks for the inside information. We'll keep tracking that. But I also want you to answer this one question. The 5 Indian Union Muslim League legislators who have been sworn in today, which includes Kunyali Kutti, you have Samshuddin, you have KM Shaji, PK Bashir, and of course Mr. Abdul Ghafoor, who of course are being sworn in as ministers. KM Shaji has been particularly quite controversial, with some of his statements, which one of them also allegedly include the fact that, he apparently said that his government will work for his community. And this has also led to a lot of friction between the BJP and, of course, the UDF. Anand Kochukudi, do you see the partnership with Muslim League and the fact that it has 5 ministers, as it had between 2011 and 2016, and some of their ministers might speak as they should, do you see this becoming an issue that the BJP is going to raise again and again?
V.D. Satheesan ceding 5 ministries, it's actually a combined decision. Venugopal and everybody was part of that decision. But that did not go well with a lot of people, because in 2011 the IUML got 5 ministries as under that particular circumstances, because in 2011 the UDF had 72 against the LDF 68. So it was the majority was 2 seats, and the IUML had a disproportionate number of MLAs in that house, in the 20 MLAs. This time they got 22, but the UDF got 102. So out of 102, the IUML got 22. So the proportion should be 4 ministries for the IUML, which was the precedent in 2001 and earlier in 1991. They had 4 ministers and another cabinet rank in a deputy speaker or a chief whip. In 2011, a 5th ministry was given under duress by Umman Chandi. In 2026, there was no reason for the IUML to bargain hard for that position. Instead, they could have gone for a deputy chief ministership for Kunyali Kutti, and that would have ensured some kind of balance, because the other parties, some of them have been given 2.5 terms. Kerala Congress, which has won 7 seats out of the 8 contested and ceded 2 seats even before the election, they got only 1 ministry. So, the optics look a bit, concerning, considering that...
Mr. Shaji, do you agree with that? The fact that the optics might look concerning to some people, or do you think that a lot of it could just be from what political lens are you viewing this entire situation?
I largely agree with Kochukudi. The thing is that in the past, Kerala Congress, it is a minority community, it has a minority community base. Mostly it is represented by the Catholic Christians. And this time got only 1 person in the cabinet. And earlier they were holding bigger portfolios like revenue. And this time I don't know which portfolio these people are allocating to them. And definitely these kinds of interventions, at one level, Congress is consolidating its position, and first time Congress is having such a large number of ministers. And Congress is now holding most of the crucial portfolios like the revenue, like the forest, and many important portfolios. And the chief minister is holding the finance for the first time. Earlier, when K.M. Mani was live, its portfolio went to K.M. Mani, the leader of the Kerala Congress. And this time, there is a shift. So more concentration in the hands of the Congress, and the alliance partners are not getting proportional kind of representation. Because in the case of the Kerala Congress, they won almost all the seats they contested this time. But they are now forced to get only accept 1 berth in the cabinet and also the chief position. That is just technical. It has no kind of administrative or governmental significance. So this would be some kind of anxieties, especially in the Christian area, because the Christian votes clearly helped the UDF this time.
So minority consolidation has been an important factor for the UDF winning 102 seats. Anand Kochukudi, when it comes to Muslim representation or Christian representation, explain to us the whole potency of Muslim League not just votes this time, also legislators this time? Is it going to be more than what we saw in the Chandi government?
The number of Muslim and Christian MLAs, they have got enough representation. They got 6 each,
yes.
6 ministers each out of 21, which is, which is fairly adequate and actually more than what is generally the case. But the thing is, if IUML gets five ministries, the problem is that the Congress can't allocate, a ministry to a couple of Muslim ministers, MLAs from its own, its own ranks. So the IUML getting 5 ministers is a problem for the Congress in that way. There's another problem. The IUML is largely a regional party. It's only concentrated in Malabar. They get a few seats like Kalamassery or Guruvayur.
Out of yours, let me get in Ashwin also. Ashwin is joining us from the ground. Ashwin, when are the portfolios likely to be allocated? Is there a sense of time as to when that can happen?
We can expect it very, very soon. In fact, either today, maximum it should be done today is what we are getting to pick up. We will get to know the portfolios. But saying that, what we know is that, Vasudha, some of the key portfolios like PWD, higher education and education, one of them will probably go to the IUML. And which will certainly be a matter of concern because the NSS and the Irava community, these leaders have raised their bugle stating that this should not be given to the Muslim League. Stating that, we also need to see K. Muralidharan is likely to get the health ministry. We have to see who's going to be the LSDD minister. And certainly the portfolios pretty much except for Ramesh Chennithila, K. Muralidharan and what PK Kunjalikutti will take, we don't know how the allocation going to be for the rest of us, rest of the others. But saying that, it can all happen very, very soon because this government is, the first cabinet is going to be called in today itself. They'll be making some key decisions over there and including we can expect the big decisions to be signed off today itself. And
joining us with those details, I'm sure you have to go get those newsmakers as well. Thank you so much for joining us with your insights. Anand Kochukudi, tell us in brief as to what has happened with the NSS and the SNDP, because SNDP also is an important organization that represents the interest of the Irava community, and then NSS represents the Nair interests. How have these organizations viewed V.D. Satheesan's rise to power?
See, the NSS and the SNDP were totally opposed to V.D. Satheesan. The fact is that the NSS did help V.D. Satheesan in 2021 in the Paravur constituency. The Taluk Union had publicly supported V.D. Satheesan, but once he became leader of opposition in 2021, he kind of distanced himself from the NSS by stating that he would be totally secular. He wouldn't, go and meet with Sukumaran Nair, the General Secretary, or any other, caste leader to seek their support, and that he would be a Nehruvian in that sense. And G. Sukumaran Nair, the General Secretary, he so read, he was very miffed with that comment. He publicly declared that V.D. Satheesan had sought his help in Paravur in 2021. Then how can he somersault like that? And then from that point on, their relationship had been very, had turned sour. In the case of Vellapalli Nadeshan, he had been publicly supporting Pinarayi Vijayan government right from 2017. I guess that was when John Brittas patched up Pinarayi and Vellapalli's relationship. And from that point, Vellapalli had publicly supported Pinarayi Vijayan in Kerala while also supporting the Narendra Modi government in the center. His own son is an ally of as a president of the BDJS, right. So he is in two boats in that sense. Okay. So, but these two are very powerful in the sense that they are holding very important.
Very interesting details. Mr. Shahji, would you like to sort of come in on that, and also the fact that what is the most important political challenge for V.D. Satheesan? It's a small state. I'm sure governance is something that he will get his hands on. But in terms of political maneuvering, you think what is going to be his biggest challenge?
Agree that Sukumaran Nair of the Nair Service Society. He's a very powerful leader. And also Vellapalli Nadeshan. He's an equally powerful leader. But the thing is that there is a large segment of Iravas and Nairs and also the civil society who are considering these people as highly regressive and having softer concerns for the BJP. And many people are totally against their so-called dominance over these particular communities, and their authority even over their particular communities is questionable. And I can quote one of the eminent thinkers in Kerala, Professor M.N. Karacheri. He said there were three enemies for Satheesan in the recent past. One is Nadeshan, and another is Kumaran Nair. Third one is the controversial Islamic cleric, Kandapuram A.B. Abubakar Musalia. And Karacheri was rightly saying, if three regressive people like them jointly opposite Satheesan, then there must be some kind of virtue, some kind of good qualities in Satheesan, and that is why I am supporting him. And honestly saying, my reading is that a number of youngsters put up by the kind of propaganda, kind of politics handled by, or the manipulative kind of tactics handled by these community leaders, they are good for Satheesan.
So it all depends on if Mr. Satheesan will take those pressure or not. Will he succumb under those pressures, which he has not till now? Or will he also define a path for him, a separate path for him? Because probably being a political, being an LOP would have been probably easier. But now he's the chief minister. He probably has to also navigate these things better. Thank you, Mr. Saji. Thank you, Anand Kochukudi, for joining us with those wonderful insights. What has worked for Satheesan, a groundswell of support. He also stuck to his CM chair demand, and that seems to have worked for him. Remember that he was in contention along with powerful people like K.C. Venugopal, National Organization Secretary of the Congress Party. But Mr. Satheesan made it very clear that he will only be the Chief Minister or nothing in the Kerala cabinet. That worked for him. And today is the Congress Party's major show of strength, with all Congress Chief Ministers present there and also their deputies present. And also present are Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress President, Rahul Gandhi, LOP, and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who's an MP from Wayanad, and several other Congress leaders. This is also the Congress's way of saying that it's here to stay in Keralam, and Keralam is extremely important for it. Small state, big dividends for the National Party. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Across the country,
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
What seems settled.
Well, in a tragic incident, a 25-year-old woman has died by suicide. This happened in Greater Noida. This woman was married and she has jumped off from the roof. She has died. She has passed away. The in-laws have now been accused of harassing her for dowry, while her family members have alleged that the girl was beaten up. The marriage took place only 14 months ago. Police have taken the body in custody now. They've also sent it for post-mortem. The husband is the accused here, also the father-in-law. The father-in-law and the husband both have been arrested by police officials today. The incident took place in Jaipura of Ecotech 3. This is in Greater Noida. More details are awaited in the suicide case that happened in Noida as well. 14 months ago, the marriage took place. The marriage took place on the 11th of December 2024. The woman who has died, who has passed away, her husband and his family were repeatedly demanding 50 lakhs from her is what we understand. And this was in the form of dowry. And the family had already given them a Scorpio car and 11 lakh cash that was given to them, and gold that was worth over 50 lakh that was also given. My colleague Akhil joins us with more details on this. Akhil, a Greater Noida case has now emerged even as we were dealing with something that happened in Noida. Tell us what's happening, what happened in the case of the woman who died in Greater Noida. Where did this happen and what are the police saying?
Well, that's right. If you see, this is a case of greed and recklessness in which what we have seen that an unfortunate tragedy has come out from Gautam Budh Nagar's Greater Noida area, in which what we have seen that 25-year-old Deepika Naga, a young woman, died by suicide. This is what the initial inputs have come out. But the family members are alleging that that the in-laws family basically pushed her from the terrace. So what is the actual reason? Things will come out in the later stage. But right now you can see the visuals just outside the Sector 94 post-mortem house. This is the mortuary center where we are standing right now, and I'm going to speak to some of the family members over here. अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए क्या नाम है आपका?
सुनील नागर।
सुनील जी, क्या रिश्ता है आपका दीपिका नागर?
जी, भतीजी लगती है।
भतीजी लगती है जी। पूरा का पूरा मामला क्या है, कब किस रात हुआ, कितने बजे हुआ?
ये रात हमारे पास कॉल आई उसके ससुराल से दीपिका नागर के कि आपकी बिटिया गिर गई है और आप हॉस्पिटल में आ जाइए। तो जब परिवार के लोग शारदा हॉस्पिटल में पहुँचे तो वहाँ देखा कि बेटी के ऊपर मारपीट के निशान थे बहुत ज़्यादा और वो बेसुध। तो डॉक्टर ने चेक किया तो बताया कि ये अब नहीं रही। तो उसके बाद जो ससुराल वाले थे वो वहाँ से भाग गए और बुरी तरह से मारपीट करके उसकी
जो शरीर पे जो वुंड्स हैं, किस तरह के जख्म जो है, किस तरह?
पूरे शरीर पर कट के निशान भी हैं, मारपीट के निशान हैं, नील पड़े हुए हैं पूरे शरीर पर, काफ़ी ज़्यादा चोटों के निशान हैं। काफ़ी
कट के जो लेजेंस के कट के मार्क्स अलग होते हैं, ठीक है? अगर कोई इंसान सुसाइड करता है, कूदता है, ठीक है, उसके चोट अलग।
इसके तो कट के निशान भी हैं, पेट में एक छेद भी हो रखा है जो कि संभवतः या तो गोली मारी गई है या कोई सरिया या पेचकस नुमा कोई चीज़ उसके पेट में दी गई है।
इस मामले के अंदर पुलिस ने अब तक 2 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है, लड़की के पति को और उनके ससुर को। क्या आप संतुष्ट हैं अभी तक के इन्वेस्टिगेशन?
हम अभी बिल्कुल संतुष्ट नहीं है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से बेटी को दुर्दांत तरीके से तड़पा के मारा गया है, उसके पूरे परिवार की गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए। सही है, उसमें 4-5 लोग और हैं जिनके नाम है, उसकी जो सास है, नंद है, सब लोगों के नाम है इसमें, बाकी किसी को भी गिरफ्तार नहीं किया गया है। ये जो व्यक्ति है ये भूमाफिया टाइप का व्यक्ति है और राजनीतिक रसूख वाला व्यक्ति है। जो इसके जो ससुर है मनोज, ये राजनीतिक रसूख है इसका अच्छा खासा, तो ये प्रभावित करने का प्रयास करेगा पूरा इस मामले को। ये क्योंकि इसका रोज का काम है पुलिस प्रशासन के पास में उठना बैठना, वहाँ पे प्लॉटिंग करता है, लोगों के प्लॉटों पे कब्जे करता है। इसके खिलाफ दर्जनों मुकदमे वहाँ पे पहले से दर्ज है।
पहला सवाल, अगर आपको ये सारी चीज़ें पता थी तो उस घर में बेटी क्यों दी? और दूसरा सवाल, जब आपने शादी करी बेटी की 14 महीने पहले, उसके बाद आपने स्कॉर्पियो कार दहेज में भी दिया, दहेज देना भी गलत है, ठीक है? उसके बाद आप कह रहे हैं कि फिर वो लोग फॉर्च्यूनर मांग रहे थे और 50 लाख कैश एडिशनल मांग रहे थे, डिस्पाइट डैट कि आपने उनको पहले जो है 50 लाख का सोना भी दिया। तो आपने पुलिस में पहले कंप्लेन क्यों नहीं की?
देखिए, मैं बताता हूँ, जब शादी करते हैं तो उस टाइम पे जो भी दिया जाता है, हर पिता अपनी बेटी के लिए अपने हैसियत के हिसाब से देता है, ठीक है? उसे आप एक बेटी के लिए गिफ्ट के तरह से आप मान सकते हैं, उसमें कोई मांग वाली बात नहीं होती है, जो पहला जो होता है। दूसरी बात, आप कह रहे हैं कि आपको पहले पता नहीं था। हर आदमी के 2 चेहरे होते हैं। हमें जब बताया गया था इसके बारे में तो इनका बताया गया था कि इसके स्कूल हैं, इसका वाकई में वहाँ पे स्कूल है, लेकिन बाद में हमें पता चला कि ये जो स्कूल है ये सारा अवैध प्रॉपर्टी पे इसका निर्माण है और इसका जो काम है ये अवैध प्रॉपर्टी पे कब्जा करता है और इस तरह से ही भूमाफिया बना हुआ है।
आप लोगों के परिवार की बेटी को कितने महीने से परेशान कर रहे थे वो?
इसको कई महीने से परेशान किया जा रहा था, मांग की जा रही थी। तो बेटी ने कल अपने पिताजी को फ़ोन करके बताया, तो इसके पिताजी वहाँ पे गए तो घर पे जाकर के इन्होंने आराम से समझाया, बातें की, तो कोशिश की कि ऐसी चीज़ें हैं, पारिवारिक चीज़ें हैं तो आराम से हल हो जाएं, कुछ ऐसा ना करना पड़े। लेकिन जैसे ही वो वापस घर आए, घर आने के कुछ घंटे बाद ही, आधे या 1 घंटे के बाद ही कॉल आ गई कि आपकी बेटी को चोट लग गई और आप हॉस्पिटल आ जाइए। तो जब वहाँ हॉस्पिटल में पहुँचे तो वहाँ बेटी मरी।
एक चीज़ और बताइए, दिन ब दिन जो है वो लालच, ग्रीड जो है वो बढ़ता जा रहा था। आखिरी में जो डिमांड्स थी, 3 बड़ी मांगें,
thank you so much. Let's also listen in to what the mother of the victim said today. Mother of Deepika Nagar, who has unfortunately passed away after being harassed and beaten up by her in-laws in Greater Noida. Her mother has spoken and this is what she said.
क्या हुआ आपकी बेटी के साथ?
ओ भैया वो तो कुछ भी न पता कहा हुआ है।
अच्छा।
ओ भैया वो न पता कुछ भी, भैया मैं वो पते न कुछ भी कहा करो हुआ मेरी की गए।
अच्छी वाली गई हमारी बेटी तो यहाँ से।
भैया मैंने तो
राजी खुशी।
अरे मोटा तो कल भी अच्छी बतलाई। ओ मेरी लाडो।
कैसे पता लगी आपको?
उन्होंने फोन करा था।
फोन आया उनको ही।
ओ अब तुम्हारी बेटी जीने पर से गई।
क्या हुआ आपकी बेटी के साथ?
ओ भैया वो तो कुछ भी न पता कहा हुआ है।
अच्छा।
We are also tracking Twisha Sharma's death mystery. A 33-year-old Noida woman was found dead 5 months after her marriage. While Twisha's family has claimed harassment, in-laws have said that the death was by suicide. Twisha's father has said that Twisha's husband and her mother-in-law, a retired judge, are the main culprits in this case. Now, in the latest update, Twisha's latest Insta chat has also surfaced where she had written to her friend on how she feels completely trapped in the marriage. Now, the final 15 minutes before Twisha's death have become the biggest focus of the investigation that's going on. According to the family, Twisha called her mother at 10:05 p.m. and she spoke about the alleged harassment that she was going through in her home by her in-laws. And this was at 10:20 p.m. that her family was informed that Twisha was not breathing anymore. This has raised several questions and several serious questions about what really happened. Yesterday, Twisha's father and cousin spoke to NDTV describing what they went through. Listen in to what they said.
मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगी कि अभी तक पुलिस ने जो भी कार्यवाही करी है उससे परिवार कितना संतुष्ट है, और इस बात में कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जो दूसरा पक्ष है वो एक रसूखदार पक्ष है, उनका अपना एक इन्फ्लुएंशियल बैकग्राउंड है। क्या वो कहीं ना कहीं इस क्रिमिनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन की फेयरनेस को, एक जो ऑब्जेक्टिविटी होनी चाहिए, उस इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहा है, उसको प्रभावित कर रहा है? आशीष जी।
Yes, madam, absolutely. The moment we realized that our daughter has passed, the moment we got the call that she is no more, the 3 words that were spoken to us, we immediately started from Delhi, from Ajmer. The family came here, and after coming here, all we are seeing, all we have witnessed is horror. When we saw the dead body of my sister, the injuries that she was carrying, the continuous denial in admitting the crime, the repeated and continuous approach of the police to not get the FIR registered, the continuous struggle that we had, the entire family running from pillar to post, sometimes sitting on one thana, sometimes on the other thana, the Women Commission, the Mahila Thana, the Human Rights Commission, the Office of the Commissioner of the Police. We were made to run from pillar to post, and it was only after 3 days, that too at 2:30 in the morning of the night of 15th, that the FIR was registered. That too in a very shoddy manner. Thereafter, we have been witnessing the grant of bail almost uncontested. The proceedings conducted under undue pressure in the chamber of the judiciary. The family heckled outside the chamber. What makes the courts getting changed not once, not twice, thrice, even the 4th time, from 9:30 to 5 till in the evening, the courts are getting changed. There must be some certain reason behind it.
नवनिधि जी, मैं आपके पास आना चाहूँगी। परिवार के लिए, आपके लिए एक बहुत दुख का समय है, पर मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगी कि इस दुर्घटना के पहले परिवार में किस तरह की परिस्थितियाँ थी? त्विशा ने आपको क्या कभी परिवार के आपसी रिश्तों के बारे में, समीकरणों के बारे में कुछ भी खुलकर बताया? नवनिधि जी।
एक बाप होने के नाते बेटी तभी अप्रोच करना चाहती है अपने फादर को जब चीज़ें बहुत एक्सट्रीम सिचुएशन में पहुंच जाती हैं
जी।
और इस बात का इंडिकेशन उसने कई बार को दिया कि पापा अगर मेरी बात नहीं बनी तो मैं इनको छोड़ के चली आऊँगी, मैं जो है आगे इनके साथ नहीं रहना चाहती हूँ। मैंने बेटी को कई बार बोला कि बेटे गलत डिसीज़न हो जाता है कई बार, इसको आप जो है हम इसको मानेंगे कि हमसे बहुत बड़ी भूल हुई और आप जब आपको ऐसा लगे तो आप चली आना। और उसने अपने टिकट्स भी करा रखे थे, जो टिकट जानबूझ करके कैंसिल कराए गए। हमारे भी टिकट थे जाने के, हम उसको लेके जाने वाले थे, वो भी कैंसिल कराए गए। ये एक बहुत सुनियोजित षड्यंत्र के तहत हत्या हुई है और मैं इसमें आज हिचक कर नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं आपको खुल करके बताना चाहता हूँ। इनके बहुत क्लोज रिलेटिव हैं जो MP के लोकायुक्त थे, जिनका नाम है मिस्टर सत्येंद्र सिंह। और आज तक जो भी मुझे जो लाचारी सिस्टम की दिखने की आई है कि लोकायुक्त के खिलाफ तो कोई खड़ा ही नहीं होगा, जुडिशरी के खिलाफ कौन खड़ा होगा, लोकायुक्त के खिलाफ कौन खड़ा होगा, ये साफ दिखने में आ रहा है। मेरी बेटी का PM2 कराने के लिए मेरा राइट था, मुझे फोर्स किया जा रहा था पहले दिन से कि मैं बॉडी ले लूं और इसको क्रिमिनेट कर दूं ताकि इनके सारे साक्ष्य जो है ख़त्म हो जाए। अभी मैंने कल बॉडी PM2 के लिए अप्लाई किया, कमिश्नर साहब ने ओके किया, फिर बाद में मुझे पता चला कि कमिश्नर साहब के पास में कुछ प्रेशर आया हुआ है, वट एवर द रीज़न। उन्होंने बोला कि ये आपको जुडिशरी से आपको इसकी परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी। जब जुडिशरी से परमिशन का मतलब ये है कि कल कोर्ट के पास एक एंटीसिपेटरी बेल की, जो दूसरा समर सिंह है उसकी एंटीसिपेटरी बेल लगी हुई है, मतलब डायरी एक जगह एंगेज रहेगी, दूसरी जगह मुझे करने के लिए कम से कम काफ़ी टाइम घुमा दिया जाएगा। अभी जब बॉडी जो है 3 से 5 डिग्री पर रखी गई थी, जबकि इनको पता था कि ये PM2 के लिए जाने वाली है, तो आज मैंने सुबह जब एप्लीकेशन दी है और जब लोग गए हैं यहाँ से, तब स्पेशल स्ट्रेस के बाद बॉडी को -4 में रखा गया है।
So those are the family members of Twisha Sharma, 31-year-old woman from Noida who got married to an influential family in Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. She died under very mysterious circumstances on the 12th of May, and now her family members are demanding justice and transparency. They have also approached the Chief Minister's office in this regard, and they feel that it is the in-laws who have played a murky role in the passing away of their daughter. But the in-laws have said that this is entirely death by suicide. But what does the post-mortem report of Twisha Sharma say with regard to her cause of death? The ante-mortem details, which is the pre-death details, say that the death took place by hanging by ligature, which is the strap that's used in suicides. The report also says that Twisha was alive at the time of the hanging. Injuries have also been recorded. Multiple injuries have been recorded in the body. Bruises and other wounds have been found in different parts of the body. Pregnancy details have emerged on medical termination of pregnancy that was done a week earlier. That's what we know from the report. Forensic examination samples have been sent to the FSL lab, and this is to check for toxic substances for poisoning. Remember, Twisha Sharma, just minutes before she passed away, she died, she reached out to a friend of hers and she said that she felt trapped in her marriage. Now her family members have intensified their protest, seeking justice and transparency in the investigation. My colleague Harpreet joins us with more details on this. Harpreet joins us from Bhopal. Harpreet, ये बताइए कि इनके जो फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं, इन-लॉज जो हैं त्विशा शर्मा के, इनका क्या कहना है और पुलिस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन कहां तक गया है, और जो इनके त्विशा के जो फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं, इन्होंने चीफ मिनिस्टर के ऑफिस तक को बताया है इसके बारे में, उनकी तरफ से कोई इंटरवेंशन हुआ है कि नहीं?
बिल्कुल, देखिए 5 महीने पहले जिस बेटी की शादी धूमधाम से की गई थी, अब उस बेटी की मौत के बाद न्याय के लिए उसके परिजन पिछले 7 दिन से भोपाल में लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। कल वो मुख्यमंत्री के ओएसडी से मिले थे और उन्होंने यहाँ पर भी गुहार लगाई थी कि ट्विशा का सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम करवाया जाए, इस केस को दिल्ली ट्रांसफ़र किया जाए, उसके पति और सास पर और ज़्यादा जो कड़ी धाराएँ हैं वो लगाई जाए। इस पूरे मामले में सबसे दर्दनाक पहलू ये भी है कि मौत को ट्विशा की 7 दिन हो चुके हैं, अभी तक उसका पोस्टमार्टम होने के बाद भी उसका अंतिम संस्कार नहीं हो पाया है। उसके परिजनों ने उसका शव अभी तक नहीं लिया है। भोपाल एम्स की मॉर्चुरी में उसका शव रखा गया है। भोपाल एम्स प्रबंधन ने पुलिस को पत्र लिखा है कि जल्द से जल्द ये शव यहां से उठाया जाए, क्योंकि अब डिकम्पोज होने की स्थिति में ये शव पहुंचने वाला है। इसके साथ ही अब पुलिस ने भी यहां पर निवेदन किया है ट्विशा के परिजनों से, लेकिन ट्विशा के परिजन किसी भी हाल में इस बात को मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं। उनका कहना है कि जब तक न्याय नहीं मिलेगा, यानी कि कड़ी धाराएं और उसके पति और सास पर नहीं लगाई जाएंगी, उसकी जमानत जो उसकी सास को शुक्रवार को मिल चुकी है वो रद्द नहीं की जाएगी। भोपाल एम्स से अब जो फर्स्ट रिपोर्ट है पोस्टमार्टम की, उसके बाद दूसरा जो पोस्टमार्टम है वो दिल्ली एम्स में करवाया जाए और दिल्ली में ये मामला शिफ्ट किया जाए। ये मांगे जब तक नहीं मानी जाएंगी, वो ट्विशा का शव भोपाल एम्स मॉर्चुरी से नहीं लेंगे, उसका अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करेंगे। आज इस मामले में अपडेट ये है कि ट्विशा का परिवार और उसके ससुराल पक्ष एक बार फिर भोपाल कोर्ट पहुंचेंगे, जहां पर ट्विशा के पति की अग्रिम जमानत याचिका पर सुनवाई है। वहीं ट्विशा का परिवार आज अपील कर सकता है कि इस जो पोस्टमार्टम की मांग वो कर रहे हैं दिल्ली एम्स में, वो अपील आज कोर्ट में कर सकते हैं। पुलिस भी अपील कर सकती है कि ट्विशा का परिवार भोपाल एम्स में जो उसका शव रखा है वो ले और उसका अंतिम संस्कार करें। तो रोजाना मामला उलझता जा रहा है, बजाय सुलझने की 7 दिन हो चुके हैं और ट्विशा का परिवार कम से कम 20 सदस्य अभी भी भोपाल में मौजूद हैं।
The last rites are yet to be performed. Thank you, Harpreet, हमसे जुड़ने के लिए. Let's also tell you what happened in the final moments before Twisha passed away at 10:05 p.m. on the 12th of May. Twisha Sharma, the woman from Noida who was married to a family, an influential family in Bhopal, she has died under mysterious circumstances, but it was just minutes before her death at 10:05 p.m. on the 12th of May that Twisha made a call to her mother. It was a distress call. She alleged harassment, abuse by her in-laws, and she shared details of the troubles, the trauma that she was facing inside her house. And during this emotional conversation, the call was suddenly disconnected after Twisha's husband reportedly entered the room. That's what investigators have told NDTV. She was alarmed by the abrupt silence. The family immediately started making repeated attempts to contact her. Remember, Twisha had made this call to her mother, and just minutes before she passed away, she sent an Insta post to her friend as well, saying that she felt trapped inside her marriage. But when there was no response that the family got from Twisha's phone, neither from Twisha nor from any member of the family inside the house, 10 minutes later, around 10:15 p.m. is when the in-laws, Twisha's in-laws, finally answered the phone call. Moments later, at approximately 10:20 p.m. is when the family, Twisha's family, was informed that her daughter was not breathing. She was then immediately rushed to the hospital where doctors declared her dead on arrival. This was a 31-year-old woman, Twisha Sharma, from Noida, who was married to an influential family in Bhopal. Her family has intensified their protest against Twisha's in-laws, saying that they have played a very, very important role in what they call the murder of their daughter. We have to wait and see what happens. They've also asked the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh to intervene in this matter. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move.
This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Twisha Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, number.
Well, Prime Minister Modi has departed for Norway now. This is part of his of the 5-nation tour to both UAE and countries in Europe. My colleague Vishnu Shom joins us with more details on this. Vishnu, after Sweden, it's Norway now. Explain to us how significant is the Prime Minister's visit for strategic ties between these countries?
Well, it's the first standalone bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Norway in 43 years. So you can imagine that, that by itself is very significant. The Prime Minister's visit is a historic first, as no Indian Prime Minister has done a bilateral visit to Norway in 43 years. He'll also be participating in the 3rd India-Nordic Summit in Oslo. That builds on the Nordic Summit earlier in Stockholm in 2018 and Copenhagen in 2022. That means the level of engagement between India and the Nordic nations is unparalleled. Perhaps it's only the United States that enjoys more. There is a strategic context as well. The wider Nordic region is increasingly important. India has the manufacturing scale which meets Nordic frontier experience in several areas. And this is all being institutionalized. There is trade and investment, which is important. Remember, India and the European Union have signed their first free trade agreement. Norway's GPFG, which is the world's largest sovereign wealth fund with a corpus touching $2 trillion, has invested close to $30 billion in Indian capital markets. Norfund remains active in Indian renewables. There's defense cooperation as well, with Indian shipyards holding 11% of the Norwegian Ship Owners Association's order book. Cochin Shipyard has a tie-up with GRSC Kongsberg. So, I can go on. There is an ISRO association as well. The Indian Space Research Organization's antennas at Svalbard have been operational from earlier on this year. We've spoken often about the Char Dham railway project, and Norwegian tunneling technology has powered this. So these are all important areas. India can really invest a lot more in Norway. Why? Because with over 45% of Norway's population above the age of 45, the demographic profile, it is believed, creates a structural opportunity for Indian talent. This is what our sources in the External Affairs Ministry are telling us.
Right. Vishnu, also help us summarize why is the Prime Minister's tour so important, considering the Quad and BRICS Summit are also coming up and they're going to be hosted by India?
Well, this is a 5-nation tour. I spelled out exactly why it's important in the context of Norway. But remember, in terms of the India-Europe Free Trade Agreement, which has just been signed, the fact that the economic opportunities between India and Europe are absolutely critical. The fact that India wants to diversify our economic chains in various areas with partners across the world means that the engagement with European nations is absolutely critical. And just in the case of Norway, as I mentioned, it's critical for India to keep up the relationship with Norway. It's the first bilateral visit in 43 years. There is the Nordic Summit taking place in Oslo as well. So in as much as India is engaging these European nations, yes, there was the BRICS foreign ministers meeting in Delhi a little while back. That's another bloc that India wants to engage. India's foreign policy is entirely non-aligned. And though we don't use that word anymore, we prefer using the word independent. We are essentially a country that has multiple partners, associations with different blocs. To that end, this visit by the Prime Minister is critical. I should remind you, it began with a visit to the United Arab Emirates a couple. That was the first part of the Prime Minister's visit, where India and the UAE are now working towards increasing India's strategic reserves of oil and gas after the UAE exited OPEC, which means that they can export more oil and gas eventually to India.
Right. Vishnu, also the Prime Minister left from Sweden and just a few hours ago. What was his visit like in Sweden? He was also awarded the highest honor of the country.
Yeah, so there were various aspects of this particular visit by the Prime Minister. The Sweden one was also obviously very important. Sweden and India have a very long association as far as defense cooperation is concerned. In fact, one of the most important companies, Saab, has invested in a plant in India to manufacture the Carl Gustav rocket system, which has been a legacy weapon system in the Indian Army. It's the standard infantry rocket kit that we carry. I've seen it in use in the war. Now more advanced variants are being carried. This was are being manufactured here in India. The Prime Minister's visit is the first visit to Sweden after 8 years. He last visited in April 2018. Sweden invests over 3% of GDP in our research and development. It ranks consistently among the top performers in the European Innovation Scoreboard. It has one of Europe's firmest positions on strategic de-risking from China, having removed Chinese vendors from telecom networks and tightened research security norms. Therefore, this is considered consequential for India as we strategically diversify partners across the world. As I mentioned, Make in India, I gave you an example of defense, but trade investment, the European Free Trade Agreement, and that, of course, impacts so many countries across Europe, would mean that bilateral trade in goods and services has reached 7.75 billion in 2025 between India and Sweden, with over 280 Swedish companies in India. So, and of course, the honor that the Prime Minister has made. I could go on and on. For example, one key aspect of Sweden was the statement of intent between India and Sweden on AI. It's called the Sweden-India Technology and AI Corridor. It covers 6G, AI, computing, life sciences, digital India priorities. So this is a very high-tech sort of association which has...
So that's about the Prime Minister's five-nation tour entering its fourth leg. Thank you so much, Vishnu Shom, for joining us with those details. It's time for a short break. My colleague Vedika joins you on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Economy, business, world, technology. Noise filtered, numbers decoded. Insights that rewire your worldview. From governance to growth, we connect the dots. Your daily edge, your global advantage. India Business Report with me, Gauri Dwivedi, weeknights on NDTV Profit.
Now we have both sides of the US and Iran digging in over ceasefire conditions. Meanwhile, Trump has posted on his social media platform with arrows pointing at Iran. Also, as per US media sources, Trump held this meeting that took place with the national security officials, and that happened over the weekend to discuss the next phase of the war, and he's not happy with Iran's diplomacy. The United States has laid out key demands, allowing Iran to keep one nuclear site operational, no compensation when it comes to the war, and a complete halt to hostilities across all fronts. And Iran has rejected the terms as unacceptable, demanding an end to the fighting across the region. A halt to the US naval blockade and compensation is a key demand of the Iranian side. So let's just talk about the peace talks and the deadlock that continues. Hostilities on all fronts must cease. That is, Tehran can keep one nuclear site. That is what the United States is saying. There are 5 conditions that have been laid out. They can have, one nuclear site that can be operational, enriched uranium to be transferred to the United States, a very important demand by the United States. The United States won't release the frozen assets, something that Iran has been asking for. Iran has also been saying they need to be
Good afternoon, you're with Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood. On Breaking Ground today, a father is carrying his daughter's photographs through the corridors of power, asking a question no parent should ever have to ask. Who failed my child? 6 days ago, 33-year-old Twisha Sharma was found dead inside her husband's home in Bhopal. Today, the man accused in the case remains absconding. But what is horrifying the country is not just Twisha's death. It is what her family says happened after it. A family allegedly forced to plead for an FIR. 3 days of running from police station to police station. A grieving mother allegedly heckled outside court. Relatives claiming intimidation, claiming pressure and claiming influence. A father who says his daughter wanted to come home but never got the chance. Twisha had spoken of wanting to leave, her family says. Tickets were booked, plans were made to bring her back. Instead, her family was called to identify her body. And now, even in death, they say the fight has not ended. Why did the family have to struggle for basic police action? Why is the prime accused, in this case, Twisha's husband, missing? And why does the grieving family believe the system moved faster to protect the accused than to protect their daughter? Because this case is now bigger than just one tragedy. It is about every family that fears power can silence justice. Every parent who wonders whether this country are truly safe. And every woman who has ever whispered words, I want to come home. This afternoon, India is not just asking how Twisha Sharma died. India is asking whether justice in this country depends on who you are and who you know. A daughter is gone, a family is shattered, and a father's voice is now echoing across the nation. My daughter is dead, at least give her justice. We will be covering that story, bringing you every aspect and angle on it. But first, as always, a quick check on the headlines at this hour. Congress-led United Democratic Front assumes power in Keralam. VD Satheesan, along with 20 ministers, take oath. Child bonus politics erupts in Andhra. Chief Minister Nadu's more children push sparks row. Opposition fires back. Also, opposition up in arms against centre over fuel price hike. Slams Modi government, says move will fuel inflation. Markets open in red. Rupee hits all-time low against dollar. Brent crude now at $110 per barrel. Prime Minister Narendra Modi awarded Sweden's Royal Order of Polar Star Commander Grand Cross. This is Prime Minister Modi's 31st global award. From uranium transfer to nuclear limits, US sets 5 conditions in ongoing Iran talks. Tehran demands compensation for war-related damages and recognition of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
News just coming in at the top of 12 here on Breaking Ground. MK Stalin, the former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, has spoken with the DMK cadre, and he has said the Tamil Nadu government can fall anytime. Be ready. There could be assembly elections in 2029 along with the Lok Sabha elections. Stalin says if we work hard, we can win the election. Sam Daniel is joining me live from Chennai on this. Sam, these words coming just days after Vijay has been sworn in as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Tell us what was in the message that Stalin sent out to the cadres. Okay, there seems to be a problem there with Sam's line, but that's the latest that we have for you. You also have a senior DMK leader along with MK Stalin, who has launched a sharp attack on the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay and his TVK-led coalition government, claiming that the administration would not last 6 months. But MK Stalin has spoken with his cadre. Sam is live with us. I believe he's back with us on the line. Sam, just take us through that message sent out by Stalin to his cadre, stating that the Vijay government could fall anytime soon.
Well, we should clarify this particular speech was shared by MK Stalin to his district secretaries on the 14th of May, in which Stalin has said that the party cadre need not lose heart because of this failure. While at one level, the party is working hard to find out the reasons and to fix those problems, including division among the party cadre at certain areas. He has also said that there could be assembly elections along with Lok Sabha elections in 2029, saying that this government could fall in 3 or 4 months, be ready, and if the DMK works hard aggressively, then the party can make a comeback, the party can win elections, saying that in the past, the party, although has suffered defeat many times and has become very weak, the party has shown that it could bounce back, bringing big numbers, making big victories in the elections after that.
I have DMK's Mr. Saravanan also on the line with me. Mr. Saravanan, we have your leader who has said that the Vijay government could fall anytime soon and the DMK should be ready for assembly elections. Can you just take us through what was said?
Yeah. See, our leader just pointed out the instability of this government, in the sense that Mr. Vijay has got only 108 seats, and he took the support of the Congress and the other allies of the DMK and formed the government. And after the formation, he met the faction of ADMK, and they broke ranks and they supported Mr. Vijay inside the assembly, and now 25 MLAs are facing disqualification. So, I
want to understand from you, why would you say, or why would the DMK chief believe that after such a huge mandate, Vijay's government could collapse in the coming months?
Huge mandate. No, he was not even able to get this party magic number 118. Isn't it? This isn't a huge mandate. They preferred him over the others. That doesn't mean that it's a huge mandate. We cannot speak in relative terms. In absolute terms, Mr. Vijay did not perform up to the mark. So that is why we say it's like an unstable government. And that's why they've also indulged in horse trading.
But so why? All right, Mr. Saravanan, a point there. Yeah. But given and comparing the DMK's numbers with the TVK, of course, the mandate is much bigger. But I'm still asking you the same question. Why does your chief believe that this government will fall in the coming months, sir? What's the reason for this statement, according to you?
See, there is inherent instability. The first decision itself was very widely criticized by the parties which supported the TVK, and now they are wanted the support of the ADMK party. The only reason why the ministry isn't finalized yet, all the ministers are not sworn in yet, is because they are very unsure of what to do with the support from the ADMK. They know they'll be doomed if they do, they'll also be doomed if they don't. If they are not taking the support of the ADMK party, they'll be running the government with a razor-thin margin of 119 seats. If they take the support of the ADMK government, ADMK party, then what happens is they are facing disqualification. So there will be again questions raised among the public. So that is why there is this inherent instability.
All right, so the DMK, they're saying that there is inherent instability when it comes to Vijay's party because of the alliances that he has forged. I have Mr. Narayan Tirupati joining me from the BJP on the phone line. Mr. Tirupati, what is your view? We're hearing that the DMK chief has come out and spoken to his cadre some days earlier, saying that be ready. There could be elections before they're scheduled when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu, and Vijay's government could collapse anytime soon, something even a DMK MLA has recently mentioned.
Yeah, it will be the influence of DMK. I think they are saying that they will influence the Vidudalai Sirutaigal communists and the Indian Union Muslim League to withdraw support to this government, because in the assembly itself, the opposition leader, Mr. Udayanithi Stalin, son of Mr. M.K. Stalin, he had very clearly said only with their support this government is running. So they have already threatened that anytime they will make influence their alliance parties to withdraw the support, and that is the reason Mr. M.K. Stalin is saying this. He doesn't want this government to function because the DMK has been rejected by the people.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, Mr. Tirupati. We've heard from the DMK, we've heard from the BJP. It's only fair we hear from the Congress as well. We have Mr. Tagore joining me on the phone line, Congress MP. Mr. Tagore, any reasons to be concerned here, or is this just a claim being made by MK Stalin to his DMK cadre where he says the Tamil Nadu government can fall anytime soon? Be ready.
This is because they are being to motivate their cadres to speaking. We all know that the government has won a comfortable majority in the floor of the assembly, and even only the against vote was only 22, and even they boycotted or abstained from it. This is because their party cadres are more demoralized. Today also, the senior leader Tirumavalavanji's local interview also has created a new kind of problem where there was a talk of a DMK, ADMK coming together. There was a proposal to support Mr. Palaniswamy by DMK, and then the Left Party supporting it because rejected by the Left Party. Therefore, there is a huge demoralized cadre is there. So there is a confusing signals are coming because these kind of things never the DMK cadres have heard, that there will be a time where ADMK and DMK has to come together. So there is a complete demoralized cadre. Divert their attention is speaking. The government is very strong. TVK Congress government will complete its term and it will come back also. We are very confident that the government has the verdict and the mandate is for Mr. Vijay. And Mr. Vijay is very clearly giving a people's government, and he has started well. And in the next few days' time, Congress will also join the cabinet. And we are very clear that he is one of those leaders who had kept his words, and including the alliance partners, mutual respect is coming back to Tamil Nadu politics. And that's a very important thing, signaling, because Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, when he came down to Chennai, this vote-taking ceremony also, there was a huge respect for each other, and there was therefore this is going to be a strong alliance. That's what we are building.
All right. So the Congress, they're saying that this is going to be a strong alliance, and at this moment the DMK card is demoralized, because of which MK Stalin had to send out that message. Vasudha, political editor, joining me from the newsroom. Vasudha, this comment, this statement from MK Stalin comes at a time when the battle and the political battle between the TVK and DMK is getting increasingly bitter. What should we make of this comment by MK Stalin at this point, just a week after the oath-taking by Chief Minister Vijay?
Well, three things important here, Vedika. One, I think this is largely about political relevance and survival of the DMK. The DMK has not completely vanished from the political landscape of Tamil Nadu. It still has 59 seats, and it is number 2 party. And this is one way by which Mr. Stalin, MK Stalin, who has himself lost his election, wants to enthuse cadre and wants them to keep working and does not want them to get dejected. Vijay has also the Congress on his side now. The DMK has had to face not just defeat, but also the loss of an important ally like the Congress party. The other allies, including the VCK, Communist and Muslim League, did talk to MK Stalin before joining hands with Vijay. They may be a little edgy on their support to TVK, but Congress has made it very clear that their relationship with the DMK is over. So that's an important point at a time when the DMK is also witnessing betrayal. It wants to prepare for 2029 Lok Sabha elections as well, which is why it wants its cadre to be enthused. 22 MPs come from DMK. And third most important point is also the fact that TVK has made it a point to make it clear that it is here to stay. Vijay, in the last 1 week, has made a lot of right noises, which might also in some ways force the DMK to think in this direction of making sure that its cadre remains mobilized and does not lose hope.
All right, Vasudha, thanks for joining me live there along with Sam Daniel. We, of course, will bring you all the reactions that will be coming in through the day on that top developing story. But staying with the South, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has expressed heartfelt congratulations to VD Satheesan. He has said congratulations to VD Satheesan ji, who has taken the oath as Chief Minister of Kerala. I extend my best wishes for his tenure to fulfill the aspirations of the people. The central government assures the newly formed Kerala government of all possible support. So that is the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while he is on that five-nation visit, congratulating the new Chief Minister of Kerala. And like I said, Keralam has a new chief minister as Congress leader VD Satheesan officially took oath, heading the first Congress-led UDF government in the state in over 6 decades. Alongside Satheesan, a 20-member cabinet was also sworn in, with senior leaders like Ramesh Chennithala and Muralidharan taking charge, while key ally IUML secured 5 cabinet berths in this new state government. The grand swearing-in ceremony saw the presence of top Congress brass, including Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and Priyanka Gandhi, with Congress Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Revanth Reddy also in attendance. Ashwin is joining me live. Ashwin, you have VD Satheesan who's hit the ground running. There are some decisions that he's already announced, along with cutting down on VIP culture. I want to understand all of that from you, along with the optics on stage when it comes to the show of strength by the Congress today.
Vedika, in fact, after 10 years, we are hearing an oath-taking ceremony in the name of God, and that sums it all up. In fact, a very jubilant Congress camp. The entire 1 square kilometer distance around the central stadium was jam-packed. More than 50,000 people were seated inside the stadium and at least 10,000 people outside it. So it was a big event that was planned, and certainly the big stage has been set for the Congress party, probably a bugle to the 2029 campaign. But saying that, VD Satheesan will call in for a cabinet meeting today. His team has now informed that after the cabinet meeting, there's going to be a press meet where he will announce many important projects. And also important fact is that who are the main portfolios. What we can confirm so far is that Ramesh Chennithala will be holding the Home Ministry portfolio. K. Muralidharan has confirmed that he will be holding the health portfolio along with Devasum portfolio, which essentially means the entire issues surrounding Sabrimala and all that. It will be K. Muralidharan, the son of former Chief Minister K. Karunakaran, will be handling that portfolio, is what we are getting to gather. Apart from that, IUML will also hold key portfolios, including PWD, tourism and many other sectors as well. But who will get the education portfolio is what we are keenly looking forward to, because that is where the politics also lies. Whoever holds if the IUML gets the education portfolio, this will lead to a huge outcry from the caste leaders of NSS as well as SNDP, so which will become a political problem for the Congress party as such.
All right, so who will be the education minister, because that will lead to a flashpoint within the state of Keralam, is what Ashwin says there. Ashwin, thanks for joining me live. And staying with news from the south, Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu announced cash incentives for families having more children, saying the state must act to reverse its declining population growth trend. The Congress has hit out at the Andhra Pradesh government's move and has criticized the decision, questioning practicality of such a policy. The Grand Old Party has called this move foolish and hit out asking why such a policy was not talked about in a national context. The TDP has defended Chief Minister Naidu's policy, stating that such a policy was a necessity to counter the falling fertility ratios in the state and that this policy was to aid future generations. 30 days and one name everywhere. Trisha Krishnan. From viral social media moments to massive buzz around Karuppu, Trisha has dominated headlines and fan conversations alike. Even amid cancelled screenings and online frenzy, the hype only grew stronger. 2 decades into cinema, Trisha continues to prove why she remains one of South India's biggest stars.
30 days and one name everywhere. From social media storms to standing ovations, the actor has turned every appearance into a headline moment. It began with Trisha's emotional post, "Love is always louder." 4 words that sent the internet into an overdrive. Fans rallied behind her, trolls went into a meltdown mode, and suddenly, Trisha was no longer just trending. She was owning the narrative. Then came the nostalgia wave. Old clips resurfaced, iconic songs returned to reels. And fans Defiance reminded everyone why Trisha remains one of South cinema's most enduring stars. 2 decades in the industry, yet the fandom only seems to grow louder. But beyond the glamour, this month spoke volumes of Trisha's resilience. Even before its release, Trisha's film Karappu had already become one of the biggest talking points in Tamil cinema. From delayed screenings to massive online frenzy, the film found itself at the center of non-stop buzz. Despite Tamil Nadu government granting special permission for 9 AM shows, theatres across the state were forced to cancel screening amid reported financial hurdles. As confusion mounted, anxious fans flooded ticketing platforms and social media, desperately searching for updates. Even amid uncertainty, the hype refused to slow down. Advance booking reportedly crossed ₹7 crore, exhibitors openly backed the team, and fan anticipation only intensified. Just silent confidence and a fan base that refused to look away. From silver screen queen to social media phenomenon. With endless viral posts and unending buzz, social media for 1 month has had only one main character, Trisha Krishnan. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Fuel prices have sparked a fresh political showdown, with the opposition attacking the centre over the second price hike of CNG. CNG prices have gone up by ₹1 per kilogram. This was the second CNG price hike in Delhi NCR since the 15th of May. Congress has blamed the government for failing to tackle the impact of the Gulf conflict, saying common people are suffering while the Prime Minister is abroad. The BJP has hit back, accusing Rahul Gandhi of irresponsible remarks and claiming India has seen only a minimal fuel price hike despite global disruptions caused by the war. Let's bring you some reactions.
डीजल और पेट्रोल के दाम इतने बढ़ा रहे हैं, मोदी जी अगर यही इलेक्शन के पहले करते तो मालूम होता था। उन्होंने ये बातें सब छुपा के रख के इन्फ्लेशन अगर इसका इफेक्ट अगर लोगों पे पड़ा तो इलेक्शन में, चुनाव में इसको बहुत बड़ा उनको धक्का होगा। इसीलिए उन्होंने ये किया कि इलेक्शन के इमीडिएटली बाद में पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस सबके दाम बढ़ाए। तो इससे ये दर्शाता है कि फोर साइटेडनेस हमारे बीजेपी को, सरकार को, मोदी साहब को नहीं है।
तेलंगाना सरकार 36-37% वैट कलेक्ट करते हैं हर लोगों के ऊपर। क्यों आप लोग अगर जनता के ऊपर प्रेम है तो क्यों नहीं करते? हम किए ना। मोदी सरकार, बीजेपी सरकार, हम वैट कम किया है अलग अलग स्टेट्स में, आप क्यों नहीं किया है? कांग्रेस पार्टी, राहुल गांधी गलत प्रचार करते हैं। राहुल गांधी गैर जिम्मेदारी के साथ ये रेट बढ़ाना नहीं बढ़ाना आज भारत का इश्यू नहीं है। सारी दुनिया से आज पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स खरीद के लाते हैं। लगभग 40 देशों से भारत सरकार पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट्स खरीद रहे हैं, 40 देशों से।
देखिए, पेट्रोल और डीजल और सीएनजी और गैस के जो दाम हैं पूरे दुनिया में बहुत बढ़े हुए हैं। कहीं 40%, कहीं 44%, कहीं 20%। सिर्फ भारत है जहां इसको सिर्फ 3% के आसपास ही बढ़ा है। पूरे दुनिया में सऊदी अरब में नहीं बढ़ा है। उसके बाद पहला देश भारत है जहां पेट्रोल, डीजल, गैस, सीएनजी के दाम में सबसे कम रेशियो में बढ़ोतरी हुई है। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दुरागमी जो नीति है उसका नतीजा है।
दाम तो बढ़ेगा ही, अब युद्ध चल रहा है तो थोड़ा सा तो हम लोग को एडजस्ट करना ही पड़ेगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो कन्वॉय था वो 2 गाड़ी में आ गया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री बोले हम सिर्फ 2 गाड़ी लेकर निकलेंगे। तो हम लोग सबको एकदम पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज करना है। हफ्ता में एटलीस्ट 2 days की 3 days। देश और पृथ्वी अभी एक संकट से जा रहे, इसमें हम लोग को एडजस्ट करना ही है। अभी और आगे का दिन अभी अच्छा हो जाएगा, तो कोई चिंता नहीं।
No, it all shows the failure of Modi government, and there is a war going on. Everybody knows who should be held responsible for that war. It is US, Israel, and Prime Minister went to Israel and made a speech expressing complete support of India to Israel. After he left Israel, US, Israel aligned and they launched war in Iran. That has led to economic devastation all over the world, and it has led to energy crisis all over the world.
This government is going berserk on this fuel hike for the past few years, and especially after the elections. What is more important is, especially in CNG. CNG was brought in keeping in mind the pollution hazards. Now, if CNG prices are hiked and brought almost on par with petrol and diesel, so why will people buy and use CNG?
Our continuing coverage on Twisha's death mystery. Twisha Sharma, a 33-year-old Noida woman, was found dead 5 months after her marriage. While Twisha's family claims harassment, the in-laws say that the death was by suicide. Twisha's father says her husband and mother-in-law, a retired judge, are the main culprits in the case. In the latest, Twisha's last Instagram chat has also surfaced, where she had written to her friend on how she feels trapped in this marriage. The final 15 minutes before Twisha's death have become the biggest focus of the investigation. According to the family, Twisha called her mother at about 10:05 p.m. and spoke about alleged harassment at her matrimonial home. At 10:20 p.m., the family was informed that Twisha was not breathing, raising serious questions about what happened during those crucial 5 minutes after that conversation that Twisha had with her mother. Yesterday, Twisha's father and cousins spoke to NDTV describing their ordeal.
मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगी कि अभी तक पुलिस ने जो भी कार्यवाही करी है उससे परिवार कितना संतुष्ट है, और इस बात में कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जो दूसरा पक्ष है वो एक रसूखदार पक्ष है, उनका अपना एक इन्फ्लुएंशियल बैकग्राउंड है। क्या वो कहीं ना कहीं इस क्रिमिनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन की फेयरनेस को, एक जो ऑब्जेक्टिविटी होनी चाहिए, उसको इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहा है, उसको प्रभावित कर रहा है? आशीष जी।
Yes, madam, absolutely. The moment we realized that our daughter has passed, the moment we got the call that she is no more, the 3 words that were spoken to us, we immediately started from Delhi, from Ajmer. The family came here, and after coming here, all we have witnessed is horror when we saw the dead body of my sister, the injuries that she was carrying, the continuous denial in admitting the crime, the repeated and continuous approach of the police to not get the FIR registered, the continuous struggle that we had, the entire family running from pillar to post, sometimes sitting on one thana, sometimes on the other thana, the Women Commission, the Mahila Thana, the Human Rights Commission, the Office of the Commissioner of the Police. We were made to run from pillar to post, and it was only after 3 days, that too at 2:30 in the morning of the night of 15th, that the FIR was registered. That too in a very shoddy manner. Thereafter, we have been witnessing the grant of bail almost uncontested. The proceedings conducted under undue pressure in the chamber of the judiciary. The family heckled outside the chamber. What makes the courts getting changed not once, not twice, thrice, even the 4th time, from 9:30 to 5 till in the evening, the courts are getting changed. There must be some certain reason behind it.
नवनिधि जी, मैं आपके पास आना चाहूँगी। परिवार के लिए, आपके लिए एक बहुत दुख का समय है, पर मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगी कि इस दुर्घटना के पहले परिवार में किस तरह की परिस्थितियाँ थी? त्विशा ने आपको क्या कभी परिवार के आपसी रिश्तों के बारे में, समीकरणों के बारे में कुछ भी खुलकर बताया? नवनिधि जी।
एक बाप होने के नाते बेटी तभी अप्रोच करना चाहती है अपने फादर को जब चीज़ें बहुत एक्सट्रीम सिचुएशन में पहुंच जाती हैं
जी।
और इस बात का इंडिकेशन उसने कई बार मुझको दिया कि पापा अगर मेरी बात नहीं बनी तो मैं इनको छोड़ के चली आऊँगी, मैं जो है आगे इनके साथ नहीं रहना चाहती हूँ। मैंने बेटी को कई बार बोला कि बेटे गलत डिसीज़न हो जाता है कई बार, इसको आप जो है हम इसको मानेंगे कि हमसे बहुत बड़ी भूल हो गई और आप जब आपको ऐसा लगे तो आप चली आना। और उसने अपने टिकट्स भी करा रखे थे, जो टिकट जानबूझ करके कैंसिल कराए गए। हमारे भी टिकट थे जाने के, हम उसको लेके जाने वाले थे, वो भी कैंसिल कराए गए। ये एक बहुत सुनियोजित षड्यंत्र के तहत हत्या हुई है और मैं इसमें आज हिचक कर नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं आपको खुल करके बताना चाहता हूँ। इनके बहुत क्लोज रिलेटिव हैं जो MP के लोकायुक्त हैं, जिनका नाम है मिस्टर सत्येंद्र सिंह। और आज तक जो भी मुझे जो लाचारी सिस्टम की दिखने की आई है कि लोकायुक्त के खिलाफ तो कोई खड़ा ही नहीं होगा, जुडिशरी के खिलाफ कौन खड़ा होगा, लोकायुक्त के खिलाफ कौन खड़ा होगा, ये साफ दिखने में आ रहा है। मेरी बेटी का PM2 कराने के लिए मेरा राइट था, मुझे फोर्स किया जा रहा था पहले दिन से कि मैं बॉडी ले लूँ और इसको क्रिमिनेट कर दूँ ताकि इनके सारे साक्ष्य जो है ख़त्म हो जाए। अभी मैंने कल बॉडी PM2 के लिए अप्लाई किया, कमिश्नर साहब ने ओके किया, फिर बाद में मुझे पता चला कि कमिश्नर साहब के पास में कुछ प्रेशर आया हुआ है, वट एवर द रीज़न। उन्होंने बोला कि ये आपको जुडिशरी से आपको इसकी परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी। जब जुडिशरी से परमिशन का मतलब ये है कि कल कोर्ट के पास एक एंटीसिपेटरी बेल की, जो दूसरा समर सिंह है उसकी एंटीसिपेटरी बेल लगी हुई है, मतलब डायरी एक जगह एंगेज रहेगी, दूसरी जगह मुझे करने के लिए कम से कम काफ़ी टाइम घुमा दिया जाएगा। अभी जब बॉडी जो है 3 से 5 डिग्री पर रखी गई थी, जबकि इनको पता था कि ये PM2 के लिए जाने वाली है, तो आज मैंने सुबह जब एप्लीकेशन दी है और जब लोग गए हैं यहाँ से, तब स्पेशल स्ट्रेस के बाद बॉडी को -4 में रखा गया है।
Let's just quickly take you through the final moments before Twisha's death. At about 10:05 p.m. on the 12th of May, Twisha made a distress call to her mother, alleging harassment by her in-laws and sharing details of the ordeal she was facing inside her marital home. During the emotional conversation, the call was suddenly disconnected after Twisha's husband reportedly entered the room. Alarmed by the abrupt silence, the family immediately began making repeated attempts to contact her, but there was no response, neither from Twisha nor from any member of the family inside the house. Nearly 10 minutes later, at around 10:15 p.m., the in-laws finally answered the phone. Moments later, at approximately 10:20 p.m., the family was informed that Twisha was quote-unquote not breathing. She was rushed to the hospital where doctors declared her dead on arrival. My colleague has also filed a ground report from the parents' house. We talk about Twisha's parents' house in Noida.
भोपाल में रिटायर्ड जज गिरबाला सिंह की बहू ट्विशा शर्मा के सुसाइड के मामले में नए जो खुलासे हैं वो हो रहे हैं और NDTV की टीम की मौजूदगी ट्विशा शर्मा के जो ग्रेटर नोएडा वाला घर है उसके ठीक बाहर है और मेरे ठीक पीछे जो ये सोसाइटी आप देख पाएंगे 16th एवेन्यू गौर सिटी 2, इसी सोसाइटी में जो K ब्लॉक है वहाँ पर ट्विशा शर्मा अपने माता पिता के साथ रहती थी और जो जानकारी मिली है उसके मुताबिक ट्विशा ने जो 11-12 मई की रात में भोपाल के कटारा हिल्स इलाके में 31 साल की ट्विशा शर्मा ने फांसी लगाकर आत्महत्या कर ली थी और जिसके बाद मायके पक्ष ने उसकी सास रिटायर्ड जज गिरबाला सिंह और जो पति ट्विशा के हैं समर सिंह पर दहेज के लिए प्रताड़ित करने के आरोप लगाए हैं और जो शॉर्ट पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट अभी तक सामने आई है उसमें हैंगिंग बताई गई है वजह है जिसके चलते ट्विशा की मौत हुई है और कई जगहों पर शरीर में चोट भी जो है वो भी मिली है और ससुराल पक्ष ने अंतिम संस्कार के लिए शव मांगा तो मायके पक्ष यानी ट्विशा के जो परिवार वाले हैं माता पिता हैं उन्होंने इससे इनकार कर दिया है और आपको बता दें कि ट्विशा मूल रूप से जो नोएडा है यहीं पर बीते 15 सालों से अपने माता पिता के साथ रह रही थी और 1 साल पहले जो शादी है उनकी भोपाल में हुई थी। रिटायर्ड जज के परिवार की वो बहू थी लेकिन किन परिस्थितियों में उनकी मौत हुई ये लगातार सवालों के घेरे में है। इसी को लेकर ट्विशा शर्मा के जो पिता हैं वो ससुराल वालों पर लगातार आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि उनकी तरफ से लगातार ट्विशा को प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा था और जिसके चलते ट्विशा ने जो सुसाइड जैसा कदम है वो उठाया।
Time to bring you some details from the post-mortem autopsy report as well. Let's just take you through some of them. The victim was alive during hanging is what this report states. There have been multiple injuries found on Twisha's body as well. Also, several minor injuries before death have emerged in that report, and medical termination of pregnancy is also a part of that report, and that report states that the medical termination of pregnancy performed a week before. So clearly there was a lot of duress, a lot of stress that Twisha was under is what we have figured for now. Anurag is joining me live from Bhopal on the story. Anurag, we do know that Twisha's husband is still missing. He's absconding. What details do we have on Samarth Singh for now?
His anticipatory bail plea will just come, I think, in an hour or so at the Bhopal court. And so far, the family of Twisha, yesterday they protested again, in front of the Chief Minister's house, and they met the OSD of the Chief Minister. They demanded a second postmortem at AIIMS in New Delhi. We also have a few chats of Twisha in which she has expressed the anxiety of life, and she was talking to her friend and she said that I have been under anxiety because I'm sitting at home. I want to do something with my life. Shadi makes your family, but you cannot stop working on yourself, for yourself, regardless where you are. She also warned her friend against marriage, and she said शादी के लिए शादी मत करना, सोच समझकर आगे बढ़ना, फिलहाल बस यही कहूँगी. So these were the claims made by the family of Twisha Sharma, but equally sensational claim, and we also have the copy of the WhatsApp chats, the anticipatory bail application of Giribala Singh, a retired judge, in which she has made some comments, and she has said that Twisha allegedly displayed withdrawal symptoms when deprived of narcotics. She has said this, Giribala Singh, in her anticipatory bail plea, and she was being treated. She has also produced the prescriptions of noted psychiatrist here, Dr. Satheesan Trivedi, and she said that she was also referred to Councillor Kakoli Rai. She has named these people, these doctors, in her anticipatory bail plea. Her behavior reportedly changed significantly after pregnancy and later miscarriage. This is what Giribala Singh, retired judge, has to say, and she has also said that no dowry was ever demanded, and Twisha received regular financial support through online transfers ranging from 5,000 to 50,000. So now, the screenshots of the payments made by Samarth and Giribala Singh to Twisha has also surfaced, and these documents are, submitted to the court as a part of the anticipatory bail plea of Giribala Singh.
All right, Anurag, we're going to talk more about this at the top of 1 p.m. as well. This is very important to note that the anticipatory bail plea of Twisha's husband should be heard in about an hour from now. Some very, very important points being made by Anurag there. We'll come back to him at the top of 1 p.m. But there are big questions that emerged from this entire incident. The first, what happened between 10:05 and 10:20 p.m. on the night that Twisha died? What explains the multiple ante-mortem injuries that her body suffered? Thirdly, was there a delay in taking Twisha to hospital? Number 4, why did no one answer the family's repeated calls after Twisha had called her mother and she had explained to her that things weren't too well inside the house in Bhopal? And finally, did Twisha previously report harassment to anyone? Big questions also over the termination of pregnancy, which now her in-laws term as a miscarriage. Unfortunately, that's not the only disturbing story that we're getting you on alleged dowry harassment. A 14-month-old marriage has ended in tragedy in Greater Noida in Uttar Pradesh. A 25-year-old woman, Deepika, died after allegedly falling from the 3rd floor of her in-laws' home. Her family has accused her husband and in-laws of dowry harassment and murder, alleging demands for a Fortuner SUV and 50 lakh rupees in cash. According to the complaint, Deepika had called her family on the 17th of May, which is yesterday, claiming she was being beaten by her husband and in-laws. Hours later, relatives were informed that she had fallen from the roof and suffered critical injuries. Police have arrested the husband and father-in-law while further investigation is underway in this highly disturbing case.
क्या हुआ आपकी बेटी के साथ?
ओ भैया वो तो कुछ भी न पता कहा हुआ है।
अच्छा।
ओ भैया वो न पता कुछ भी। भैया मैं वो पते न कुछ भी कहा करो हुआ मेरी की गया।
अच्छी वाली गई हमारी
भैया मैंने तो अच्छी। अरे मोटा तो कल भी अच्छी बतलाई। ओ मेरी लाडो।
कैसे पता लगी आपको?
उन्होंने फोन करा
फोन
था।
आया उनको ही। ओ
अब तुम्हारी बेटी जीने पर से गिर गई।
घटना मेरी बेटी थी जी, जलपुरा गांव में उसकी शादी की थी 1.5 साल पहले, और उसे दरिंदों ने कल रात मार दिया। दहेज के लोभ में उसे मार दिया।
कब से उसे प्रताड़ित कर रहे थे?
प्रताड़ित उसे तो 10 महीने से लड़की बराबर हमें बोल रही थी, और हम आके उसे समझा भी जाते थे, बता भी जाते थे, बाकी उन पे कोई फर्क नहीं आया किसी तरह का।
आखिरी बार कब बात हुई थी बेटी से? और
बेटी से कल भी बात हुई थी, कल मैं मिला भी था बेटी से, और उसके बाद जो है उन्होंने जैसे ही हम घर चले गए, मैं कल आया था वहाँ पे उसे समझाने के लिए, बात करने के लिए। बाकी वो उसके बाद भी उन्होंने जैसे ही ये लगभग 11:30-12 बजे के करीब उन्होंने मुझे फ़ोन किया, 12:30 बजे के करीब। चोट के निशान भी है मेरी बेटी के, और उसे मारने के बाद छत पे ले जाकर उसे नीचे फेंक दिया।
किस तरह का दहेज की डिमांड थी, क्या मांग कर?
दहेज क्या थोड़ा था जी, फॉर्च्यूनर गाड़ी 51 लाख रुपए। हालांकि मैंने दिया भी बहुत था, देने की कोई ऐसी नहीं थी, जितनी मेरी औकात थी वो दिया भी था मैंने।
आवश्यक विधिक कार्यवाही करते हुए मृतका का पंचायतनामा और पोस्टमार्टम की कार्यवाही कराई जा रही है। मृतका के परिजनों की तहरीर पर सुसंगत धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत कर लिया गया है, और इस प्रकरण में मृतका के पति एवं ससुर को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। अन्य साक्ष्य संकलन एवं विधिक कार्यवाही की जा रही है।
हमारी बेटी को कुछ नहीं होता, राजी खुशी गई थी यहाँ से। उन्होंने फोन करा कि जी तुम्हारी बेटी छत से गिर गई। उसके पापा मिलके आए थे 11 बजे रात। अच्छा कुछ भी नहीं था, राजी खुशी अपनी बेटी से मिलके आए थे। हमें रात को फोन आता 11 बजे, हम यहाँ से सब जाते। 1 बजे फोन करा उन्होंने, अब तुम्हारी बेटी गिर गई। हमने वहां जाके देखी तो खूब तो उन्होंने मार रखी थी, और छत से उठा के नीचे फेंक दी। हमें जगह हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए, हॉस्पिटल वालों ने कह दीजिए ये तो खत्म हो गई। और ये बताओ हमें क्या चाहिए? हमारी बेटी मार दी जीते जी, ये बताओ क्या कुछ नहीं दिया था? हमने बहुत तगड़ी शादी करी थी अपनी बेटी की, और अच्छे से पाला था उसको, और आज उन्होंने मार दी हमारी बेटी।
The death of 25-year-old Deepika has now triggered serious allegations from a family who claim this was not a suicide or accidental fall, but a case of sustained dowry harassment that ended in murder. According to the family, Deepika was allegedly being pressured by her husband and in-laws for a Fortuner SUV and 50 lakh in cash.